Chapter 261, Not Bad Luck. Result-wise, Pamela made the wrong decision. Her opponent was basically already a walking dead. She did not have to rush and could just take her time to kill him. That was what she thought when she was looking at Akira, who was tenaciously surviving the battle. Many of her risen allies were gravely injured. If it was only a matter of time before she could kill him, it was best to minimize the damage. With that in mind, in order to recover the gravely wounded, she ordered them to stand further back while the ones in the front were those who were already dead. This was when she found something strange about Akira. Akira did not seem to be discouraged at all. Normally, in this kind of situation, a person would get extremely reckless. Since they had no hope left, they would try to take as many people down as possible. It would be a suicidal rush, which was not what Akira was currently doing. He must be waiting for something. She thought that it was because he was trying to buy time, but that did not seem to be the case at all. Akira did not seem to be waiting for reinforcement. As a matter of fact, he was fighting like a madman, taking any opportunity of victory, trying to overcome this battle with only his own strength. That was what Pamela judged watching Akira, who was close to the precipice of death, fight. Seeing that he was still alive when she had arrived, showed that Akira was far stronger than she had thought. The cautiousness that came up from that caused her to believe that he had another trump card in hand. A trump card that could turn the tide the moment she was close to victory. This possibility caused her to approach the issue even more cautiously. In the end, Pamela decided to take a slow and careful approach to finish him off. With enough time, Pamela would have a surefire way to eliminate him. The dead corpses continued their assault. Those who had lost multiple parts of their bodies, even their heads, aimed their rifles at him and started shooting. Meanwhile, some tried to cut Akira down with their blades. As expected, they were way weaker than when they were still alive. Nonetheless, with their numbers, they were still at least able to put Akira under pressure. Although they were moving as if they did not care if they died or not while they were still alive, in the end, it was a decision that they made to prioritize their objective. Of course, if they could win without killing anyone, then they would do that. Back then, there were still some hesitations on the effectiveness of their move compared to the risk they took on. Even if they were ready to put down their lives, they still wanted it to be utilized to its utmost, which created a gap. However, with Pamela in control, they had completely thrown away that reservation and the difference from that was big. Thanks to that, they were able to compensate for the difference in their diminished fighting strength. Akira was doing all he could to face that assault. He swung his LEO multi-rifle to sweep across his surroundings. He kept evading the bullets while destroying his opponents. But there was no question that he was getting increasingly cornered. Akira did not show any sign of slowing down. Even the thought of giving up had completely vanished from his mind. If his fighting power could be solely determined by his willpower, he would not have that hard a time fighting against them in the first place. In the middle of the chaotic battle, Pamela was waiting for an opening to shoot Akira. If he avoided her shot, he would not be able to evade the other's bullets. Suddenly, Akira's augmented suit made contact with the enemy's blade, releasing a flash of light. This marked his energy cell getting critically damaged. Due to its low energy reserves, his augmented suit moves started to become duller. As he had to avoid the opponent's blade that was coming at him like a suicidal rampage in his dulled augmented suit, Akira had to jump away. At that moment, just as Pamela had predicted, she sniped at him, and the bullet struck him. Akira was blown away by the bullet. He flew horizontally like a rag doll and bounced a few times on the ground before landing hard on a collection of rubble. But even so, he was still alive. The moment he understood that he could not avoid the bullet, he used all the remaining energy to receive that shot. Although he did not lose his life, he lost all his ability to fight. His augmented suit went inactive. Due to the damage on his body, it would not even listen to his command to move. Pamela finally let out a sigh of relief. She then aimed her rifle at Akira's head and declared, "Finally. Don't worry, I won't even tell you to stand up first. I will also at least let Milady know how hard you fought." The others also aimed their rifles at him. Just one shot would be enough to finish him off. If they started firing, there would not even be a trace of him left. Now then, good night. The moment Pamela was about to pull the trigger, her vision was suddenly filled with white light. The source of that white light was the AF anti-material cannon on Akira's bike. Since it was shot from far away and its spread was maximized, it completely filled the area in blinding light. It enveloped both Akira and the rest of his opponents. But Pamela and her allies quickly activated their force field shields to defend themselves. Thanks to that, they were spared. As for Akira, the light was blocked by the rubble and wreckage between the cannon and him. Naturally, this was not out of luck, it was a carefully calculated shoot made so that it would not injure him. The bike kept shooting its AF anti-material rifle toward Akira while heading straight at him. The moment Pamela noticed that it was nothing but Akira trying to buy time for himself, the bike had already reached its target. Right at that moment, Akira used all the might he could muster to get onto the bike. At the same time, the bike quickly accelerated and left the area. Of course, they quickly started shooting at Akira, trying to hit him. With their augmented suits, if they focused on racing after Akira, they would be able to catch up to him. However, the bike was already set to use its full power to fly off with maximum acceleration. Moreover, the LEO multi-rifles on its arms, as well as its AF anti-material cannon were used to hold them back. The area was filled with lasers and bullets. The rubble evaporated and exploded, filling the area with pieces of debris. The destruction to the area was severe. As expected of the annihilation ray that worked even against the powered suits that attacked the intercity transport. However, Pamela and the others were fine. Those who were already dead, quickly stepped forward to create layers of force field shield, sparing Pamela and those who were still partially alive. Even so, Pamela was knitting her eyebrows. The bike had left at max speed through the clear sky. It was already way outside her reach. What a blunder. He got away. Pamela was somehow able to hold back her frustration by reminding herself of her duty to her master. She then immediately called Lottie's to let Chloe know the result. Due to Pamela being too careful, she had failed to kill him. If she had thrown away caution and prioritized killing Akira, she would have been able to accomplish it. Even in that hopeless situation, Akira was tenaciously scouring for an opportunity to win, even now. That abnormal tenacity caused Pamela to be careful, which in turn caused her to make such a major blunder. Determination and willpower alone could not win a fight, but those things allowed him to turn the tide from a hopeless situation. Akira was clinging to his bike as it flew through the sky. In his still hazy mind, he could hear Alpha's voice from his bike. Akira. Hold on tight. I don't have the leeway to pick you up if you fall, Alpha. I know, but, wait, where are you? We need to get away from here as soon as possible first. Make sure to hold on. It was as if Alpha could not hear him at all and Akira found that strange. My telepathy can't reach her. No, this is. Now that he had already gotten away from the battle, and could hear Alpha again, Akira regained some of his cool. He finally noticed that his connection to Alpha had been cut off. Right. But my augmented suit has already run out of energy. As long as you're on the bike, it'll charge your augmented suit through a wireless connection. We modified it so that it can do that, remember? Your augmented suit current can only utilize minimum power, and since I'm not connected to you right now, I can't control your augmented suit. So, make sure not to faint, Roger that. Inside his hazed mind, close to fainting, Akira somehow managed to stay awake and kept clinging onto the bike. The augmented suit had already charged enough to function in casual mode. So, he was able to move his body, though he hardly had the strength to move his body on his own. The bike kept going on just like that and left the ruin. Eventually, Alpha returned back to Akira's vision. Alright. We've connected again. Just leave the rest to me, alright. Akira said so in relief and finally lost consciousness. After that, his body still continued to move. He pulled out a huge amount of medicine and took them to accelerate the healing of his dying body. Thanks to that, the healing was pretty fast. The healing nanomachines coursed through his body and were fixing his body on the cellular level. His body, which could no longer move without his augmented suit just a moment ago, got fixed. At least, enough for him to make some light movements after a few seconds. Once he managed to recover at a certain point, he pulled out an energy pack from his bike and reloaded it into his augmented suit. He did the same for his rifle's magazines as well. Alpha was able to have full control of Akira's body, but it was limited to only emergency cases. Naturally, being on the verge of death was one such case. Akira finally woke up and found himself inside one of the dilapidated buildings inside an old-world ruin. His body had already quickly recovered. He jumped up and scanned the area by pure reflex. Eventually, his eyes discovered Alpha, who was furiously looking at him. Akira, good morning. Alpha, morning. Akira winced back from her expression and tried to remember what happened before he lost consciousness. Once he realized that he had survived with his life intact, Akira let out a sigh of relief. And once again, he found himself under Alpha's sharp gaze. It seems that your body is all right now. So then, first of all, let's share information. All right. Although he basically lost consciousness, it still gave him a chance to rest, enough for his mind to recover. Moreover, he also had completely calmed down. Which meant that he was receiving the full brunt of the pressure from Alpha. Alpha started her explanation first. Alpha lost contact with Akira when Chloe suddenly laughed during their negotiation. Of course, she tried to restore the connection right away. But she failed. Due to the same kind of jamming effect, she was completely shut off from the old world domain. So, Alpha immediately tried all kinds of things that she could think of to reconnect with Akira. She was eventually able to connect to Akira's bike, not through the old world domain. However, by the time she did that, she found Akira inching toward death. The bike also received some damage from stray bullets. However, thanks to its automatic force field armor, it was still intact. Just like how the bike could reroute its energy tank to the augmented suit, it was rerouted to strengthen its force field armor. As a matter of fact, due to the modification she had installed to fight against hacking, the security on the bike was abnormally strong. Thus, taking control through the normal connection took a lot of time. After that, due to the bad connection, although she could not control the bike well, she managed to reach Akira and rescue him. After Akira listened to her explanation, Akira nodded and then said, I see, thanks for the help. But why did our connection get cut off? I have no idea, though. I can make a number of guesses. Since Akira wanted to hear them despite being only guesses, Alpha once again reminded him that it was nothing but guesses. First guess, it was because of Chloe. To keep the content of their negotiation secret, it was completely understandable for them to use extra potent, thick jamming smoke. After all, if negotiations broke down and it turned into a fight, as long as no one knew the details of what had happened, she could come up with all kinds of excuses. Dead man tells no tale. If they could kill Akira and erase the information, both records of the negotiation and the issue with the ownership of the card would all be erased. The ones who survived could claim without dispute that Akira was the one who attacked them first. They had no other choice but to fight back. It was not a strange ending for those who picked a fight against a large company. That would explain why they would use jamming smoke to cover the area. I see. But I thought that jamming smoke does not work on old world domain connection. Those had their effect weakened. With the correct device, you could even block old world connection. High-ranking hunters tend to have communication devices that use the old world domain connections. That is why they usually use jamming smoke that can even block off old world connections, just to be safe. Well, it could also be that they are in a position where they can afford to use them. It could also be that they're using that kind of equipment all the time to fight the monsters further to the east, since those monsters are also using the old world domain connection. Even after he got away from the area in the middle of the battle, it still was jammed. For that, Alpha also had a guess. The scale of the battle caused the ruin to get alerted. It identified the area the battle had taken place and jammed any form of connection to prevent any more hostile actions. Why did that not happen in the battle against those huge, powered suits? Why did it happen this time? Is it because we cause more destruction? Or is there another reason? Everything is still not clear. Although Alpha shared her thoughts, it was not like Akira was completely satisfied with them. However, at least, he understood that it was not like Alpha knew everything. So, he decided to keep that question to himself for another time. Well, even if we know the real reason, it is not like we can do anything about it, right? Let's just put it up as bad luck. We might have another option. Akira tilted his head in confusion. Alpha once again looked at him with a sharp gaze. That was not fine for me at all. Anyways, I've finished telling you my situation, can you tell me yours? After we lost connection, what happened to you? Well, actually. In reality, Akira basically blew his fuse and kicked negotiations off the table. As expected, he could not just say so to Alpha. As he was thinking about how to explain, Alpha suddenly interjected. Let me tell you this beforehand, I can cross-check what you say with the data from your information terminal, so don't even try to lie. Then, I don't even need to explain anything, no. Nope, I can only gather information about what you did, not why you did it. So, explain everything to me. Seeing Alpha look at him with such intense eyes, Akira ended up confessing everything, including his feelings during that time. After Akira finished his explanation, Alpha heaved a huge sigh. Akira, do you know what your biggest mistake was? Akira understood that he could safely avoid the battle if he just gave up his pride and just gave her the card. But pride was something that one would fight for even to death. Even so, he understood that it was his fault for completely tossing aside Alpha's request right when he was so close to finally being able to work on her request. The conflict between the pride and the guilt inside his mind caused Akira to silence himself. Seeing that, Alpha heaved another huge sigh. It seems like you don't understand, so let me tell you. Akira frowned, he did not want to hear it. He did not want to be told that it was a mistake to stick to his pride. His expression started to be colored by dark emotion that was sealed long ago, deep inside him. The bigger the gap between his past self and his current self, the darker, deeper, and vaster that emotion was. It was slowly devouring him. Alpha then continued with a serious face. Your first move should have been to try to recover your connection to me. To think that you got that emotional. You did not even notice that you lost your connection. As expected, that's your biggest mistake. No matter how angry you are, you need to keep a part of you calm, no matter what. Akira, who thought that he would get scolded for flipping the table, was taken aback by what he had heard. In response, Alpha made a rather exaggerated frustrated gesture. Back in Kuzusuhara Ruin, you quickly decided to desperately find a way to recover our connection, right? I thought that you would do that as well this time, but to think that you didn't even notice we lost connection and you continued fighting alone. I know that you were completely enraged, but that's just a big no-no. You should get a better grip on yourself, you know? Let me at least ask you this. It's not that you did not notice but you just ignored it, right? Or don't tell me. You thought you could handle it just fine without my support? Akira flusteredly shook his head. No, of course not. Seeing Akira respond in such a manner, Alpha's mood slightly recovered. That's good to hear. That's why, your first move should have been to try to recover your connection. You got it? Oh, okay. Akira gave a firm nod. Seeing that, Alpha smiled, satisfied. She gently advised him, who still seemed rather troubled. If you want to kill that Chloe girl, I don't really mind. I'm willing to give you my support as well. Just make sure not to try and do it on your own, okay? If you want to do it on your own, make sure to do it only when there's no other option, just like those battles back in Kuzusuhara Ruin, okay? Why yeah. Good answer. Alpha once again smiled with satisfaction. Akira, who still seemed confused, paused for a bit. It was as if he was trying to digest what they were talking about just now. After that, he carefully asked Alpha a question. Alpha, are you really okay with it? When he was about to save Elena and Sarah in Kuzusuhara ruin, or when he was about to get off the truck alone and go alone on a bike, and when he was about to jump into Izan family's base to kill Alna, Alpha stopped him. That was why he thought that Alpha would stop him this time as well. Causing unnecessary trouble would only make things more difficult for him. Furthermore, he was extremely close to being able to work on Alpha's request. He expected Alpha to give him a strict scolding this time, but her reply was completely outside the realm of his expectations. Akira was still confused, so Alpha smiled bitterly and then said to him, "If you ask me whether it was okay or not, I will say that it was not okay. Not one bit. However, I know you won't listen to me at all. I've been with you long enough to at least know that much. That's why, it's fine. Moreover, my support is just an upfront payment. Considering how that weak Akira had worked so hard and became this strong, I guess it's fine to make a compromise as a reward." Akira seemed surprised by how lightly Alpha was taking it. He replaced it with a light smile, which helped to make him calmer. "I see, well, I'm sorry, but I'll be counting on your support. Just leave it to me. I will show you just how great it is to have my support." Alpha replied with her usual confidence-filled voice. Akira, who had finished his break, returned to Mihazono ruin to retrieve the rifles that he had let go during the battle. The jamming had already dissipated, so with the help of Alpha, he was quickly able to find his rifles. Akira brought 4 LEO multi-rifles together with him before the battle. He lost 2 in order to avoid getting shot. There were another 2, still perfectly fine, which were on the arm of his bike, which was used while he escaped. After picking up all 4, only 1 was still okay. 2 of his rifles were completely wrecked, with no possibility to fix them. Since they were protected by force field armor, once it was gone, those rifles were easy to break. Pamela did very well to make sure that they were not salvageable. Seeing the destroyed rifles on the ground, Akira let out a huge sigh. They were so expensive. If you had prioritized recovering your connection to me, this would not have happened, you know? It did cost you quite a lot, didn't it? I know. Alpha was stating that in a teasing manner, and Akira smiled bitterly in response. His mood had at least recovered enough to respond in such a manner. "So then, what do you plan to do next? Even if you're planning to look for her, I recommend you search for a hint about her location first. If she ran further to the east, I hope we won't be chasing after her. The monsters there are too strong even for your current equipment, you know?" "I know that, but..." As expected, Akira also did not like the idea of going around attacking Lion Steel's facilities one by one. Moreover, it would be a huge waste of time if he did not make sure that there was a good chance Chloe was there. As Akira was giving a long hum while looking at his options on how to find Chloe, his face suddenly perked up as if he came up with something. "Alright, I guess I'll ask her first." Akira hopped onto his bike and paced it toward the person that he had in mind. The information-gathering device that was continuously scanning his surroundings showed 2 blips that came out from the nearby Hunter office. They were Carol and Viola. Carol, Viola, and Babalod looked around and were surprised by what they saw. The Hunter office was completely fine since it was protected by force field armor, but most of the buildings around it were decimated. After the battle outside had calmed down, the hunters inside the Hunter office came out to search the area as a part of their emergency request. They were to make sure that the area was safe. Thanks to that, they could confirm that the battle had ended. However, they could not confirm if the reason for that battle was completely over. The reason why Carol and Viola came out rather late was because they did not take the emergency request and waited for the broadcast to announce that it was safe. Carol looked around with a worried look. Akira, who should have been waiting for her outside, was unreachable. Either he got involved in that battle or Akira was the reason for that battle. A lot of things were going through her mind. Whether he was still alive, or already dead, and much more. Viola, I want to ask for your help. Can you look for Akira? Sure. Though, it seems that he's at least alive and kicking. Carol looked at Viola in confusion. How exactly did Viola know without investigating first? However, when Carol looked in the direction where Viola was looking, she immediately knew the reason why. Akira was on his bike, heading toward them. Akira then parked his bike next to them and hopped off. Akira, you're all right. Yeah, somehow. Seeing Carol smiling happily knowing that he was fine, Akira looked worriedly as he apologized. Carol, I'm sorry, but I need to quit the job you gave me. A few things happened and I'm rather busy right now. A few? What's going on? Sorry, can we put it aside for later? I also don't exactly know what's going on. Akira only said so and shifted his attention to Viola. He then frowned as he was thinking about how to ask his question. When he had decided, he once again looked at her. This time, with a deadpan expression, he pointed his muzzle at her. I'll be straight, is this your doing? Viola was going to answer that question with her usual smile. Even if you ask, that's just so out of the blue, what exactly are you? Akira's muzzle was directed right on top of her temple to shut her up. Let me tell you this, right now, I'm not in the best of moods. So, give me an answer, straight, honest, clear and concise. I'll ask you again. Is this your doing? If she did not give a straight answer, she would be dead. If she said yes, she would be dead. If she did not say anything, she would be dead. There was no hesitation, and no doubt this time. Viola at least already knew that much. To hide her anxiety, something that she could not hold back, she made a stern look and turned to Babalod. Akira followed that and looked at Babalod too. As both Viola and Akira were looking at him, Babalod did not say anything and just shook his head. Akira returned his gaze to Viola. It was a gaze warning her that she had run out of time. Viola used every cell in her brain to analyze all the information that she had and conveyed her conclusion in one word. No. Akira still did not lower his rifle and asked Alpha. Alpha. Leaving aside whether it is really the truth or not, she is not lying. Wait. So, you can tell the truth while also lying? The definition would be different from one person to another depending on their principles and moral codes. That's why there are no absolutely correct answers. I'm sure she believes that, at least, she had enough reason to convince herself that it was not her fault. Judging from that point of view, she was not lying. Even if we don't come to the same conclusion from our point of view. Ah, I see. Akira hesitated, but he eventually decided to lower his rifle. Viola let out a huge sigh of relief. If it's not your doing, I have something I want to ask you. I'm looking for Chloe right now. If I'm not mistaken, she's affiliated with the Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Ward branch. You're a good info broker, right? Look for her. Viola tried to return back to her usual attitude. Even if it was only on her lips, she twisted out a smile. Oh, a request for a job then? I don't mind looking for her, but if it's for some kind of negotiation, you can let me take care of that part as well, you know? So, what do you plan to do after finding her? I'm going to kill her. That short sentence was filled with determination. The others there winced back. Even Viola, who had often faced suffocating pressure of killing intent during negotiations, and even Babalod, who was a high-ranking hunter, both inadvertently winced back in the face of Akira's strong emotion that they knew was not directed at them. So then, can you find her? Viola automatically tried to act normal and replied. I already know about her. She's from the same house as the founder of the Lion Steel Company. Were you aware of this when you said you're going to kill her? So, does that mean that you're not going to help? Akira's gaze toward Viola changed ever so slightly. It was as if he was only trying to discern if she was an enemy or not. Viola, who noticed it, immediately gave her answer. What I am saying is that it won't be cheap. I am an information broker. So, it's not like I can just give away information for free, it will be pretty expensive. It's not cheap trying to collect information. Especially when it comes to important people like her. That is why, it'll cost at least a few dozen billion aurum, depending on the case, it might even be more expensive. I don't mean to offend you, but can you pay for it? After Viola told him that it was only a matter of money, Akira's gaze returned back to neutral. He then titled his head and said, That's pretty expensive. But well, that does make sense to be that expensive, I guess. Considering that it was a piece of information to help him kill someone, a person who had personal maids and butlers protecting her, it would not be strange for it to be that expensive. But Akira did not have the funds. So he started to hum, pondering what else he could do instead. On the other hand, Viola sighed in relief. She did not expect Akira would react that strongly. It was true that depending on the way he interpreted it, it might sound as if she was telling him that it might be better not to try to kill Chloe. That was why she flusteredly tried to emphasize that she was talking about the price. If it was a matter of money, she thought that Akira would not show any hostility, and thankfully, her guess was correct. But unfortunately, it was unclear whether it completely saved her or not. Akira's face then lit up as if he just thought of an idea. In that case, let's do this. If you give me information about Chloe, depending on how valuable it is, I will consider letting you live as beneficial. Unfortunately, I can't really say how much that would be if converted into money, so you can just give me enough information that you think is worth the same amount of money as that. So, what do you think? Unlike Akira, who was obviously showing the sign of willingness to negotiate, Viola knitted her eyebrows in deep worry. During the battle in the slums of Kugamiama City, Viola had caused Akira trouble and was once killed by him. After that, based on her deal with Akira, she ended up having to help Cheryl's gang. That deal caused Cheryl's gang to greatly develop with her help. Moreover, Viola had also solidified her position inside the gang. Basically, the gang would be in trouble without her around. Since then, time passed and it had become vague if she had fulfilled her part of the bargain or not. But Akira casually brought that up. Even after helping Cheryl's gang that much, it did not seem to be enough from Akira's point of view. Viola was able to confirm it, though to her, this was not good news. What if I say no to that? Are you going to kill me? Not really. I just thought that I might be able to use it in place of money. If you don't accept it, you can just say no. I won't force you. I see. Seeing Akira reply so calmly, Viola sighed. Half in relief that the negotiation proceeded as she had planned. So, she then continued to confirm the other half thing that worried her. By the way, since you brought this up, does that mean that you're still thinking of killing me? If I may, can you give me a precise explanation as to why? Even if you ask me, well, if something bad happens? It's not like I've decided on the specifics. Basically, if something comes up and I want to kill you, then I will. If I have to mention a particular example, then if Cheryl asks me to, I guess. I see. Just to let you know though, I'm well included in the management of Cheryl's gang, the gang would basically crumble without me, you know? So. Viola's smile distorted with anxiety. If it had been a short answer, which was akin to a threat, she had thought up ways to counter it. Such threats were a regular thing in many of the negotiations that she had faced, so she already had a list of ways to handle them. But this time, it was a pure question from Akira. That told her that Akira basically had no idea how that had anything to do with not shooting her in the head. For him, it did not give him any reason not to kill her. It was as if that was not worth even a dime, especially when negotiating for her life. Akira had said that he would not kill her even if she said no. That only meant that he would not kill her because she refused. However, the moment she refused, Akira could think that it was meaningless to let her live and just outright killed her right this instant. Viola had at least predicted that much. Including the fact that he was most likely unaware that he was issuing a threat. Viola basically had no other choice but to compromise after receiving Akira's unintentional threat. I basically just need to find where Chloe is, right? After that, we're even, right? That depends on what information you can give me. If it's useful, then yes. That's just how people decide on the value of information, no? For Akira, it was a good thing that he had no need to pay with money and would be able to get highly valuable information. But for Viola, it also doubled as a threat. To her, it was as if Akira would kill her if she gave him useless information. She could not help but frown in face of such a nasty threat and heaved a huge sigh. She then took out her information terminal and pulled out a certain information. There's a new lion steel facility inside Higuraka Residence ruin. There's a good chance that she's there. Alright, well then, I'm in a hurry here. Akira only said that much as he hopped back onto his bike. But before he left, Viola frowned and asked him a question. Are we even now? Pray that I can find Chloe there. Basically, it meant that they were not even at the moment. Viola's frown only got worse. That was when Carol suddenly interjected. Wait for a sec, Akira. Are you going now? Can you at least tell me why you no longer can't take the bodyguard request? I'm going to kill Chloe right now and I want to prioritize that. And, it would be stupid for the bodyguard to get his client into more trouble, no? What I'm asking is why it has suddenly turned to this. Sorry, I don't know for sure myself. If you're interested, you can try asking Viola. I don't really care about the reason. I might investigate that part after I kill Chloe and if I'm in the mood. Later then. Akira only said as much and accelerated off. Carol turned at Viola with an extremely bitter expression. Viola, can you help me find out what's going on with Akira? This one is a rush request. Viola somehow managed to return back to her usual self and teasingly said to Carol. It would be at a special price, you know. Seeing how Viola was acting, Carol also returned to her usual foxy attitude. If you give me a good discount, I'll tell Akira that it was a good thing he'd spared you. Geez, it can't be helped then. Babalod glanced at the two girls smiling at each other with their usual evil smile and heaved a heavy sigh. He was already expecting to be dragged into whatever problem they were brewing. Chapter 262, Stacking Bets. Pamela returned to the Lion Steel Company's facility and went to face Chloe with a pained expression. Chloe was only listening to Pamela's after-report without saying a word. She was not blaming Pamela for the failure nor trying to cheer her up. This caused Pamela to knit her brows. After Chloe listened to her report without a change in expression, she then spoke, without a bit of displeasure in her tone. That just means we have underestimated his fighting capability. Because of that, you were not able to kill him like you stated. The reason why Chloe did what she did back in Mihazono Ruin was because she believed Pamela's words. That Pamela could kill Akira. Had Pamela said that Akira would only slaughter them, Chloe would not have even thought of meeting him. Her actions were influenced by the words of the people around her. There was no trace of fault in Chloe's gaze toward Pamela. That was the reason why Pamela was so worried. If Chloe believes that she had lost her ability to judge, and had lost her value, then it was only a matter of time before she got laid off. That was exactly why Pamela then spoke up with a serious expression. Not at all. It was because we were trying to take our time to carefully finish him. Unbeknown to us, during that time, he was thinking of escaping. He still had his bike, which was still functional. We were caught off guard because of that. Of course, this does not change the fact that we failed. But I will not take back my words that we can kill him. I see. Chloe only said as much and returned to silence. Pamela stood there, frozen, with a stern look on her face. Pamela was not sure whether Chloe forgave her or not. She was trying to calm the raging anxiety in her chest. Well, it doesn't really matter. You should step back. Whether to shoot him or to support the fight to kill him, you should get your equipment ready. I will give you your orders later. Understood. Pamela sighed in relief. At least, she had not been abandoned. She then gracefully bowed and left the room with Lottie's. Once Chloe was left alone, she then mumbled. So, we failed in trying to kill him, huh? If they successfully killed Akira, then that would be great. But, if they failed, then it only meant that she would need to throw more into the pot she bet on. As Chloe thought so, her smile deepened. Winning this bet was not enough. Chloe needed a jackpot. She had to make it such that all her past mistakes became a bridge towards success. She had to raise the stakes as high as she could, make the odds be in her favor and bet everything she had. Finally, all she needed to do was win. She had to completely throw the word caution out the window. What she sought was a victory that granted her everything. Suddenly, a call reached Chloe's information terminal. When she checked it, it was from the Lion Steel Company's security department. They detected someone was trying to pin down her location. Chloe thought of a plan with new information at hand. She smiled bewitchingly as if she had found what she was looking for. Lottie's walked through the facility's hallway with Pamela by his side. He suddenly threw a question to her with a stern expression. So, how much of what you said should I take seriously? Pamela threw a sharp glance at Lottie's. Are you saying that I gave Milady a fake after report? Pamela was oozing a prickling aura, indicating that this would not end well depending on Lottie's intention when he had asked that question. However, he was not perturbed at all. I didn't say that. But the report has a variety of loose interpretations. I'm sure you were aware of at least that much, right? Pamela did not say anything, but her silence was an affirmation of Lottie's question. You said you won't take back your statement, that you can kill that hunter. You told Milady that there's nothing to worry about, you can kill him. But you didn't specify how you will do so the next time. Will you be able to do so with room to spare? Or will you be able to kill him only after a close shave from death? You didn't give a more detailed explanation to Milady, but I think I already understand without you saying anything. Now that you've heard what I'm talking about, let me ask you this. If I take your words seriously, then we should be able to easily kill that hunter next time, right? Well, about that. Pamela stopped midway. Such a response was already an answer. Lottie sighed and spoke. Calm down. I also understand that the situation is not good. Based on the report, if I had come with you, we should have been able to kill him. Basically, it means that by going against Milady's order, I have also failed to kill him. If you're going to get kicked out, then I will, without a doubt, get kicked out too. Depending on how Pamela took it, it sounded as if Lottie's was complaining. That she was also pulling him down with her because of her failure. Though Lottie's was speaking with a considerate tone, Pamela understood that he was saying that purely as a reassurance since he was also in the same situation as her. Thus, she managed to calm down. But I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Things like this sometimes happen. He also killed my men, it's only natural to be angry. Lottie smiled as if he really did not mind it that much, but his smile then turned serious. To make sure that the sacrifices our men made do not go to waste, we need to keep moving forward. We can't afford to fail a second time. So, let's get back to the main topic. It's true that we failed this time because we underestimated him. So, just how strong is he? Judging based on the data from the Hunter office's site, his Hunter rank is 55. If we put some margin in, believing that his Hunter rank doesn't really reflect his true strength, then, 56? Or maybe 57 at most. Considering that you would take this into account and still failed, what do you think his Hunter rank should be? Although he ran away from you, you did fight against him, after all. Pamela hummed with a severe look. Depending on the situation, it should be around 60. 60. That high. Lottie's was extremely surprised. He did not expect that she would rate Akira that highly. Although Hunter rank was not a perfect representation of Hunter's strength, it was a good estimate. Though, the higher the rank, the better that rank indicated the Hunter's true might. That was because as they reached a high rank, more achievements were needed. It became increasingly more difficult to go up a rank higher. Because of this, hunters of the same rank could have widely different battle prowess. With that in consideration, a 5-rank deviation was completely abnormal. That was why Lottie's was flabbergasted. As Lottie's unconsciously looked at Pamela with doubt in his eyes, she turned at him with a serious expression and stated, "Our men are not weak. They had fought to their very end. But he essentially killed all of them even before I arrived. Although it was due to my blunder, he still got away from me. It's well under reason to say that he is around rank 60, you have a good point. And, next time, we wouldn't even have the chance to surround him first before starting a fight, huh?" It was a good thing that we had asked Milady for permission to use the emergency equipment. As Lottie's and Pamela arrived in front of the warehouse's door, it opened. That warehouse housed a powerful weapon, one enough to kill a rank 60 hunter. Lottie's and Pamela went to put on their respective equipment, and suddenly, a notice from Chloe reached them. It contained an order from her. Lottie's and Pamela looked at each other, confused after they checked the content of that order. Akira paced his bike through the roadless wasteland into Higuraka residence ruin. He was surprised to see something that was not there the last time he visited that ruin when he arrived. He stopped and looked around the ruin. As he was about to head straight to the Lion Steel facility, Alpha suddenly stopped him. "Akira, you're going to raid a facility owned by a company this time. Since it is built in the middle of a ruin, it's only to be expected that it's armed. So, let's not break in from the front door." "Alright, so, what's the plan?" "Shoot the AF anti-material cannon from afar. I don't have much ammo left for that cannon, and it's not like we can kill Chloe by randomly shooting at that building, you know?" What he knew from Viola was only that there was a good chance Chloe was in this building. Viola did not specify where exactly she was. She might not even be there in the first place. Since it was not like he would get paid by killing her, every shot was Akira throwing away money. Now that he had substantially calmed down after reconnecting with Alpha, he was calm enough to consider the ammo expense. He did not wish to take on any more unnecessary expenses for his objective. Normally, the moment he showed hostility toward the Lion Steel Company, he would be facing trouble more worrisome than mere ammo expense. But Akira did not care about that at all. Alpha hoped that Akira would be more worried about that part as well, but since she did not want her relationship with Akira to sour, she focused on her second best option, which was to help him. "Let's leave the bike behind and sneak in using the camouflaging cloak. Then, we can find her, kill her, and escape." "Optical camouflage, huh? I'm pretty sure they'll be able to find us though." Although Alpha's words reminded him that he had that option as well, he thought about how he saw through their camouflage. Thus, it was likely that they would be able to see through his camouflage as well. If that was indeed the case, then it was better to raid the facility on his bike. But Alpha expressed her confidence. "It should be no problem with my support." "Is that so? Alright then." Seeing Akira obediently step off his bike, Alpha released a sigh of relief. For Akira, he did not care as long as he got to kill Chloe. He did not see the whole Lion Steel Company as his enemy. Even if he got discovered trying to sneak in, it would be fine as long as no one could prove that it was him. And with enough support from Alpha, there should be no problem sneaking in with Akira's current camouflaging equipment. As such, sneaking in should be a much better choice rather than barging from the front door. That was why Alpha made that suggestion to him. But that plan turned out completely useless. A huge armored APC suddenly jumped out from the Lion Steel facility. It quickly went past the ruin and out to the wasteland. Akira, who had received the notification about the passing vehicle, quickly jumped right back on his bike and immediately chased after that APC. When an APC with an important officer from a large company went out to the wasteland, it often ran while broadcasting a notice through the general communication frequency. Although it might lure monsters, they were normally well guarded and had no need to worry about monsters. The broadcast was for the hunters around the area. It was basically a warning. To prevent any unnecessary fights, they were advised to keep their distance from the APC. Otherwise, they would be treated as suspicious individuals. The message broadcasted included, "We will not hesitate to fire at anyone we find suspicious without warning." The content of that notice this time was from an officer affiliated with Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Branch, Chloe. She was on the APC. With this, Alpha's plan to sneak in and assassinate Chloe instead of breaking through the front door to avoid unnecessary battle was all in vain. Riding a high-speed bike would greatly reduce the effectiveness of the optical camouflage. There was no doubt that they would be able to notice Akira. In the first place, at this point, Akira no longer had any wish to quietly assassinate Chloe. Alpha frowned and gave Akira the second best option. "Akira. Don't lose your cool this time." "I know. Akira frowned. While his gaze was locked on the APC. The back door of the APC opened, showing Chloe standing inside. She also already noticed that Akira was chasing after her as she smiled and lightly waved at him. Akira's expression was immediately filled with killing intent. His gaze was leaking his ominous emotion as it was locked onto his target. As if only obeying his emotion, Akira moved the AF anti-material cannon on his bike. He aimed at his target and rerouted the energy from his bike to that cannon. "Alpha. I'll leave the finer aim and power adjustment to you." "Geez, didn't I tell you to keep your cool just now?" "Good grief, alright." The moment the anti-material cannon was pumped full of energy, it released a lance of light with otherworldly accuracy. Thanks to Alpha's aim and adjustment, its spread was reduced to be as narrow as possible. It turned into an intense lance of light that melted everything in its way, which raced straight toward its target. At the same time, the APC also took a defensive stance. The force field shield that was installed on its highly durable armor expanded countless layers of FS in the trajectory of that beam. They were placed to slightly deflect the beam and had a dispersing effect to reduce its power. Thanks to that, the beam turned into waves of light which enveloped the whole area. With its spread increased, its intensity rapidly reduced. Because Akira temporarily rerouted all the bike's energy output to the cannon, its acceleration was temporarily stopped. Since the balancer also lost its effect for a moment, Akira was almost thrown off the bike. As his bike skidded, Akira leaned to one side and held down the brake to rebalance his bike. Once the flashes of light died down, he then looked at the APC. On the other side, he could see Chloe completely fine as she was amusedly laughing and shaking her head. Akira's expression became even grimmer. If a stare could kill, his stare definitely would. However, Chloe, who had some screw loose just like Akira, only laughed mockingly at his scowl. She then lightly waved her hand, turned around, and went inside the APC. After that, the back door of the APC slowly closed. With his bike frozen in place and Akira still on top of it, he just saw the APC trailing off with his chilling gaze. "Alpha, why didn't that one go through?" In order to calm him down, Alpha explained to him with a serious look on her face. "You didn't do anything wrong, it's just that they have better equipment. At least, we know that now. So, just calm down and use that information for the next exchange. The more you lose your cool, the less likely you will be able to kill her. Alright." Akira sighed and started his bike again to chase after Chloe. Inside the APC, Pamela had a worried look on her face as she said to Chloe, who was still smiling. "Milady. That was dangerous. It's true that the APC is very well reinforced. But that doesn't guarantee that it's impenetrable. So, please don't do such a meaningless and dangerous thing again." But Chloe did not care about Pamela's warning at all. "Oh, it wasn't meaningless though. We need to make sure that he had a good look at me to let him know that I am indeed in this APC. Otherwise, there's a good chance that he would raid the facility instead, right? So that was just for precaution. If it was to kill Akira, staying in the facility was the better choice. Even if she decided to take shelter inside the wall of Kagomayama City, there was still no need to let Akira know of her position during the process. Pamela, who thought so, seemed confused. She did not understand what Chloe's true intention was. However, since she wanted to avoid making any more mistakes, Pamela decided not to pursue that subject any further. She did not want to be abandoned because of incompetency. I originally thought that we had to go around the wasteland for a bit in order to lure him out. To think that he already knew where I was and was already this close. He's pretty good. I guess I can understand why, Pamela, you had a hard time killing him, huh? Pamela understood that confirming her statement would only lower her worth. Thus, she did not give a reply. She just made a solemn expression as she made her resolve. I will not fail the next time. Chloe smiled and turned to Lotties, who was waiting inside the APC. Lotties, go. Certainly. Lotties gracefully took off his butler uniform. Under it, he was already using a heavy augmented suit's inner. The machines around him started to move as they fixed multiple arms to Lottie's heavy augmented suit. Parts that looked like pieces of small parts slowly gathered around Lottie's heavy augmented suit. He was also equipped with extra equipment. A flying device, missile pods, sabers, huge rifles loaded to an extremely long magazine belt, and many other things as well. The heavy augmented suit was similar to a powered suit. Appearance-wise, it seemed closer to a powered suit rather than an augmented suit. However, Lotties had to put it on instead of getting onto a machine. Also, ignoring the time needed to put it on, it was more or less a powerful powered suit. The ceiling of the APC opened up. A loud sound was produced. It came from the flying device of the heavy powered suit that had taken off. Lotties used a force field shield to protect the area around him before takeoff. Due to the sheer amount of energy that was pumped into it, the force field shield created solidified air, which was like a glowing wall of glass. Beyond it, Lotties bowed to Chloe. Well then, I shall now go. I shall bring back good news for Milady when I return. But Chloe only lightly replied. Yeah, also, if you want to give me a good after report, then I have one order regarding the fight, do it grandly. Grandly, huh? Yep. It's important to kill him. But you must do it elegantly, prioritize more on making it grand. If you end up unable to kill him because of that, don't worry. That's fine as well. Milady, what do you mean by dash? Lotties, who did not understand the intention behind her order, was about to ask another question. That was when Chloe's gaze suddenly stopped him. Chloe gazed deeply into Lotties as if she was trying to look deep down inside him. Those pupils oozed out a level of authority, one fit for a family member of the original founder of the Lion Steel Company. That stare allowed the insanity inside of her to take a peek inside Lottie's soul. Meanwhile, it also allowed Lotties to see the deep insanity within Chloe's eyes. Lotties, are you not going to obey me again? The overwhelmed Lotties decided to put any questions for later. At least for now. And not at all. Very well then. I shall fight him grandly. Now go. Of course. Lotties took off into the sky. Pamela, keep your eyes on the surrounding, repel him if he gets too close. See certainly. Pamela also did not fully understand the intention behind Chloe's order. But she had no trouble following her order. Just like Lotties, she put her questions aside for now and simply obeyed. The maids that were standing lined up on both sides of the APC followed Pamela's order and went to collect their equipment. They went to the rooftop of the APC, to their respective positions and kept their eyes on the surroundings. Chloe sat on an already prepared seat and smiled. It was as if she was enjoying the show that was going exactly as she had planned. Akira, who was chasing her on his bike, noticed Lottie's launching out from the top of the APC. Powered suit? No, that is a heavy augmented suit, huh? Looks pretty strong. Alpha, who saw that, warned Akira with a serious tone. Don't think that augmented suit is the same as the one you fought before. Assume that it's completely on a different level. I know. After all, those maids were already that strong. Judging from its appearance alone, that thing must be extremely strong. Should we use the AF anti-material cannon? We don't have that much ammo for that one, so I want to conserve it to destroy that APC if it's possible. So, let's start with LEO multi-rifles. Roger that. The 6 LEO multi-rifles that Akira originally had were now reduced to 3. He had one on his right hand while the other 2 were fixed on the arms of his bike. The energy tank of the bike was filled with energy. Its power was rerouted through Akira's augmented suit and into his LEO multi-rifle. Thanks to that, it took only a few seconds for him to fully charge his C bullet. With this, he was ready to shoot the fully charged C bullet. The arm of the bike that held the other rifles had the same capability. Leave the fine-tuned aiming to me, Akira. You just focus on facing that headache. Although you have my support, the drawback of using compressed time perception and reality manipulation at the same time is not meager. If necessary, this will be a good opportunity to polish up your skill too. Let's go. Yeah. Akira aimed his LEO multi-rifles at Lottie's. The rifles were already in their ready-to-shoot state. They released fully charged C bullets with pinpoint accuracy. The moment Lottie's jumped out of the APC, he quickly confirmed Akira's location. With the help of the APC's scanners and his own information-gathering device, he was able to confirm and have his aiming system lock onto Akira, who was rapidly moving. He thought of the next thing he needed to do. He simply needed to aim his humongous gun at him. It would be more than enough to kill him. However, before he did so, he recalled his master's order, to fight grandly. So, he decided to use another method to kill him. It is due to Milady's order. Now, let's see you die in a grand explosion. Multiple missiles launched from the missile pods fixed to Lottie's heavy augmented suit. All the missiles took different routes before they took sharp turns and converged straight toward Akira. When they got close enough to him, the tip of their warheads broke open, releasing smaller missiles inside them. These were cluster missiles. They were filled with smaller missiles using the same technology to create extended magazines. They housed an abnormal number of missiles, way more than they seem. Instead of breaking from the main missile and flying independently, they rained down as if to comb the area targeted by the warhead, assaulting Akira from all directions. The next moment, mini-missiles exploded. The explosions combined into one. It created a massive blast that destroyed everything in the area. It was no doubt overkill if it was only meant to destroy a single target. A second later, the blast was accompanied by a powerful gust of wind, blowing away wreckage and rubble up into the sky. Not even a second later, the bullets that Akira released went straight toward Lottie's. Their line of fire was accurate. None of them missed their target. However, they were not enough to injure him. He was protected by the powerful force field armor of his heavy augmented suit. The most that these bullets did was shave off a huge chunk of his energy reserves. A last gambit, huh? He's a good hunter right to the very end. As expected of a rank 60 hunter. Lottie's lightly complimented Akira. He had already concluded the boy to be dead. Due to the size of the explosion and the force of the shockwave, colorless mist in the area compressed temporarily, forming a thick layer. From the outside, the colorless mist looked like a translucent film that wrapped around the explosion and smoke that was raised. Those from afar would only see and feel a normal shockwave. However, that area trapped inside that condensed layer of colorless mist was burning and melting from the heat of the explosion. It was no different than an inescapable scene from hell. Lottie's thought he only needed to wait for the colorless mist to disperse and for the explosion to die down before confirming and reporting back to Chloe. If he could not find anything, he could report that Akira had been blown to pieces. Either way, he was certain that he had already won. However, his confidence was shattered. A massive light blade suddenly extended out as if to cut open through the flames and explosives. From there, Akira jumped out. What? Lottie's was completely flabbergasted. Alpha understood that it was impossible to evade the countless mini-missiles raining down on them. Thus, she quickly took action. She gave her order to Akira. She leaned the bike on one side, and the moment its tire lifted off from the ground, she accelerated the bike. The bike that was laying on its side continued to create force field armor under its tires as it spun like a spinning top. The quick spins created layers upon layers of force field armor. While the bike was spinning, Akira quickly pulled out the metallic liquid blade container fixed on his bike. He pulled the handle out of the blade container and liquid metal gushed out of it. Normally, the liquid metal would harden into a thin blade. However, with Alpha's control, it turned into a wide, extremely thin blade, still covered in liquid metal. Akira then swung it, matching its timing with his spinning bike. The force of his swing caused the liquid blade to bend like a fabric. It was then painted around with his bike as its center. After the liquid metal was sufficiently spread, the force field armor helped to temporarily harden it. Right after that, the missiles exploded and engulfed Akira in it. He was only able to survive that thanks to the multi-layered force field armor plates and the hardened liquid metal that enveloped him. Of course, this should not have been enough to fully withstand the might of the explosion. However, the protective structure was arranged with Alpha's advanced calculation. It deflected and dispersed the force from the explosion. It thus greatly weakened the explosion before it reached Akira. In that short time before the blast reached them, Alpha had made numerous complex difficult calculations. This included all the effects and changes when each individual explosion compounded into one. Only then did she come up with this move. Even so, the explosion still engulfed and hit Akira. Thankfully, those protective layers had softened the blast to the point he did not get hurt. He used half of the remaining liquid metal that survived the explosion to form a blade, which was used to cut open the thick layer of colorless mist. Using that opening, he accelerated his bike to jump out of it. As he jumped out from that small opening, the explosive force contained behind him made him get pushed out even quicker. A moment later, the colorless mist layer broke and crumbled into pieces. The explosion that was compressed and held inside of it spread out as if there was a second explosion. After Akira escaped such a dangerous situation, he could tell that it was a close call. He then said with a frown, "That was dangerous. Just what is with that guy?" Alpha looked at him with a stern expression. It was both to let Akira know how dangerous that situation was and how powerful the opponent was this time. To confirm it, she issued a warning. "It seems that he's using a pretty powerful heavy augmented suit. It's strong enough to be posted in the front during the intercity transport escort request." "That's strong, huh?" "Well, it indeed looks to be that strong. Though, it makes me raise the question, why didn't he use it back then?" I guess they really just wanted to negotiate before, huh? To show the willingness to negotiate, it's important to hide one's weapons. If they were planning to kill Akira right from the start, they would have used this heavy augmented suit. Akira reflected on the situation. It was thanks to their blunder that he survived that battle. He could not help but smile with self-mockery. "Well, thanks to that, I'm still alive right now. I guess I have at least sufficient luck needed for that, huh? Akira, if you combine that small luck that you still have left with my support, you could have fought better, you know? Even that attack just now. You would have been dead if it was not because of my support. If you think that you have bad luck, make sure that you can compensate for it with my support. Make sure to prioritize recovering our connection." "I get it already, sorry about that." Akira smiled bitterly and apologized to Alpha, who seemed to be angry. In the middle of their exchange, he was still moving forward with his bike. Akira then put that thought aside for a moment and focused on what was in front of him. "So, any idea how to shoot him down? First of all, let's check if we can chase the APC while ignoring him. If it's possible, I want to try a close-range AF anti-material cannon or zero-range slice. If we get closer to the APC, I'm sure that they will have to be careful so as to not shoot that APC as well. So, let's go with that." "Roger that." Akira accelerated the bike toward his target. To maintain his calm, he did not use his urge for murder to fuel his anger. Instead, he used it to fuel the cold calculating side of his as he blazed through the wasteland. Chapter 263, Assault. Even after receiving such an assault, seeing how Akira did not die and instead was closing in on the APC, Lotties could not hide his astonishment. To tell me that he is a rank 55 hunter. You gotta be kidding me. Even rank 60 is not high enough. He might as well reach rank 65. The way Akira raised his hunter rank caused it to not be properly reflected. Even Lotties could tell that Akira's true strength was not something reflected on his hunter rank. Whether by selling relics or hunting monsters, normally hunters raised their hunter rank slowly over time. Even when a rank 55 hunter defeated a monster only a rank 65 and above hunter could take down, that did not immediately raise their rank to 65. Under normal circumstances, hunter rank would rise through selling valuable relics multiple times or defeating powerful monsters multiple times. In short, no matter how much Akira contributed during the intercity transport escort mission. Even if he got posted in the front during that mission, it would not immediately greatly increase his rank. Moreover, Akira chose his reward to be mostly in the form of new equipment, not a raise in his hunter rank. Thus, Akira was once again, way too strong for his current hunter rank. Then there was also Alpha. With her help, Akira could proficiently use equipment that required rigorous training. Akira's bike was one that was created in Ziegelt City. Even high-ranking hunters would consider it to be an exceptional bike. Thus, even common hunters from that city would normally have trouble using his bike. With the culmination of Alpha, his bike and his current equipment, Akira's battle prowess skyrocketed. Lotties, who was unaware of this till now, made his conclusion based on everything he had gathered. That guy, he's a bike specialist, huh? In the Eastern District, there were individuals who had a special affinity and proficiency toward a certain skill or equipment. Just like how some preferred the long-range gun while others preferred the close-range combat with blades. There were also those who preferred to use their fist, complemented with their superhuman strength. Such individuals might not even use guns nor an augmented suit. Bike specialists were those who were proficient with fighting on top of a bike. Normally, instead of a bike, most would prefer a tank or a powered suit. Those offered them full body protection and better weaponry. But for some reason, there were still some who performed better on top of a bike. There were many narrow alleys in the old world ruin where only a bike could pass through. So, from that point of view, it was understandable that a bike has an advantage in those kinds of situations. This was the reason why there were still manufacturers that produced expensive advanced bikes, though, a tank would be more powerful. That would explain how he was able to escape that battle back in Mihazono ruin. He did not have the leeway to get on his bike during the battle. The jamming smoke prevented him from remotely controlling the bike. The moment he could control his bike, he quickly got onto it and escaped. It would not be strange for those who specialized in bikes to have powerful equipment designed to be used on their bike. It was not strange for Akira, who was currently on his bike, to be far stronger than he was back then. Lotties frowned after he drew out his conclusion. He shot another barrage of missiles at Akira. However, this time, they were shot down way sooner than before. Before he knew it, the cluster missile warheads had already been destroyed. The safety feature caused the mini-missiles to simply fall off. It was to make sure that they would explode too close to its user. Although not all of them were shot down, their number was greatly reduced. It was impossible for them to completely surround a speeding bike in the middle of the wasteland. Akira guided what remained to collide into rubble and wreckage around him. Once he was done, they were effectively rendered useless. He adapted to it so quickly. He is very good at this. Is this why Milady gave me such an order? So, it was an order to basically kill him as soon as possible, with the greatest firepower that I have right from the start, huh? As if to not miss even the slightest opening, as Lotties was thinking, Akira's bullets flew and struck him. Although he was unharmed thanks to his force field armor, it still diminished some of his energy reserves. Lotties frowned. He roared. Though, it seemed to be directed towards himself. This is not the time for that. I will kill him first and ask Milady afterwards. Lotties aimed his gigantic gun at Akira. The aiming system quickly locked onto him, even though Akira was moving haphazardly at high speed. The gun, designed to be used with Lottie's heavy augmented suit, started spewing large warheads. Each blast shook the ground. Akira was chasing after Chloe's APC on his bike. He was moving in an unpredictable, complicated manner. The bike's ability to project force field armor below its tire allowed the bike to run on air. It was a crude function, and it would have been better to install a flying device on the bike instead. However, with Alpha's advanced support, the bike was able to smoothly ride on both the air and the ground. The bike made sharp turns, which would have been impossible with a flying device. It avoided the incoming missiles. It ran as if it was inside a tube created from the narrow openings between rubble and missiles. Such maneuvers even caused the missiles to collide into the rubble around him. Utilizing everything second, Akira used his rifle to shoot down the missiles that were coming from above him. With his advanced skills to evade, even when missiles were raining down on him, destroying everything around him, he was still able to slip past them unharmed. It would not be strange for Akira to get thrown off his bike, considering that it was moving around rapidly. It was only thanks to his augmented suit that he was able to stay on top of his bike. Even so, this was still not a comfortable situation. Akira frowned from the pain. It's still the usual battle. Thanks to that, Akira was able to stay calm even while his body was pumped with adrenaline. He even had room to complain, just like usual. Alpha. Can you do something about this? You said that you would show how good your support is, right? Thanks to his time perception compression, Akira was barely able to keep up with how fast the scene in front of him was changing. If it was not for his extrasensory sense, he would have completely lost orientation, unable to tell where was left or right. I'm pretty sure I'm showing you just how good it is right now, no? The next one is from the top right. Following her instruction, Akira temporarily compressed his time perception even more and aimed his rifles in the instructed directions. Once the TPL fixed onto his targets, he pulled the trigger. He managed to hit all the large warheads that Lottie shot at him. But due to the difference in firepower, Akira's bullets simply ricocheted off the warheads. Even so, they did well to throw those warheads off their original trajectories. All of them were aiming at Akira's bike but flew past their target and landed on the ground, away from Akira. The shockwave was released when they hit the ground, causing it to tremble, and even threw the bike off. Normally, the bike would be a sitting duck once it was off the ground. The dirt and dust that enveloped the area would even throw a bike's flying device off balance. However, with Alpha's perfect control of the bike, aerial fight was not an issue. She was able to harden the dust and the dirt to create stable footing for the bike's wheels. Akira was able to tell just how powerful the shots were. Especially after seeing the rubble and dust that were blasted into the air. He could not help but frown as he commented. Whoa! That was close. One hit from that would be enough to finish me off. Just how accurate are they? I'm already moving this fast. You were only able to deflect them because of me, you know? Aren't you glad? Of course, thank you very much. Akira got a bit irritated and partially shouted out his reply, unlike Alpha, who was smiling as if she was teasing him. She continued. Now then, I'll show you one more great thing I can do. Let's go. Alpha only said as much and suddenly accelerated the bike. It then turned straight down, landing hard, and accelerated even more. Whoa! Akira's yelp was completely buried by the sound of the bike diving into the wreckage and rubble under it. Lottie's frowned. He suddenly lost Akira's signal. Though he did not think he made a blunder and went straight under the rubble. Just to be safe, he shot several bullets toward the area where Akira's signal had suddenly vanished. The large warheads dove straight into the mountain of rubble and wreckage. It blew the dirt and rubble up into the sky. It was akin to water sprouts, though made of concrete and sand. It had completely destroyed the contour of the area. Even so, Akira's signal still had not returned. If he's hiding with some kind of camouflage, that should have flushed him out. What's going on? Just to be extra safe, he went to the location where Akira's signal vanished and checked around the area again. He used his advanced information gathering device to check underground as well. However, he still could not find Akira's signal. There was a chance that it was because Akira had been completely shredded into dust, but Lottie's could not afford to be that naive this time. Pamela was standing guard in Chloe's APC when a call suddenly reached her. "Pamela, I lost his signal. Just to confirm. It's not like you've killed him and it's not because he ran away, right? You simply lost him, right?" "Unfortunately, yes. I completely lost his signal the moment he dove straight down into the ground." Lottie's then told Pamela what happened without leaving any details. This included the fact that Akira's fighting power might as well reach rank 65. That there was a good chance he was a bike specialist. After listening to his report, Pamela could not help but frown. "He's that good, huh? Our men really did well to corner someone that strong. Now, if only I was able to kill him back then. This is so frustrating. I can say the same as well. I'll keep trying to look for him. Whether he's already dead or just hiding, either way, I need to confirm it. Just to be safe, you be careful too." "Roger that. Anything to say to Milady?" "In case I still can't find anything, I'll assume that he's hiding with a powerful camouflage. Just to be safe, I'll demolish the area one more time. Just like Milady ordered me to before returning back and give her my after report." "Alright. HM." As Pamela had her eyes fixed on the 360 degrees radar scanner around the APC, she found something that she did not expect. Akira suddenly jumped out of a pile of rubble in front of the APC and went straight towards it. Under the Eastern District, there were more tunnels than what most people would have believed. Former subway lines that were not completely buried, underground passages that were once part of underground cities, tunnels made by monsters. There were numerous reasons why one could find tunnels underground. Alpha took note of them during the fight. She identified each individual route and decided on the path. The battle had made the layer of rubble and soil covering these tunnels weaker. Alpha took advantage of that to break through and enter the tunnel. There was no light inside. Under normal circumstances, riding a bike at max speed in complete darkness would have been suicidal. But thanks to Akira's extrasensory senses, he could do so without issue. Moreover, he was completely used to crazy situations like this. With Alpha's control of the bike, Akira had no hesitation to try and go faster. "Akira. We're breaking out." "Roger that." Akira had already known the details of their strategy since Alpha had already told him through telepathy. So, he once again readied himself to break through another part of the tunnel that was already weakened. Though already weakened, it did not change the fact that the layers of the rubble and soil above were still quite thick. At least, thick enough for monsters to go over them without collapsing. Thus, Akira had to prepare himself to break through it. Akira used the momentum of the bike to jump up. He sliced the ceiling of the tunnel with his liquid metal blade. With a powerful kick from his augmented suit, the sliced ceiling burst apart. A moment later, his bike shot out of the hole and escaped from the darkness. Chloe's APC was rushing ahead at high speed through the wasteland. It went past Akira, who had just flown out of the ground. Akira reconnected the blade's handle to its container. Inside this compressed time perception world, where rubble and dust flew in slow motion, Akira swung his blade toward the passing APC with Alpha's support. The blade sucked an enormous amount of energy from the bike, boosting its slicing power to its utmost limit. At least, for a short time until the blade crumbled. The force field armor that hardened the liquid metal shone slightly as it reached its target. It was made to only last for an instant. It just needed to cut through everyone on top of the APC and inside. The blade finally made contact with the APC. After releasing a loud bang, and a blinding flash of light, the blade crumbled. But it did not accomplish its goal. During its clash with the APC's defenses, the blade lost. The hardened liquid metal slowly reverted back to liquid as it fell and splashed over the ground. The people on top of the APC had already started their counterattack. They barraged Akira, who had just passed by them. Even when they could no longer see him, their barrage continued. With the help of Alpha's advanced driving skill, Akira was able to slip out of that barrage as he accelerated away from the APC. Although he got hit, the force field armor of the bike completely neutralized those attacks. Akira, who had expected that slash to splice through the APC, could not hide his surprise. That thing is really hard. Forget the APC, the people on top of it are still fine, you know? Those who were in the path of the blade quickly raised both of their arms to block it, even before it touched them. The blade managed to slice through their arms and legs, even the weapons that they had. However, it did not slice through all of them. Alpha frowned and told Akira the reason why they were that strong. Their force field armor has assimilated with the APC's force field armor to strengthen their defenses. They are also remotely controlled bodies. That's why they are tougher than normal flesh and bone. Akira raised his eyebrows and looked back at the leftover of what he had just cut. No blood was coming out from them. When he took a good look at them, their insides were pure metal. Even when their bodies were cut into two, they were still standing up straight. The maids that came out from the APC were all remotely controlled by Pamela, just like those dolls. The reason why she did not use those automaton dolls back in Mihazono Ruin was because they were originally the property of the Lion's Steel facility. Moreover, the more automaton they brought out, the more shame it brought their master. But this time, Chloe had permission to use these automatons outside. She did not care about shame at this point and she was free to use as many automatons as she wanted. The automatons that had lost their fighting capability returned back inside the APC. Their replacements, meanwhile, marched out from the APC. Akira, who noticed their numbers not dwindling, frowned and said, "It seems that they still have a lot of extra automatons, huh? Alpha, what's our plan? It seems that it'll take more effort to destroy the APC, so let's start by cleaning out the smaller targets first. That heavy augmented suit has less energy than the APC. If we get close enough and slice it again and again, I'm sure we'll be able to eventually cut it into pieces. That one can fly though. I wonder if we can get close enough that easily. It won't even be a problem." Akira confusedly frowned and saw Alpha pointing in a certain direction. From that direction, Lottie's was closing in from afar. He extended his heavy augmented suit's blade, closing in as fast as possible. "You bastard!" Since Lottie's was shouting on top of his lung through the general close-range communication frequency, Akira could easily hear him. However, he simply gave a firm nod toward that chilling shout. "Ah, I see, it seems that it really won't be a problem, huh?" Akira readied the liquid metal blade on his right hand and used the LEO multi-rifles in his left hand to shoot Lottie's. Although the bullets landed on their target, Lottie's kept charging forward, undeterred by them. He is pretty tough as well. "Alpha, I'm counting on you. Leave it to me." Seeing Alpha smiling confidently, Akira kept on shooting, feeling reassured by that confident smile. Lottie's came closer while still under the barrage and eventually got within Akira's reach. Akira swung the blade in his hand and Lottie's reacted accordingly and swung his own blade. The blades clashed with a loud bang and released a fiery spark followed by a blinding flash of intense light. Akira was fighting against Lottie's in front of him while Chloe's APC was behind him. Lottie's had powerful weapons, which meant that he could not afford to miss his shots. The advanced aiming system of his weapons could automatically lock his weapons the moment the APC got into its line of fire. He could also set the aiming to automatically lock when the trajectory line was a few millimeters away from the APC. However, there was still fear of Akira deflecting his shot. Thus, Lottie's could not afford to use long-range weaponry. The only option left for Lottie's was to use his blade. He knew that Akira had the ability to accurately predict his shots. If he tried to shoot Akira from afar, who kept positioning himself to get the APC in the trajectory of stray bullets, there was a good chance his shots would hit the APC. Even if he tried to move over to Akira's side and try to shoot him, Akira could just reposition himself. Therefore, his only option was to challenge Akira in melee combat. With his blade, he could push Akira into a position where he was free to use his big guns. Because of that, Akira and Lotties kept trading blows while circling around the APC. They were locked in an intense high-speed melee combat. The blades sparked every time they made contact. One of the blades had force field armor to harden its blade, while the other had anti-force field armor to cut through the other's protection. To defend themselves while they attacked, they were both using a huge amount of energy. Because of that, the path of the blade reacted with the particle in the air and drew arcs of light. Right at the next moment, they were erased by a flash of light when they clashed with each other. One of them was a heavy augmented suit equipped with a flying device, while the other one had the abnormal skill to fight with a blade while on top of a bike. They kept exchanging blows with uncommon sword fighting styles. To cut down the opponent, to avoid the slices, to block the incoming attack. They swung their blades in all kinds of disorienting positions. It was as if there was no meaning in the words up, down, left and right. Akira raced atop a transparent loop-like path to get on top of Lotties. When he was right on top of Lotties, he swung his blade to split open the opponent's head. Even in this situation, Lotties quickly thrust his large blade straight up. Instead of clashing, they both passed each other without contact and went straight toward their respective target. The hardened metal liquid blade struck Lottie's heavy augmented suit's force field armor, bent it inward and eventually crushed a part of it. The broken pieces turned into rays of light due to the light conversion of the force field armor. It was as if the blade dug through Lottie's heavy augmented suit, but this was only an appearance. Lottie's was still completely fine. Akira bent his body to avoid Lottie's blade. But of course, it was not enough to completely evade it. His speed was compensated by the sudden acceleration of his bike. It helped remove his body and his bike away from the passing blade. Akira knew that a strike from that powerful blade would definitely be the end of him. Without a question. Thankfully, it just slashed empty air. Although the resulting shockwave alone was strong, with the combination of the bike's energy tank and Akira's augmented suit, he was able to withstand it. Lotties was more skilled in melee fighting than most of the hunters. As a butler from Lion Steel, he was trained to fight in a room filled with speed filters where rifles were not effective. Even so, at this moment, in terms of trading slashes, he was losing his ground against Akira. The sword fighting style that Lotties had learnt was to engage with his opponents on the ground. Although it was still usable to some extent in this case, it was not the most optimal fighting style against someone who was flying around. The blade that the heavy augmented suit had was also, in the end, just a reserve weapon. The structure of the heavy augmented suit was not ideal for him to make full use of the skills that he had learnt. More than anything, with the help of Alpha's support, Akira was not just swinging his blade around while on his bike. It was as if his ability to use blades was made specifically tailored to when he was on a bike. It was as if Akira and his bike had become one, and he had full control of his bike. Lotties thought that this was going to be easy. After all, Akira and his bike were basically one big target. Therefore, he naively thought that at the very least, he would hit the bike. This was even after considering the novelty of fighting in his current heavy augmented suit. Naturally, his expectation was completely overturned. Even when they were exchanging blows with their blades, they were also exchanging shots. In a range where a swing of their blade would normally reach their opponent, they were also trying to shoot at each other using their rifles, powerful enough to kill any monsters in one shot. Akira used the LEO multi-rifle on his left to shoot a fully charged C bullet at Lotties. Moreover, the rifles on the arm of his bike also used the openings in between each slash to shoot at Lotties. Thus, countless bullets were exchanged in close proximity during that battle. But even after receiving that barrage, Lotties was still standing strong. His equipment was special, only to be used inside the Lion Steel facility, and it was not something that he could freely use without permission from the upper echelons. There was no surprise it was an extremely strong piece of equipment. The generator he had was as powerful as those used by expensive powered suits. Such a generator was paired with a mighty force field armor suitable. As such, it was able to withstand a barrage of sea bullets without issue. But, as expected, Lotties could not just receive that barrage and shrug it off as nothing. Although only slightly, he was thrown off balance. Akira did not let that opening slip away and moved in to finish him off. However, Lotties managed to evade it. Just before Lotties managed to aim his large gun at Akira, Akira quickly prevented it from targeting him using the LEO multi-rifle in his left hand as he leaned his bike to one side and accelerated away. He swiftly moved away from the warhead that the big gun spewed out at him. The other arms of the heavy augmented suit were also carrying rifles, which were also trying to shoot him down. Although they were smaller compared to its main gun, they were still bigger than Akira's LEO multi-rifle. A barrage of bullets was coming at Akira, each containing considerable destructive power. Akira, who understood that it was impossible to completely evade every single bullet, kept repositioning himself in between Lottie's and Chloe's APC. This caused the gun's security system to lock itself, which in turn, allowed Akira to produce gaps. He then took the route where there were the least bullets and limited the bullets that hit him. However, that meant that he took some shots. Alpha, with her advanced calculation ability, accurately predicted where those shots would land and strengthened the force field armor on those particular locations. She temporarily increased the suit's power consumption and output when receiving those shots. If it was purely their equipment, Akira had zero chance of winning. But with Alpha's support, Akira was somehow able to manage to fight evenly. But even with Alpha's help, Lottie's still had the upper hand. One direct hit from Lottie's was enough to kill Akira, but that was not the case for Akira. As a matter of fact, Lottie's was completely fine after all this time. Akira has been desperately evading his attacks while he had been taking on Akira's attack head-on. This was the difference between them. However, Lottie's was the first to waver. He knew that he only needed one clear hit to kill Akira, but that just would not happen. He thought that if he kept attacking, it was only a matter of time before one of his attacks went through. He was also trained in patience as well. Therefore, he was not that weak as to start getting impatient in this kind of situation. But even so, his mind still wavered. The reason being, that Akira was slowly overwhelming him. Every time Akira blocked his attack, Akira's moves became sharper. As time went by, he was becoming faster, sharper, and keener as he kept evading Lottie's attack and launched counters of his own. Against Akira's unexpected fighting capability, in order to withstand his assault, the energy of the heavy augmented suit was being rapidly shaved away. At the moment, he still had the upper hand, but at this rate, it would not take that long before things would change. That knowledge only made him even more anxious, causing panic to rise. At this rate, he will be pushed into a corner. If I can maintain the current situation, I can win. That difference in thought was one thing that both Lottie's and Akira agreed on. But the situation itself quickly changed. Pillars of light rained down from the sky followed by huge explosions. The shockwave also reached Chloe's APC. Even with the powerful suspension in the APC, the shaking still could be felt from inside as Chloe inadvertently said, "Whoa, that was a rather huge tremor. It seems that the fighting is getting worse outside, huh?" Chloe did not seem startled at all. As a matter of fact, she was smiling as if it turned out exactly the way she wanted. That was why she could calmly give Pamela, who was flusteredly running to check on her, an order. Chloe was smiling as if she was immensely enjoying the situation. Pamela, who saw that, felt a shiver because of that smile. The pillar of lights from the sky were chasing Akira and Lottie's. But right before they rained down, Akira suddenly sensed a disturbance and immediately drove away from the area. Alpha also accelerated the bike away as fast as she could in order to get Akira away. Thanks to that, the light pillars, which seemed like never-ending walls to Akira, did not hit him. A moment later, somewhere far away from them was blown apart. A powerful gust of wind hit Akira, but the bike's force field armor quickly projected out before it truly reached him, thus neutralizing them. Even so, it still blew him and his bike away. Akira somehow managed to regain his balance while clamping down on the brake on top of the invisible footing. He could not help but get surprised by what just happened as he exclaimed. Alpha! What was that? A monster. The fight must have attracted one of those flying monsters that roam the sky. It was normal for monsters to get attracted the more they fought. Of course, normal monsters were also attracted to that area, but they were blown away by the stray bullets and explosions. That was just how intense their battle was. Both Lotties and Akira were equipped way beyond the difficulty level of the area around Kagomayama City. But even so, they did not hesitate to use them in their high-speed battle. They threw stray bullets all over the place. The shockwave from the explosions of the mini-missiles used by Lotties also reached the sky. Thus, there was no surprise that their fight attracted one of those flying monsters. Akira inadvertently looked up. He could see floating points from where the light pillars came from. He then scanned in that direction using his information terminal. The thing on his display caused him to frown. The monster above him was a 50 meters long wasp-like monster. The wasp was partially mechanical and was equipped with powerful weapons. The flying device that extended from its body looked like a layer of wings made of light. Its body and limbs were equipped with a large-size Gatling gun and missile pods, while its stinger was replaced by a large-caliber laser cannon. Akira, who was basically overtaken by the frenzy to kill Chloe, regained some of his calm after seeing such a monstrosity. Since it was an insect-like monster, it reminded him of the giant bug swarm that he had to fight against during the intercity transport escort mission and thought that it was futile to try and fight it. Alpha, what's the plan now? Should we call a temporary retreat? That sounds like a good idea, but that's only if it will let us go. My bet is that it came here because of the explosions caused by the mini-missiles. So, its main aim should be not you. Well, it should at least let you go, but... Akira glanced at Lotties and frowned. He was already shooting at that huge monster using his heavy augmented suit while moving closer to Akira. Lotties was also able to evade the pillar of lights that were raining down from the sky. He noticed the monster above him and quickly thought of his options. Although it was weaker than the monsters further to the east, it was a monster that came from the upper region. There was no doubt that it was still a formidable opponent. As expected, he could not fight Akira and that monster at the same time. The best option would be to get that monster to fight Akira, but it was not strange if Akira had the same idea. It was enough of a reason to worry that they would end up trying to push the monster to each other just to get killed all the same. Lotties also thought of working with Akira to fight that monster, but he quickly canned that idea. If Akira was that composed and clever enough to accept the deal, he would not be here in the first place. He kept analyzing his options. The worst-case scenario was that both of them tried to get the other side to fight the monster and Lotties was the first one to fall. Afterwards, Akira would lure that monster to attack Chloe's APC. If that happened, he would bring more danger to Chloe. That was the one thing that he needed to avoid no matter what. If he ignored his own safety and kept focusing on Akira, Akira would not have the leeway to deal with the monster as well. Once that monster killed them both, there was a good chance that it would have accomplished its goal and just leave. It came down most likely because it was seeking to eliminate both Akira and him, or maybe only him. Therefore, in order to keep it away from Chloe's APC, he could not afford to return back with this monster in tow. I guess I have no other choice. Double suicide it is. Sorry, Pamela. I won't be coming back. Lotties quickly made the decision to throw away his life. Although he did not want to die, if it was necessary, there was no hesitation to do so. Just like how his men had died fighting Akira because of their conviction, Lotties made the same decision based on the same conviction. The difference between Lotties and his men was only how bad the situation was until they were forced to make such a decision. Right now, it was what the situation demanded. If by doing so, he would be able to guarantee Chloe's safety, kill Akira, and fulfill Chloe's order, then there was no place for hesitation. With the decision in mind, Lotties went straight at Akira, but suddenly a call from Pamela reached him. Lotties, this is an order from Milady. I know. I leave the rest to you. No, that's not it. Lottie's thought that Pamela understood him without him even needing to tell her everything. Although he was not mistaken, the reply from her surprised him. After he listened to the content of the order, he was even more confused as he asked her. Pamela, if I do that, there's a good chance that monster will come over there as well. But Pamela replied firmly. Lottie's, I'll say it again. This is an order from Milady. Understood. Since he had failed once after disregarding Chloe's order, he was not in a position to go against her order again. Lottie's replied with affirmation while putting aside all of his still lingering questions and worries. He could hear Pamela sigh in relief before she closed the call. Lottie's was a bit bothered by that reaction, but for now, he put it for later and focused on executing his master's order. The heavy augmented suit opened up its back and Lottie's was ejected out. A moment later, the heavy augmented suit released one of the missiles from its missile pod toward Chloe's APC. Lottie's quickly held on to that missile and used it to carry him back to Chloe's APC. The unmanned heavy augmented suit then just kept on going. The autopilot controlling the suit moved to empty its ammo toward Akira and the monster as if it was covering for Lottie's retreat. Chapter 264, Always a Close Call. Lottie's, who rode the mini-missile, returned back to Chloe's APC. He let go of the missile while in midair and landed inside the APC, dropping through its open ceiling door. He then gave Chloe a bow as she stood up from her seat to welcome Lottie's. I am really sorry for my failure, I will accept any punishment. Chloe squinted her eyes. Just to confirm. That apology is for failing to kill Akira, right? Not because you ignored my order again, right? Lottie's felt a slight tinge of fear from her as he replied with a serious expression. My apology for failing to kill Akira. It has brought great shame to me for not being able to keep my words before returning back. Unable to deliver any good news. In that case, just to make it clear, did you ignore my order again? Or did you not? That I did my best to follow Milady's order. Lottie's kept getting anxious with every reply. Finally, Chloe's expression loosened. In that case, there's no need to apologize. You were not able to kill that hunter partly because of my order too. You did well out there. I'm sure you're tired, you can leave guarding the APC to Pamela and take a rest. Instead of scolding Lottie's, Chloe looked amusedly at him. Unfortunately, that only made Lottie's even more confused. Oh, of course. Thank you very much for your kind words despite my failure. Sure. Don't worry about that, I'm pretty happy with the result, after all. Milady, how should I interpret your words? Chloe did not say anything and just returned back to her seat and sunk into it. She then smiled happily as she started to think about her next plan. Lottie's threw a confused look at Pamela, seeking help. But Pamela just shook her head as if to say that she was as confused as he was. The monstrous wasp kept shooting the weapons on its legs at its target. The unmanned augmented suit shot countless missiles from its missile pods and kept shooting its guns at that monster. While they were exchanging fire, Akira kept running around, trying to not get involved. If they were fighting each other head-on, they would be locked in a three-way fight. But Akira understood that he was no match against the monster. Meanwhile, the unmanned augmented suit was engaging the monster while chasing after Akira. Thus, they were running around with Akira and the unmanned augmented suit orbiting around the wasp monster. The reason why Akira did not just leave and chase after Chloe's APC was because he wanted to avoid getting stuck between the APC, the unmanned augmented suit and the monster. At least, until the unmanned augmented suit got destroyed, he could not afford to simply chase after the APC. The unmanned augmented suit and the wasp monster were exchanging attacks head-on. The wasp monster did not have the dexterity to evade the heavy augmented suit's attacks. The cluster missiles coming from the unmanned augmented suit went straight and broke off into countless mini-missiles. Every single one of them managed to land on the wasp monster, enveloping its huge bodies in a fiery of explosions. Meanwhile, it kept shooting huge warheads repeatedly at the wasp's abdomen. Each warhead could obliterate Akira in one shot. In front of such an assault, even a monster from the upper region could not get away unscathed. The armor plating covering the wasp's body crumbled along with the flesh attached to it. However, what laid under them was another layer of armor plating. Moreover, the liquid that oozed out from its open wound quickly hardened, thus rapidly closing its open wounds. Although the barrage from the unmanned augmented suit shaved off its life force, it was still far from being dead. Of course, the unmanned augmented suit was also damaged from that intense exchange. The lasers and the beams coming from the wasp devoured the remaining energy of that augmented suit. Compared to the wasp monster, the unmanned augmented suit was relatively small, flying around at a high speed. Moreover, the weapons that the monster was equipped with were designed to fight against an opponent of the same size. In exchange for high firepower, its accuracy was mediocre. Because of that, it was difficult for it to accurately aim at the unmanned augmented suit. However, the wasp only needed to land a few hits with its firepower. Thus, it kept shooting. With the unmanned augmented suit running on autopilot, it was moving less dexterously compared to when Lottie's was in control. It could only evade half of the onslaught and took half of the attacks head-on, sustaining severe damage with each hit. The parts that could not be fully protected with its force field armor produced a blinding light, leaving a dent in its chassis. Of course, the augmented suit was also trying to shoot at Akira, but since Akira kept positioning himself so that the monster would be located in between them, all its attention was on the monster wasp. With the monster being focused on attacking the unmanned augmented suit, the battle was mainly between them. Akira, who kept on running away from that battle, looked back and frowned. With that monster roaming the sky, it's no wonder why people are usually not allowed to fly. But with that being said, that monster is normally only in the upper region, you see. Normally, it would never come down like this. I see, so why is it here? No idea. One of the stray bullets might have hit it. It would not be strange for a gun like that to be able to hit a monster up that high. Especially when shot straight up. Seriously, give me a break already. Akira could not help but frown. Alpha, who saw that, smiled and tried to cheer him up. But if that's really the case, it might just return back up once it destroys that heavy augmented suit. It was not clear whether the monster was also aiming to eliminate Akira as well. That was exactly why Akira was only running around without attacking it. Even if it was by pure accident, if he hit the monster, there was no doubt that it would target Akira as well. Abandoning the option to return back, without any fear of getting that APC involved, that Amura's suit can now use all its firepower. It's fighting pretty hard although it's only on autopilot. It would be great if they kill each other. Well, true. If that's indeed the case. But that faint hope was immediately crushed. After the wasp finished recharging the laser cannon on its stinger, the wasp then directed it towards the unmanned suit. Right at the next moment, the suit was swallowed by a pillar of light, destroying it without even leaving a trace. In order to make sure its target got destroyed, the laser was shot with a wide range and at a short distance. Thanks to that, it was not able to reach that far, but it was more than enough to envelop the area in front of the wasp in blinding light. The shockwave even reached Akira, who was positioned behind the wasp. Once the flash died down, a claw-like mark was left on top of the ground, greatly changing the contour of the land. Especially since the cannon evaporated a large chunk of it. The heavy augmented suit that was completely unfettered after all those attacks from Akira was blown away to nothingness in just one simple attack. Seeing that, Akira could not help but knit his eyebrows and made a stern expression as he said. Even that hard augmented suit has no traces left, huh? That thing is no joke. Well, I bet that its force field armor has also been weakened after losing so much energy during that fight. Either way, it doesn't change the fact that it got annihilated. Now then, it would be great if that thing would just leave, but... Akira was anxiously looking at the wasp, waiting for its response with a glimmer of hope. But That puny ray of hope was completely crushed at the very next moment. Instead of returning up, the wasp that had completely eliminated one of its targets turned around to face its remaining target. Although it had lost some of its weapons from fighting against that unmanned augmented suit, it still had enough fighting capability to continue its mission. With the weapons on its legs aimed at Akira, it was obvious that it was going to engage with Akira next. Right after Akira accelerated his bike away, the wasp started its assault. Although its lasers and its beams were not anti-force field armor, they were powerful enough to be able to crush through force field armor as if they were non-existent. The increase in temperature caused the air in their trajectories to form plasma, and explosions soared the moment they made contact with the ground. Alpha protected Akira by executing a complex maneuver with her amazing driving skill. While at the same time, she warned Akira. "Akira. We have no other choice. We need to shoot it down." "Roger. But, with that augmented suit out of the picture, we can first catch up to that APC, right?" "No." "What? Why?" "With that much firepower, if he could bring that monster to the APC, even the APC would not be able to get out from an attack completely unscathed. That unmanned augmented suit stayed behind to make sure that would not happen, but now that it was gone, Akira thought that he was free to do that now. Furthermore, the APC should get desperate and try to shoot the monster down as well. But outside of his expectation, Alpha rejected his idea. Alpha looked at Akira with a solemn expression which caused Akira's frown to deepen. "We're approaching Kagomayama City. If we try to chase that APC with that monster following us, city management would see it as us bringing that monster over to the city. If that happens, they will never allow you to return to Kagomayama City." Those who brought swarms of monsters back to the city were often eliminated together with the swarm. The decision to kill them with the monsters relied not on the number of monsters, but on the strength of the monster they brought with them. If it was only a handful of weak monsters, they would not dispatch their main defense squad and just let the guards stationed in the slums to handle them. But that was only because they would cause minimal damage to the city's lower district. This meant that if it was a powerful monster, even if it was only a single monster, they would dispatch the defense squad. After all, a powerful monster would cause considerable damage to the lower district. In the worst-case scenario, they might even damage the area close to the wall. If Akira brought this flying monster to the city, it might even cause damage to the inner district. So, there was no doubt that the defense squad would use whatever they had to prevent the worst from happening. They would dispatch the powered suit squad equipped with powerful weapons to intercept Akira. It was not clear when they would start the dispatch with Akira already being close to the outskirts of the city. Moreover, they might have predicted this situation right from the start. That is why they are not trying to attack us from the APC. It is to avoid ending up as the monster's target. Damn it, so that's what is going on, huh? Alpha explained to Akira that in the worst-case scenario, the reason why Chloe left the Lion Steel facility near Miyazono Ruin and headed to the city was to lure him to chase after her. There was a good chance that all of this was a trap for him. Since they were already trapped, it would not be strange if they prepared another trap for him. Akira frowned. If that was indeed the case, then what Chloe said back in Miyazono Ruin might as well be to lure him as well. Back then, he ended up taking that bait and almost got killed. But the fact that he was still alive now might be because they had predicted he would retaliate and had intentionally spared him back then. With both his life and death basically in the palm of their hands. That fact hit something deep inside Akira, causing an ominous dark emotion to rise up from deep inside his heart. But before that emotion completely devoured him, Akira was able to somehow manage to put a lid on it. To keep his own emotions from making him do something rash, which might lead to him killing himself, Akira managed to keep his cool. Alpha, we can kill that thing, right? In that case, we just need to do it quickly and turn our attention to that APC, right? Alpha raised her eyebrows in surprise, but she quickly smiled confidently and said, "Yup, that's fine. It's a simple thing to do with my support. Just leave it to me." "Alright, I'm counting on you, let's go." Akira then aimed his rifle at the huge wasp with an exhilarated smile. Back in the APC, Chloe was smiling while thinking about her plan. After she looked at the information from the radar that was scanning the area around the APC, she went into deep thought. It might be a bit too fast. After she mumbled, she called the driver and gave her order. The driver was not sure why Chloe would give such an order, but he decided to abide by it. Lottie's, who had already changed from his augmented suit to his original butler outfit, frowned with a confused look. He hesitated for a bit before finally deciding to ask Chloe. "Milady, although it's true that there is some distance between us, it's no doubt safer to stay away from them. I'm sure that Milady also knows this. So, may I inquire the reason why Milady would take on such a risk and ask the driver to slow down?" Chloe stared at Lottie's. There were times when Lottie's asked questions like this. Although he had an inkling of the answer, he still did so to lighten the mood. However, this time, Lottie's asked because he really had no clue. Since Chloe knew as much, she smiled and simply gave a rather vague answer. Well, I just thought that we were going too fast, I see. Although that did not resolve Lottie's confusion, he did not pursue it any further. Akira paced his bike, circling the wasp, avoiding its attacks. The energy bullets released by the wasp scattered around the area and exploded the moment they made contact with the ground. It left behind huge craters. Even a common tank would be blown to bits with a single hit from those bullets. Akira kept driving around while looking at the destruction that those bullets caused, as they were raining down. Drones that came out from the wasp's abdomen flew and sourced Akira. The flying disc that had a mirror-like surface swarmed at him. Although they did not directly harm him, they bounced the laser shot by the main body's laser cannon toward him. Furthermore, they surrounded Akira as they envelop him inside a storm of energy bullets. Of course, Akira did not just stay silent, he desperately tried to counter them. With the help of Alpha's advanced driving skill, the bike slipped through the opening between the barrage of energy bullets. Meanwhile, Akira would shoot at the drones to change the direction of their reflective surfaces. He did not stop shooting even as the scene of the energy bullets rampaging around him made him knit his eyebrows. Once Akira charged his charge bullet to its max, he quickly aimed it at the wasp and released a barrage of sea bullets that engulfed it. Given how large the wasp was, none of the bullets missed their target. However, it hardly damaged the wasp. It quickly replaced any of its armor tiles that were shot down. It could do the same for its weapons that Akira had managed to destroy. Its flying device was protected by layers of force field armor, which projected a layer of light all the time. Thus, Akira's bullets could not reach it. Alpha. That thing seems completely fine even after taking that barrage. How are we going to take it down? Well, it's a monster from the upper region, after all. No surprise that it is this resilient. But don't worry, we can defeat it. Also, it's about time it finishes charging its main cannon. Akira was reminded of the laser cannon that evaporated Lottie's heavy augmented suit. It was so powerful and covered such a wide area that it seemed impossible to evade. Because of that, Akira could not help but frown. Alright, I'll be careful. Okay then, get yourself ready, Akira noticed from that exchange that it sounded like they were talking about something different. But since the wasp moved to aim its main cannon, Akira quickly dropped that thought and focused on what to do next. The wasp started to fly higher to open distance between them, focusing on getting Akira within its main cannon's range. In order to get away from the main cannon's range, Akira could not afford to let it fly away. Thus, when Alpha told him to get ready, Akira thought that she meant for him to get ready to do something reckless again. Something to stay away from the main cannon's range. But that was not the case. Instead of going up, chasing after the wasp, Alpha controlled the bike to make a sharp U-turn, as if heading straight to the center of where the main cannon would cover. Alpha! What are you doing? Akira increased his time perception compression by pure reflex. Inside that extremely slow-moving world, Alpha smiled confidently at him and replied. I did tell you to get ready, no? The more flustered you are, the less likely we will be able to pull this off, you know? So, make sure to get your resolve ready. Alright, I get it already. Akira still had a stern look and his mouth curved into a confident smile. He quickly changed gear and did as Alpha instructed. He put back his LEO multi-rifle and took the AF anti-material cannon off from the bike's arm before aiming it at the Wasp's main cannon. The AF anti-material cannon took a huge chunk of energy from the bike's energy tank. Alpha completely deactivated its safety lock, as it took in as much energy as it could to its braking limit. The only reason it did not self-destruct was because Alpha had precisely calculated its limit. The reason why Akira took the cannon himself instead of leaving it on the bike's arm was because there was a limit on how accurate the bike's arm can be. With Akira carrying the cannon himself, Alpha could give her full support to increase the accuracy. The Wasp had mostly completed its preparation to shoot, but it still needed a few more seconds. It also needed time to remove its force field armor layers protecting its muzzle before shooting out the laser. Normally, it should have enough time to do so while getting away from Akira, but since Akira was rushing straight at it, the Wasp did not have the chance to do so. Because of that, even after Akira went straight in front of its cannon, it still could not shoot. Akira and the Wasp had their respective cannons aimed straight at each other. Right at the next moment, Akira's AF anti-material cannon released a lance of light which pierced through the Wasp. Because it was right before the Wasp shot its main cannon, it was right at the moment its force field armor was down. Akira's shot destroyed the fully charged main cannon, went straight through the abdomen, and pierced through the Wasp's entire body. Since it was fully charged and right before the cannon released its shot, there was a huge release of energy. Intense light rapidly leaked from the large Wasp's body. It quickly spread to the Wasp's weapons, flying device, and armor tiles. Although it was an unbelievably powerful monster, it could not withstand an explosion coming from the inside. Despite still mostly maintaining its original shape, it was completely dead as gravity took full control of its humongous body. Akira flusteredly drove away the moment he saw that huge Wasp free-falling right on top of him. Large chunks of wreckage fell around him, they made loud crashes the moment they landed, which were accompanied by minor explosions. Seeing that, Akira inadvertently looked at Alpha with widened eyes. "See, it'll be fine if you just leave it to me." Akira somehow managed to smile in response. "You're right. By the way, how close was that from killing me?" Well, if you ask me that, I guess it was a few milliseconds from you being dead." Akira smiled bitterly. What can I say? Why does it always come down to something so dangerous every single time? I wonder about that. But I guess it's too late to be complaining about that now, no? Huh? Why? Isn't it always like that ever since you met me? Seeing Alpha smile as she said so, Akira's bitter smile turned into a sweeter one. "You're right, it's way too late to be complaining about that now, huh? Alright then. Let's go chase that APC." Akira's face turned serious as he turned the bike around and sped toward Chloe's APC. During his fight with the huge Wasp, the APC was quite away from the battle and was already pretty close to Kagomayama City. If the APC had kept its original speed, it would have arrived in Kagomayama City by now. The moment Pamela noticed Akira's signal moving toward the APC, she quickly told the driver to go at full speed toward the city. "Milady, he started moving towards us. He has defeated the monster and is heading this way at this very moment. At this rate, he will catch up to us. Let the APC go at its current speed. There's also no need to try to engage with him. Just use the APC's defenses to withstand his attacks." But, in that case. Chloe stared at Pamela, and with that, Pamela could no longer argue back. "Be by your command." Chloe lightly nodded as her expression turned slightly stern. She then mumbled, "What's taking them so long? They should have been here by now. Those guys in Kagomayama City are slower than I thought." Pamela and the others did not understand why Chloe said so. Likewise, they did not know what her mumbling meant. But even so, they still abide by her order. though, with a stern look on their faces. Akira quickly closed the distance to Chloe's APC. But due to Chloe's order, they did not make any attempts to repel him. Right when Pamela was considering ignoring Chloe's order for the sake of her master's safety, she suddenly noticed another blip appeared on the radar. Chloe, who noticed that, smiled and said, "Whatever happens, keep going toward the city at this speed. Start broadcasting that message again, saying that I'm in this APC." Pamela and the others looked at each other with confusion, but they quickly followed her order. Akira, who could be seen from Chloe's APC, was looking at the vehicle with extreme intensity to kill. Seeing that, Alpha warned him. "Akira, keep your calm, okay? Did I know?" The reason why Akira gave a small pause was because he knew he was not calm. He took deep breaths to calm his nerves and then frowned as he looked at the APC, confused. They're not attacking back. Is this another trap? Even if it is indeed a trap, if you're going to kill them, it's best to do it while we're still in the middle of the wasteland. After all, if one of their stray bullets went and damaged the city defense squad would attack them as well. You have a point. I guess we have no time to waste then. Let's go. Akira accelerated the bike even quicker. The APC was not even trying to repel him. So, he was free to go as fast as he could to catch up to the APC. Akira felt extremely suspicious since he was not facing any resistance. Nonetheless, he kept chasing after the APC. At this rate, Akira would be able to get on top of the APC and would be free to start slaughtering them. He knew that it would be a matter of time before the defense squad arrived. There did not seem to be some kind of change within the APC. Thus, Akira could not help but get more cautious and suspicious. That was when Alphas made a stern expression and warned. "Akira, be careful." Right at the same time, suddenly, the area around him was rained down with explosive warheads. Large, countless warheads were falling like rain, wiping out everything in the area. The barrage was accompanied by a warning broadcasted through the general communication line. "This is Kagomayama City Defense Squad. Lower your weapon. Any form of resistance will be seen as hostile action towards city management. Repeat. Lower your weapon. Any form of resistance will be seen as hostile action towards city management." The source of the broadcast as well as the explosive warheads were the powered suits dispatched by city management. The barrages were to serve as a warning to Akira, as well as Chloe's group. A large battle near Kagomayama City was enough of a reason for the city management to dispatch its defense squad. Due to the scale of the battle just now, it had sent heavily armed powered suits to suppress the battle, instead of first scouting. The analysis of the signal by city management showed that there was a good chance a powerful monster was involved in that battle. Once the gigantic blip vanished, they noticed two signals moving away from that battle. The city defense squad thought that there was a good chance they were the ones responsible for bringing that powerful monster this close to the city. Thus, they went to suppress and arrest them. However, there was an issue regarding one of the signals. To be more precise, the ones in the APC. The APC that ignored their warning to surrender was broadcasting a message saying that it was carrying an officer from the Lion Steel Company. As such, they needed to be extra careful with them. If they somehow killed her by mistake, it might cause a full-blown war between Lion Steel Company and Kagomayama City. Thus, they had to be careful when trying to suppress Akira and Chloe. Even so, the APC ignored them and kept on going. They went past the powered suits, towards Kagomayama City. The commander of the squad told some of his men to go ahead. Unit 7, 8, and 9, chase after that APC. Try to minimize the damage on the APC while you try to stop them. The 3 units that received the order went to chase after Chloe's APC. Unit 6, go check the battleground. Unit 1 to Unit 5, surround the guy on the bike. Don't let him get away. The 5 units obeyed that order and went to surround Akira. After facing that barrage, Akira immediately directed the bike toward the ground, landed, and parked. Although Akira understood that they were not trying to kill him, since the barrage close to him was obviously much more intense than the one close to Chloe's group, he knew that it was impossible to force his way through all those explosives. After he stopped, the powered suits surrounded him. Akira frowned and looked at the APC that was trailing away from him. At this distance, the APC already seemed like a blip to him. Since his sight was zoomed in with the help of his augmented vision, he could see Chloe smiling while waving at him. Normally, they would not be able to look at each other from that distance. However, it was obvious that Chloe was looking at him and knew that he was also looking at her. Akira went to reach his AF antimaterial cannon by pure reflex. However, he reminded himself. Doing this while being surrounded by the city defense squad is stupid. As he gritted his teeth and held himself back. Chloe was looking at him with her eyebrows raised. She smirked exasperatedly and shook her head before returning into the APC. The back door of the APC then closed. The captain of the squad once again warned Akira. Lower your weapon. Any form of resistance will be seen as hostile action towards city management. Akira shouted back. I refuse. The calm part of his mind reminded Akira that putting down his guns and letting them arrest him would not fix the situation at all. Meanwhile, the emotional part inside him was telling him that anyone who got in his way was an enemy. Akira tried his best to calm down while he obeyed the logical voice inside of him and refused to lower his gun. The powered suits aimed their weapons at Akira this time. Lower your weapon. Any form of resistance will be seen as hostile action towards city management. Absolutely not. Akira's voice was harsher this time and he still had his AF antimaterial cannon in hand. Chapter 265, 50 Billion Bounty. The leader of the powered suit squad from the Kagamaima city, Goodall, was pressed with a difficult decision. Normally, they would just kill Akira since he had rejected their demand. But they could not do so easily this time. As the outside camera was directed at Akira, it quickly identified him. Hunter by the name of Akira, who had added a system note, a dangerous hunter. The commander of the defense squad was given high-level privilege so that he would have no trouble doing his duty. Furthermore, at the moment, a high-ranking officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry was in the upper district of the city. As a form of cooperation between Sakashita Heavy Industry and city management, they were sharing information between them. That was where Akira's information came in. It included records from when he escorted the intercity transport to the Ziegelt city. This job took place in the eastern side of the Eastern District. He fought against multiple powerful monsters as well as powered suits, and to top it off, repelled a group of nationalists that had originally come to kidnap an important officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry and won. After Goodall skimmed through Akira's information, he understood that attacking him would be a terrible idea. There was a good chance that the whole squad would get wiped out. It was a given that an important officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry would be guarded by a powerful bodyguard. The nationalists would have known about it. Therefore, they would have sent powerful combatants to kidnap the officer. The fact that Akira had won against them meant that he might be as powerful as that bodyguard. Although they had no idea how powerful such a person would be, Goodall at least knew how powerful a certain bodyguard from Sakashita Heavy Industry by the name of Hammers was. After all, he was there during a recent battle near Mihazono Ruin. Of course, Goodall did not think that Akira was as strong as Hammers. However, it does not change the fact that he repelled the nationalists, who attacked the intercity transport vehicles. Therefore, he was obviously at least that strong. Moreover, the record from that intercity transport escort mission also stated that, at the very least, Akira was able to fight powered suits without using one. To put the cherry on top, one of his men then reported to Goodall. This is Unit 6. Commander, we've confirmed that the monster, which might be the source of that large battle signal just a moment ago, is dead. Got it. Does it still retain some of its original shape? Can you at least tell what kind of monster it is? This is just my guess, but... It seems to be a type of giant insect, a cyborg soldier wasp. Its length must have been around 50 meters. What? Even a common intercity transport vehicle would be destroyed in no time against that thing, you know? Why the heck is it doing here? They should be only way further to the east or way up. Damn it. What the heck is going on here? Personally speaking, Goodall wished that it was a mistake. However, that monster matched the predictive size from its signal during that battle. Since it was already dead, it meant that someone must have killed it. Adding to the information that he had received about Akira, it was impossible not to suspect Akira of killing it. He made sure to keep that in mind as he made his resolve and once again returned to his main duty. This is my last warning. Drop your weapon. I refuse. Goodall ended up having Akira's muzzle pointed in his direction. That simple move showed zero hesitation, which caused Goodall's worry to get closer to reality. Goodall knew that Akira did that not due to a spur of emotions. Akira pointed his weapon at Goodall because he knew full well he could win. He thought the only reason why Akira did not shoot right away was because, as expected, he was hesitating to pick a fight with the whole of Kagami City. In the case where they really ended up fighting, there was a good chance Akira would get swayed by his emotion and go a step further to actually attack Kagami City. Of course, Goodall had the resolve to forfeit his life in order to protect Kagami City. But given the option, he would still pick a better situation to fight. He could not afford to endanger the city. However, that did not mean he could just back off. Akira was not in a calm state of mind. He could not allow Akira to go back to the city in his current state. Goodall was really stuck in between two hard choices. Akira was also close to pulling the trigger. He wanted to avoid any unnecessary fights. But it was not like he could simply back off either. He already believes that lowering his rifle now would only lead to nothing good. Moreover, even if he decided to escape, those surrounding him did not seem to be willing to just let him go. As his thoughts gradually moved towards fighting being the only choice, then it was better to make the first strike. Although Akira's logical mind was still functional, deep inside him, he could hear a voice screaming at him to kill everything in his way. While listening to that voice, even Akira's calm side was looking for a good reason to start a fight. He frowned and was close to finally making his resolve. But suddenly, Goodall said to Akira. "Alright, I get it. You don't need to disarm." Akira did not expect that at all. However, Goodall did not stop there as he continued with a stern tone. "But you'll have to tell me exactly what went on. And you have to do it here. Until we understand what's going on, we can't let you get any closer to Kagami City. If you can't accept this, we will have no other choice but to arrest you with force. So, what say you?" Right after that, Alpha immediately interjected. "Akira, let's stop here for now. You need to rest and resupply, and also, calm down so as not to make any more unnecessary enemies. We can ask Viola to investigate her whereabouts again later and properly prepare to kill her. They've basically withdrawn, so you should withdraw as well." Alpha then smiled gently at Akira to help him to calm down. "Fine." Akira lowered his AF anti-material cannon and sighed, "Sorry, it seems that I'm not as calm as I thought I was." As Akira obviously showed no wish to engage in battle anymore, the powered suits surrounding him also lowered their weapons. But none of them moved from where they stood. Chloe's APC eventually reached Kagami City. The APC just went through the slums and headed straight toward the inner wall in the lower district. However, the powered suits from the city defense squad quickly interfered. Although they could not use their weapons, they had the power to stop the APC with force. Although it was a heavily armored APC made to protect an important officer of the Lion Steel Company, as expected, it did not have the horsepower to go against 3 powered suits. It did try to force its way through as it recklessly went through buildings, but it eventually came to a halt. The reinforcement from the city defense squad that the powered suit had called beforehand quickly surrounded the APC. The doors of the APC opened, and the moment Chloe and her servants stepped out, the city defense squad aimed their rifles at them. Lottie's quickly took a fighting stance, but Chloe stopped him with a waft of her hand. The leader of the squad saw that and immediately decided what to do. I hope that you will cooperate. Be thankful that we are not arresting you. Chloe was not perturbed at all as she simply smiled and said, Thank you. So then, can you lead the way? This way then. The man speaking was a bit surprised by how calm Chloe was. However, he still led Chloe into the inner wall. At the same time, he sent a glance to his men. His men understood what they had to do as they immediately proceeded to arrest Lottie's and the others. At first, Lottie's and the rest were uncertain whether to just let themselves get arrested or to fight back. Chloe then lightly shook her head, so they decided to stand down. If you could have instructed your men to calm down with just that, couldn't you have done it sooner? My apologies. It's a complicated matter related to the main company, you see. Also, it's different here and there. Here, we are in the city while over there is the wasteland, I see. He could not tell if Chloe purposely allowed her subordinates to act out because her safety as an officer from the Lion's Steel was only guaranteed when she was within the lower district of the city. It could be because of something else. However, it was not like he could figure it out now, so he proceeded to take Chloe inside without saying anything. On the other hand, Akira was basically just standing by in the middle of the wasteland with the city defense squad's powered suits surrounding him. Since it started getting rather boring without anything to do, he eventually sighed and asked, Hey, just how long do I need to wait here? The leader of the powered suits squad answered through the short-range communication line. You still need to stay here. We're still awaiting decisions from those back at base. So, just wait here and don't try anything funny. If you don't want to wait, feel free to go to another city. As a matter of fact, we can escort you there. My house is over here, you know. No. We can't let you get any closer to Kagamayama City. Akira heaved another huge sigh. Goodall, who heard that, also sighed and exasperatedly said. Seriously though, do you really understand what you are doing? You're basically picking a fight with the Lion's Steel Company. Normally, no one would do that, you know. Akira's bored face turned sour. Hell if I care. They attacked me first so I'm just paying back the favor. That's not the point. Akira already told Goodall what he knew. After listening to his explanation, Goodall believed that this matter was something he could not handle. This issue far exceeded his authority to deal with. Therefore, he bounced what he had learnt to his superior and now was awaiting a reply. After all, no normal person could handle a hunter that broke down negotiations with the Lion's Steel Company and survived a full-blown fight with them. More so, attract a monster from the upper region to come down and kill said monster. Either way, I bet they can't really decide before listening to the other party's side of things. It seems that at this very moment, they're talking about this with someone by the name of Chloe. We can do nothing but wait until they compile all the information and make their decision regarding this matter. Hearing that, Akira raised his eyebrows. So, Chloe is basically under arrest? Of course, there's no way we will let them get away, I see. Since it seemed like city management would not simply let Chloe go scot-free, Akira relaxed a bit and decided to wait a little longer. Back in Kagamayama City, Chloe was arrested and brought to a city defense squad's facility for further investigation and questioning. Even so, she was given a room meant for visitors and was treated like a city officer. The reason being that she was a part of the founder family of the Lion's Steel Company and was cooperative. Therefore, they believed there was no need to take her to the interrogation room. Considering the status of her family, she was someone with high standing in Kagamayama City. They might even have to send an officer from the city to deal with her. After a short discussion with the company, the officer who was responsible for questioning Chloe, Yudajima, went to check with those who arrested her. As he went into the room, he was relieved to hear that she was not just another brat with too much power. But that relief was immediately crushed. The moment Udajima started questioning her, she started screaming back, exactly like a spoiled brat with too much power. Who do you think I am? I'm from Lawrence House, you know. The founder family of the Lion Steel Company. Do you really understand who you are talking to? A bad spoiled rich brat just barked out her privileged lineage. It showed exactly how spoiled she was. Although she was adorned with an expensive dress, she had no shred of grace. She acted just like any foolish spoiled brat, who thought that raising their voices would get them anything they wanted. Udajima's face twitched as he tried to calm her down. Please calm down. We just want to know what exactly happened. Didn't I tell you before? Were you not listening? When you said a monster who would not listen to reason, were you referring to the hunter named Akira? Or is it that cyborg soldier Wasp? Were you even listening? He was trying to kill me. So, he's no different to a monster, you know. It was important for the city defense squad to make sure whether Chloe was running toward the city because she was being attacked by a hunter or by a monster. They needed to make that one thing clear. However, Chloe kept referring to that wasp monster and Akira as the same, making it difficult to differentiate them. Furthermore, she kept blaming it on the listener's lack of ability to understand. The way Chloe kept bringing up the Lion Steel Company and looking down on Kagamayama City made it immensely annoying to Udajima. He no longer had that much patience left. Seeing how she kept calling Akira a monster, Udajima had a good idea. It sounds like you're running to the city since you're being chased by this monster, Akira. Did I get that right? Chloe immediately raised her voice and got angry as if to hide the fact that Udajima's hit the bull's eye. Are running away. We're just keeping our distance from him. And also, what's so bad about running away, anyway? It's the city defense squad's job to kill any monsters that approach the city, right? Of course. In fact, we did dispatch our men to deal with the situation. Then there's no problem with it, right? Or are you telling me to just face that monster and not to run away? That is not my job, you know. Your job. As Chloe started to smile haughtily again, Udajima then said with a solemn, straight face. That is indeed our job. As such, you are arrested for trying to attack the city. Ha! In front of a shocked Chloe, Udajima called out 2 guards and ordered them to arrest her. She's guilty of trying to endanger the city. Arrest her. The guards looked at each other with a troubled expression. Since it was an order from their superior, they grabbed Chloe's arm and arrested her. Chloe flusteredly tried to fight back. What the dash? Are you for real? Do you really understand what you're doing? Udajima looked at Chloe with a straight stare. People who bring monsters to the city are guilty of endangering the city. You didn't even know that, huh? Or did you think we would never accuse you just because you're from the Lion Steel Company? Get off your high horse already. Are you really fine with doing something like this? I will see it as a decision made by Kagamayama City, you know. I hope you know that when you ordered your men to arrest me. If you want to stop, this is your last chance. If you seriously thought that we won't arrest you just because you are from the Lion Steel Company, you will regret it. Take her away. Chloe was dragged out of the room by the guards. I hope you understand what you are doing here. You do know what will happen to Kagamayama City if you do this to someone from the Lion Steel Company, right? This is your last chance, you know. Yeah, you're the only one who will regret this. Chloe kept screaming as she was dragged out, but her voice vanished as the door to the room closed. Udajima was finally able to calm down a bit as he sighed. Good grief, and here I thought that it would go at least half decently considering that it was someone from the main founder family of the Lion Steel Company. I guess I was too naive, huh? Although Udajima had lost his conflict for influence against Inabe, he was still an officer from city management. Thus, naturally, he had the skill to support his position. Despite his influence being less than before, he still maintained his seat as an officer. The gap between him and Inabe had widened and this gap in influence was already well established. However, given a chance, he still hoped to change the situation. The officer responsible for the area under Tsubaki was Yanagisawa, but it was also part of the region under Inabe's control. As such, Inabe had a good influence in that area as well. Moreover, at the moment, Yanagisawa was busy with Sakashita heavy industry. He was busy in search of Shiro, so he had delegated most of his administrative duties in that area. As such, most of Yanagisawa's duties went to Inabe, and those who wanted to make some kind of connection with Tsubaki would, in turn, approach Inabe. This caused Inabe's position to strengthen even further. Since Yudajima was regarded as a part of the opposition faction, he was not given any chance to have anything to do with the area under Tsubaki. He might get a chance if he pleaded with Inabe, but Yudajima had his pride. Therefore, there was no way he would ask Inabe. That was when that matter regarding Chloe reached him. If he could solve this issue and establish a connection with the Lion Steel Company, he might have the chance to change the current power balance. Yudajima thought so as he decided to face Chloe. However, after watching how she reacted, he realized that it was a huge failure. Well, although she is like that, she is still someone from the founder family of the Lion Steel Company. There's no way they would just abandon her. She'll at least serve as a bridge to connect to someone else from her family. If he could bring more profits to Kagomayama City in exchange for releasing Chloe under better terms, Yudajima might be able to regain some of his influence. Furthermore, he would also gain a connection to the Lion Steel Company. As Yudajima thought so and looked at the door where Chloe got dragged out, he felt envious. He was pondering how, in this world, such a girl held such influence just by being born in the right family. The moment Chloe was dragged out of the room, her attitude completely changed. She immediately stopped shouting and fixed her posture with her arms still restrained. She even gracefully smiled. She then glanced at the guards and gracefully said to them, "I am really sorry for causing trouble to both of you. I don't really mind whether it is a cell in the basement or just house arrest. Though, can you please let me have access to the web? Of course, a general line would be fine as well. I don't mind recording it as well." Well. They were not only surprised by her sudden change in attitude, but they were also shocked by her sudden graceful aura. With her both arms still restrained, Chloe lowered her head with a serious expression. "If I can't contact the Lion Steel Company, they might think that I am already dead. I'm sure it will trouble Kagomayama City if that happens. So, for the sake of both parties, please let this one thing slide." Both guards believed that roughly treating someone from the Lion Steel Company was a bad idea. Also, with how Chloe was bowing, they could not bring themselves to refuse her request. "Well, if it's only that much. Thank you very much for your leniency." Chloe smiled and bowed deeply toward the guards, but she could not give a perfect bow since her arms were still restrained. The guards who noticed that let Chloe's arms go by pure reflex. The moment they did that, they realized that they made a grave mistake. However, even after she was free, Chloe did not try to run away nor fight back. She simply perfected her bow. Therefore, the guards thought that it was not that big of an issue. Even so, the guards were confused by her sudden change of attitude. They thought it might be a good idea to let Yudajima, who was still in the room, know about this. However, before they did, Chloe smiled and asked, "Now then, shall we go?" "Where to?" She then offered her arms to be restrained again. It was an indicative gesture. Though it was only an appearance, it was better to have her properly restrained. It was also her way to covertly indicate, as someone in a higher position, she did not mind getting detained. It demonstrated the clear difference in their position. Chloe was someone who stood to rule over others. "Ah, right, this way then." The guards were carried away by the mood and restrained her arms again before they continued to take her away, completely forgetting to report back to Yudajima. Back in the wasteland, as Akira was still waiting. Suddenly, a message from the Hunter office reached him. He took out his information terminal to check, but Alpha stopped him and warned him with a solemn expression. Akira, before you open and read the content, make sure to keep calm. That was out of the blue. Anyway, make sure to maintain your cool no matter what happens. After you read it, no matter what, don't panic. Don't go flying off the handle. Just keep calm, okay? Surrendering yourself to anger would only get you killed like back then in Miyazono Ruin, remember? You get what I'm saying, right? Alright. Alpha already knew the content of the message since she was connected to Akira's information terminal. Akira, who was still confused, remembered that fact and wondered what it might have been. Judging from Alpha's reaction, it must be something big. Therefore, he readied himself and opened the message. The moment he read it, he furrowed his brows and frowned. If Alpha had not warned him beforehand, he would have flown off the handle. It was a bounty notice. The name, Akira. Reward, 50 billion Orum. Requester, Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Ward Branch. Target was identified as a monster by Kagamayama City. Right now, Akira was designated as a bounty target. Akira, calm down. You're okay, right? Yeah, I'm okay. Akira told himself to stay calm. To not repeat his past mistake. But, his rage started to leak from his expression. His stance slowly slid to a fighting one and it was obvious that he was livid. Goodol, who noticed, quickly warned him. Hey! What are you doing? Akira sent a death stare at Goodol. He unconsciously sent that intense stare filled with rage as if to spite Goodol. After all, he had been obediently following their demand, and yet, he now had a bounty on him. The powered suits around Akira inadvertently reacted by also taking a fighting stance. They aimed their rifles at him. However, since Akira still had his rifles pointing down, they managed to not shoot. Instead, Goodol once again warned him. What is it now? Did you change your mind and decided to fight us now? Didn't you get any message? Message? What do you mean? Wait. I just got a short message from Kobayashi. It's telling me to refrain from engaging you. Well, he's not my superior so I have no reason to obey him, but... Does it have anything to do with this? Since Goodol sounded confused, it only made Akira doubly confused. Right at that very instant, a call suddenly reached him. It was from Kobayashi. Akira seemed bewildered and glanced at Alpha. She lightly nodded and accepted the call. The moment Akira accepted the call, Kobayashi's happy voice echoed through Alpha's telepathy. As a matter of fact, Akira never heard Kobayashi this happy before. Yo, Akira. You've done it now, a bounty target, huh? I've always thought that this would happen sooner or later. But as expected, I never thought you would entertain me this much, you know. Akira replied with a cold voice that sent a shiver. So, it was you, huh? But his ice-cold voice did not affect Kobayashi's good mood at all. Instead, he replied with an upbeat tone. Nope, not me. Ah, so you've checked the notice, huh? Then, I'm sure you've read the content, right? The one putting a bounty on your head is the Lion Steel Company. Not me, is that so? Then, why are you calling me? I just want to make sure that you don't do anything stupid, you see. Anything stupid? Do you mean like completely ignoring their demand? If I'm talking about not being reckless, then yeah, that one. But you're more than welcome if you want to do it, you know. To think that you would even consider doing something like that. Seriously though. Just how splendid can you be? Man, you're just the best. Akira thought that Kobayashi was trying to say that rejecting Chloe's demand was a stupid move. As he was about to erupt in anger, once he heard Kobayashi's compliment filled with honest pure bliss, it took him by surprise, barely enough to regain some of his calm. Wait for a sec, what are you talking about? About you. I'm sure you don't understand what it means to be a bounty target, right? So, I'm just worried you'll misunderstand, get too emotional, and do something reckless, you know. You've been doing great being super reckless up until now. So, It would be such a waste if you die in such a stupid fashion, you know. If you're going to die, make sure you die in glorious battle. I see. Akira was weirded out by how excited Kobayashi was. Listen. I'm heading there right now to explain to you what's going on. So, just wait there for me, okay? I'll tell you how to wage a full-blown war against the Lion Steel Company. You got it. Hey, alright. Nice. And also, about the powered suits that are already over there, you can think of them as your bodyguard until I'm there. My bodyguard? Why? I'm a bounty target, you know. I'll tell you everything later. I'm heading there right now. So just wait and don't do anything crazy, yeah. You heard me loud and clear, yeah. Kobayashi then closed the call. Akira's rage had already vanished. It was replaced by the same level of bewilderment. He then glanced at Alpha and she had the same confused look as him. Well, one thing for sure, I think he was not lying, that one was pretty obvious without you telling me. Should we just wait then? Yeah, let's just do that. Akira then waited for Kobayashi with a continuous confused look plastered on his face. Chapter 266, On Whose Intention? Akira was waiting for Kobayashi while still surrounded by the city defense squad's powered suits in the middle of the wasteland. He had a 50 billion bounty price tag on his head. The powered suits already knew that while they were watching the surroundings. As a matter of fact, it was rather peaceful. While waiting for Kobayashi, Akira tried to open his page on the Hunter Office website just to kill time. He found a warning written in small red letters. When he squinted his eyes to read it, it said that he had a bounty on his head. Akira was once again reminded that he had indeed become a bounty target and tilted his head. Hey Alpha, it seems that I've really become a bounty target, right? Akira had mostly calmed down, so Alpha had also returned to her usual self as she smiled and replied. Well, that is indeed true if you believe what is written there. Yeah. His Hunter Office account had not been frozen. He was still recognized as a hunter. So, they don't erase my hunter data even after I've become a bounty target, huh? That seems to be the case. Is that really okay? I mean, like, I am a bounty target, you know? Well, it's not like I have an answer to that, let's leave that question to Kobayashi later. He did say that he will explain everything, good idea. Akira put it aside since it seems like no one here had an answer and it was faster to just ask Kobayashi later. After a short wait, another vehicle appeared, heading straight toward them. It had a Hunter Office mark printed on it and was broadcasting its presence. It was carrying Kobayashi. Once they saw the vehicle approach, the powered suits surrounding Akira disbanded and returned back to the city. Goodall, who was the last to leave, spoke to Akira through external speakers. We're heading back now. It seems like you now have a huge bounty on your head. Don't try to approach the city. I'd rather not fight against you. As long as you don't approach the city, there's no need for us to fight. Akira replied curtly. Leave that hope of yours to the one who placed that bounty. In the end, I'm basically being dragged into her issues against my will. I see. Goodall smiled bitterly and let out a sigh before leaving in his powered suit. The vehicle stopped next to Akira and Kobayashi stepped off. Although he was considerably calm compared to when he called Akira, he still seemed extremely excited. All right then. It seems like you waited for me. I was worried you were fighting against the city defense squad while waiting for me, you know? Akira sighed exasperatedly, that it's not like I fight because I want to. Kobayashi laughed heartily at his reply. Normally, the moment you pick a fight with someone from the founder family of the Lion Steel Company, it's already well within what only a battle maniac would do, you know? Even Akira's curt attitude did not affect Kobayashi's excited laughter. He then took out a 20 centimeters long ring and then threw it on the ground. The moment it touched the ground, it unveiled its legs and expanded out to form a table complete with seats. Well, explaining everything will take some time. So, let's do that while we eat. Kobayashi once again took something out of his vehicle and placed it on top of the table. This time, it was instant meals. To be honest, we should have this conversation in Styriana, but you're not allowed to get into the city at the moment. Although these are only instant meals, they're pretty high class, you know? After all, this is a conversation with a bounty target worth 50 billion. Normal food just won't cut it. Though, for me, it's more of an occupational perk. Kobayashi took a seat and urged Akira to also do the same. Akira still looked confused as he took one of the seats. He then looked at Kobayashi with a face full of questions and asked, "Is it really alright to be having a meal in the middle of the wasteland like this? Or so I want to say, but, more than that, are you sure you want to have a peaceful meal with a bounty target like this? Don't worry. Any monsters in the area are already dead after that fight. Also, no one would dare to attack us while I am here. I will tell you why I can give you that guarantee later. Although, it's not like I can do anything if you don't believe me. We can instead just go around the wasteland if you want." Akira did not say anything as he opened the lid of the instant meal. The package was made to maintain the warmth of its contents, which made the warm meat dish seem freshly cooked, just moments ago. Akira then took a fork that came with the packaging and took a bite. The glamorous outlook of the meat really matches its taste. Whoa, this tastes really good. Well, that's an expensive instant meal for you. Seeing Akira making himself comfortable and ready to continue the talk, Kobayashi smiled and also opened up his meal. Now then. There are a lot of things to talk about, but first of all, let's start with your current situation. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but listen to the whole story first before asking. Akira knew that it was not the time to be focusing on his food as he gave a firm nod. Kobayashi smiled. Kobayashi judged Akira to be very relaxed considering the situation he was in right now. Bounty targets were normally monsters. One such case was when a monster way too powerful for the area suddenly appeared. Another case could be when a monster caused trouble to the transportation routes. Someone from the transportation business would offer a huge amount for the bounty reward. After all, they would want to eliminate that monster as soon as possible. However, this meant that bounty missions were nothing more than normal requests. A request that hunters did not have to enlist first to take. Therefore, in the end, there was no rule saying that bounty targets had to be monsters. It could be an individual or even an organization. In the case of monsters, the goal would be to eliminate them. Therefore, the bounty would be paid to the one who killed the target monster. Sometimes, there were cases where it was not a target for elimination. For example, a capture bounty for research, which would warrant the target to be captured alive. Thus, it was also possible for the target to be a person. Likewise, it was important whether the request wanted the target dead or alive. There might be clauses stating something along the lines of, elimination of the target is deemed appropriate if escape from capture. Naturally, in such cases, it was preferred to capture the target alive for interrogation. However, the death of the target would still yield rewards. On the flip side, for bounty target requests like, capture a runaway, it was necessary to capture the target alive. In Akira's case, the bounty did not care whether he was dead or alive. Though it was written that the reward was smaller if he got killed instead of captured alive. However, Akira knew it was intentionally set in order to attract those who had some kind of aversion to killing another human. Moreover, although Akira had become a bounty target, he would not lose any rights or privileges just because he had become a bounty target. Even if someone actually managed to kill him. Although they would receive the reward from the bounty, they would still be sanctioned for the crime of homicide. As a matter of fact, they would be hired murderers. There was no doubt they would be fined for disrupting public order and causing fear in the inner wall. Even if they were from the outer wall, the private security corporations in the outer wall will treat them in a similar manner. They could avoid such issues by asking for permission from the administrators of the area. However, that would mean extra administrative steps to take. Moreover, Just because it was a bounty target, there was no guarantee that the administrators would grant permission without any strings attached. After all, just being a bounty target did not give enough of a reason for them to permit the killing of another human. This was also the same if the bounty target was an organization. Even if their identity and data as hunters got erased, that would be because they picked a fight against the corporate government. Being a bounty target alone did not result in such a thing. Even if that bounty came from one of the corporate government entities like the Sakashita Heavy Industry, they would still be able to use their Hunter Office account. This was because the Hunter Office was under the corporate government as a whole, not a single entity. Which meant that the 50 billion bounty from Lion Steel only meant that Akira had picked a fight with the Lion Steel Company, nothing more, nothing less. After hearing that, Akira seemed so relieved, to the point that it might be misunderstood as disappointment. What can I say? It seems that being a bounty target is not as bad as I thought, huh? Hearing his reaction, Kobayashi tried to hold back his laugh. Well, in the end, it is nothing more than having a company place a bounty on your head. I bet you thought that you would be hunted anywhere you go in the Eastern District since you are a bounty target now. You might have thought that running away to the Central District would be a good idea. But no, you don't have to do that. The only difference is that there will be more hunters coming at you for money. Though, I bet most of them would still prefer not to fight you even with the bounty. If it's about those trying to kill me for money, I've had more than enough of them back in the slums. Well, at this point, the only difference would be the amount that they would receive. Other than that, it's not that much of a difference. Kobayashi placed his hand on his mouth so as to make sure that he did not accidentally spit out his food. So, you're saying that those hunters who want to kill you for 50 billion orum are not that different from those robbers in the slums, huh? That's great. Really great. As expected of you. You really never cease to amaze me. Relative to the common sense of those in the Eastern District, this way of thinking was no doubt crazy. Kobayashi was immensely amused when Akira said something this crazy with a straight face. With this, Kobayashi had finished explaining the matter regarding Akira being a bounty target. The next matter would be about Akira being recognized as a monster. In truth, that matter was much more troubling for him. Thanks to that, the City Defense Squad and the other security organizations of Kagamayama City would have to treat him as if he was a monster. Thus, this not only affected the City Defense Squad, but also the security companies under contract with Kagamayama City. When someone recognized as a monster entered an area under their watch, they would have to remove that person. Of course, killing someone recognized as a monster would not cause trouble from the city's point of view. After all, they were still humans recognized as monsters. Originally, recognizing someone as a monster was only allowed to be done by the Eastern District's corporate government. It was a passive method to treat their enemies. It was used to exile someone from the area where such recognition was made. Therefore, if Akira left the area around Kagamayama City, it would not affect him anymore. Even if it came from the 5 biggest corporations, he could just leave the area under their administration and that would be the end of it. Akira frowned after listening to Kobayashi's explanation. Although his house and Shizuka's shop were in Kagamayama City, he would be repelled by the defense squad if he approached the city. If he decided to come to the city anyway and fought against the defense squad, there was no doubt they would deal with him proactively instead of passively. Although he did not like it, he had to make his decision. After thinking about his options for a bit, Akira then tried to confirm something with Kobayashi. Basically, I can think of Kagamayama City and I no longer being on a friendly term, right? Don't be too hasty. It's true that Kagamayama City has recognized you as a monster, but that's not impossible to erase. Moreover, if you read the notice in detail, you'll find that it's not like the whole city is actively hunting you. As a matter of fact, the city actually has no desire to fight against you. What do you mean? It is possible to declare someone as a monster by the jurisdiction of the corporate government. But this time, it is just an extra description added beside the bounty designation. The source of it is the Lion Steel Company. If I'm not mistaken, you get along pretty well with a city officer called Inabe, no? If it's made through city management, I bet that guy will stop it. If he gets in trouble with you, he will also get in trouble with Cheryl. This will make a mess with his relic shop in the slums, which he's technically receiving illegal funds from. Those relics were smuggled from the area under his administration after all. There's no way he would let his own scheme be the end of him. To be more precise, Akira has left this matter entirely to Cheryl. However, it was true that getting on unfriendly terms with Akira would also affect Inabe's dealings with Cheryl. Akira kept that to himself since there was no reason why he should tell Kobayashi. But I am still recognized as a monster. Doesn't that mean that even the city could not go against the pressure from a large company? That's not true. Well, although, it's not entirely out of the question if that pressure came from the main HQ of the Lion Steel Company. However, the one who submitted this request is the Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Ward Branch. Although they have a bigger sphere of influence than Kagamayama City, the city would never break under the pressure of a mere branch of a company. Although Kagamayama City is only considered to be a mid-sized region in the Eastern District, it has its own thoughts and intentions. Moreover, its position is on a rise due to the relic deal made with that AI in Kuzusuhara ruin. There's no way it would bow down to a mere single Lion Steel branch. Then, why am I still recognized as a monster? This is just my guess, but I bet Lion Steel did something when they placed that bounty designation. The one that you're chasing, Chloe. She's from Lion Steel, right? Although she's in Kagamayama City right now, she's not treated as a visitor. Instead, she's being detained for endangering the city. I bet it has something to do with that. Akira seemed confused as if he did not understand how things ended up this way. However, Kobayashi simply ignored that and continued to speak of his hypothesis. Inside an executive room in the inner wall of Kagamayama City, Inabe was furious when he received information about what happened to Akira. The target of his fury was Yudajima. In the notice that Akira had received, it only stated Akira to be recognized as a monster, nothing more. However, that notice contained more detailed information for the city officials. A small, extra description under that bounty designation notice declared Akira as a monster under Yudajima's name as a proxy of Kagamayama City. An extra paragraph also stated that a post application had been submitted to the Hunter office from Lion Steel 3rd Ward Branch and the Hunter office had approved it. Call Yudajima here. Right now. We've already summoned him, but he's not responding. Then go and take him. No, arrest him, and bring him here. Inabe's men were startled. He is a city officer. It might cause some trouble if we arrest him just because he won't answer our summons. It doesn't matter. Do it. I will take full responsibility. If you can't find him, you can even go ahead and add him to the wanted list. Just do everything you can do using my authority. Right away, sir. Inabe's men flusteredly scrambled out to follow his order. Inabe tried to calm himself down while looking at the notice with squinted eyes. That bastard Yudajima. What the heck is he doing? Is he trying to start a full-blown war with me? Isn't it way too late for that now? Just what is that bastard thinking? Inabe frowned. He could not conceive of a reason as to why Yudajima did this. Chloe was detained inside a room in the inner wall. She was not allowed to go out of the room and not allowed to meet her servants. She was pretty much free otherwise. Furthermore, in that room, she still had a connection to the web. She made her own tea, but since it was so long since she did that herself, she could not help but frown after taking a sip. Yep, this is really bad. Though it's an added benefit besides this room, they should have prepared something better considering I am from the Lawrence family. She then looked at the teacup. Although it was considered a luxurious teacup in the Eastern District, it was still not good enough for her. The cup and the saucer are both cheap too. They should treat me better. After she mumbled her complaints, she then smiled, amused. Well, it's not like I can do anything about it, I guess. Let's just take this as proof that they're seriously treating me as a criminal who endangered the city. The tea inside the cup was from a relatively expensive tea in the Eastern District. But after taking a sip, Chloe had no plan to take another sip. Thus, she placed the teacup back on top of the table. The moment she did that, the door suddenly swung open with force. Looking at the man she expected to storm into the room, Chloe smiled and asked. "I know that I'm basically in your place, but you can at least knock first." Seeing Chloe, Yudajima tried his best to hold back his rage. He already realized that she was just acting back during her questioning. The moment he saw her smile, his anger started to surface again, which was not easy for him to hold down. "You've done it this time. What's the meaning of this? What are you trying to accomplish?" Chloe understood what Yudajima was referring to, but she still played coy. "What do you mean? Just cut the crap. I know you know what I am talking about. Even if you say so, even if this is some kind of second questioning, it would be great if you can give me more specifics. I don't want to answer questions after such vague leading questions, after all." Yudajima grabbed Chloe's collar and hung her up. Although her feet had left the ground, her smile did not crumble. "This is within the wall. It would be best for you to not use any violence. Well, that is, unless you are fine with being kicked out of the wall." A Kagamayama city officer grabbed an officer of a large company by the collar inside the inner wall of Kagamayama City. It would create a huge scandal, which could be seen both as a city officer picking a fight inside the city. Furthermore, it was a rude action towards someone from a large company which held greater influence than the city. Yudajima knew that, but he could not hold himself back. If he hit Chloe, it would only worsen his already horrendous situation. He might get himself exiled from Kagamayama City. That thought managed to help him hold himself back. He then released her and took a deep breath to help him calm down. In contrast to Yudajima, Chloe straightened up her dress with her usual smile plastered on her face. "So then, what do you want to ask of me, again? The one who made that monster designation for Akira was you, wasn't it?" "Yes, that's me. To be more precise, I submitted that together with the bounty designation through the Lion Steel Company. That's why, in the end, the Hunter office approved it." "I already know that. What I want to know is why did you use my name without my permission? Why did you do that?" "Well, that is not exactly false. After all, you said it during that questioning, right? It's not like we did that without your confirmation first, you know." "What are you? Is it okay to take your decision as Kagamayama City's decision? Are you sure about making me a criminal, charged with the crime of endangering the city? Are you sure you do not want to take that back? I believe I did ask you all of this back then, right? And I'm sure that the Hunter office gave its approval after checking the application. They assumed that you understood the contents when that application was sent. That's why the monster designation was approved together with the bounty designation. Though, to be honest, I think there was no need to check that part." Yudajima gritted his teeth in rage. In contrast to that, Chloe was casually smiling. "If you have anything you don't like about the Hunter office's decision, I prefer you to convey it to the Hunter office." "I'm sorry. It's not like I can do anything about it even if you ask that of me. Unfortunately, I don't have the influence to veto the Hunter office's decision." Yudajima glared at Chloe. However, he understood that it was impossible for him to get out of this situation on his own. His expression turned stern and desperate. "What do you want then? What exactly can you get from driving me to the corner like this? With the power of the Lion Steel Company, you can just put a huge bounty on his head. I bet that would be enough to push that Akira to the edge. And now that he is recognized as a monster, you can just ask for formal assistance from city management. There's no need to drag me into this mess. It is unnecessary to pick a fight with the city management like this. I'll just answer that statement by saying that I decided to do so after considering many things. Moreover, personally, I don't hold a grudge against you. As matter of fact, I'm hoping we can work together." "What do you mean?" Yudajima was taken aback. He did not expect that at all. Chloe slightly bent forward and smiled. You lost most of your influence after losing to Enabe, right? What are you talking about? I know you're looking for a chance to turn your situation around. If you help me, I will also help you regain your influence, you know? Udajima did not expect Chloe to have investigated him to that extent. He was shocked at how she was smiling at him, as if he was already her accomplice. He could not help but inadvertently flinch back. That was when a sudden message reached him. It was from the Public Safety Department of the city and its content was a summon from Enabe. There was also a warning, if he kept ignoring the summon, the Public Safety Department would arrest him. Udajima turned pale. Even if he gave himself up, Enabe would just demand him to take responsibility. He might try to plead, stating that he got tricked. However, even if Enabe believed him, it would not change his situation. On the other hand, if he ignored the summon without a good reason, he would be arrested. In the worst-case scenario, he might even be identified as the enemy of Kageyama City. Udajima was at the end of his rope. Seeing that, Chloe smiled and said to him, "To be honest, I've been summoned from those in the upper echelons. But since I'm detained, we will have to end up holding a remote VR meeting. We will start soon, so you can join if you want, you know. Starting from the head of the Lion Steel 3rd Ward's branch, there will be other important figures attending this meeting. This is a good chance for you to get acquainted with these important people from my company, you know. This will also give you an excuse to not answer that summons, no?" Udajima's expression was a combination of shock, confusion, doubt, and desperation. How do you know all of that? Udajima was referring to the fact that he had just received a forced summon from Enabe and needed a reason to not answer it. Putting aside how Chloe knew about the summon, Udajima's question was more directed towards how much she knew about him, and how she acquired this much information. Chloe simply smiled as if she already knew everything. "It's just a guess. Don't worry, it's not like I know everything about you." Udajima could not believe those words since she knew of his conflict with Enabe. He ended up making a stern expression without being able to say anything back. "So then, what do you want to do? Do you want to join the meeting?" Udajima hesitated. Declining her offer now would not change his current predicament. Therefore, though he knew he was being manipulated by her, he made his resolve and made the difficult decision, that I'll take you up on that offer. "Thank you very much. In that case, let's start the preparation right away. I'm actually already past the meeting time. So, my information terminal is flooded with messages right now." Toward Udajima, who seemed extremely troubled, Chloe simply smiled, amused. Enabe, who received a report from the city's public safety department, frowned. Although the summon had been properly conveyed, at the moment, Udajima was inside the room where Chloe was detained. Furthermore, he was attending a Lion Steel meeting together with her. Because of that, the room he was in had a higher information security level. Thus, no ordinary city officer may enter without a good reason. The area lent to Sakashita Heavy Industry was also treated the same way. Though, it was under a different administration. Even for Kageyama City Public Safety Department, entering such a room without permission meant picking a fight with the Lion Steel Company. Thus, it came as no surprise when they picked to withdraw. Enabe quickly started investigating what exactly was going on. Since the room was now protected with a special information protection system for the Lion Steel Company meeting, Enabe could not uncover any further. He knew nothing more than Udajima was attending a Lion Steel meeting with Chloe. What's going on? Why is Udajima attending a Lion Steel meeting? Don't tell me that Lion Steel is working with Udajima. Impossible. He should not have such a connection. Enabe decided to wait patiently while planning his next move. After all, it was not like the meeting would last forever. He could just post his men from the public safety department in front of the room to take or even arrest Udajima the moment he left the room. Although he had bad feelings about said plan, it was the most he could do with his current level of authority. A large circle table was placed in the middle of an infinitely wide room. There were 10 seats in that meeting space, hosted inside a virtual space. Other than Chloe and the head of the Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Ward Branch, Beltram, there were also those from the faction where Chloe belonged. There were initially a few empty seats, but they were quickly filled. Udajima had no seats in that meeting. He was standing next to Chloe, anxious. The other participants in the meeting were looking in his direction as he was barely able to withstand their reproachful gazes. After all, although they were from a branch office, they were still officers from a large corporation. Since the meeting was held in a virtual space, which was close to reality, it helped when he looked away from the virtual world and back into reality. Meanwhile, Chloe was completely calm. Although the other participants were looking at her with scrutiny, there was even a faint smile on her face. As everyone was a bit confused about how to react to her audacity, eventually, the rest of the empty seats were filled and Beltram started the meeting. Well then, shall we start? There's no need to point out why we're having this meeting. Chloe Leblanc Lawrence, we'll hear your excuse. Although Chloe understood what Beltram was talking about, she apologetically replied. My deepest apologies for being late in reporting this matter and ending up delaying this meeting. At the moment, I'm being detained under the charge of endangering Kagamayama City. As such, I hope you understand my situation. Now, regarding that charge, it originated from Udajima-sama over here. Udajima-sama is an officer from Kagamayama City, thus, regarding this matter, I hope that everyone can understand dash. However, one of the officers harshly interjected. We're not talking about that. Do you think this is a joke or something? Chloe shook her head. Not at all, I don't think so at all. I understand that it's my fault for delaying the meeting and wasting your precious time. Your response is exactly what I refer to as a joke. Are you seriously going with that in this meeting? As others were clearly getting agitated. With the eyes directed at her getting harsher. Chloe tilted her head and seemed confused. Seeing that, Beltram then spoke up. I don't know what your intentions are, but if you insist on keeping that up, I don't see any reason to continue this meeting. There will be no need to meet you ever again. You can just rot and die out there in the wasteland. So, this is your last chance. You may deliver your explanation. Given her last warning, the meeting immediately returned to total silence. Depending on her next words, Chloe might get exiled. Everyone in the meeting, including Chloe herself, understood that. Even so, Chloe then spoke up. My apologies, but I don't see a need to give an explanation for anything. If it is about the incident regarding Olivia-sama's card and what happened with a hunter by the name of Akira, along with the related matter including his bounty and the monster designation, I do believe that there's no need for me to explain anything. As the meeting returned to total silence, Beltram sent a gaze at her. It was as if he was looking at a death row convict. I see. Let me remind you that you will not be able to take those words back. Even under such a gaze, Chloe just smiled and ignored it. Of course, I have no plans to take that back. After all, it's the will from Representative Alice. With that sentence, the meeting once again went astir. Chapter 267, Chloe's Interpretation. Chloe's statement sent ripples through the meeting. Beltram stared at her with ferocious intensity. What do you mean by that? If that statement is false, exiling you out from the inner wall will not be enough, you know? As someone from the Lion Steel Company, crime done using the name of its highest authority was severe. Those who did not believe her words already looked at her with hostile eyes. However, Chloe did not waver at all. Instead, she smiled and explained. I believe that it's already pretty clear. It is exactly as I said. I am just doing my best to obey Representative Alice's order. As such, I don't see any need to explain my actions. Chloe's straightforward declaration, stating that she was completely innocent, caused them to be confused. Beltram's gaze changed from a hostile one to a questioning one. I see. In that case, instead of an excuse, we demand an explanation. Why do you think it is the will of Representative Alice? I bet you did not receive such an order straight from her, right? Of course, that is indeed the case. After all, I am in no position to receive such a thing. I simply received the same order as everyone here has received. As a matter of fact, I don't understand why no one here has taken any action regarding said order. Well, I guess it's because of my lack of competence. I do not understand everyone's stance. What do you mean? If that question is nothing more than your main question and not a leading question, for the sake of the Lion Steel's future, I recommend you relinquish your seat, branch manager. The mood in the room suddenly turned cold. It was obvious, rude intimidation from Chloe to someone of a higher position. The other officers started to doubt her sanity. Otherwise, she might have really done everything under Alice's order, which would explain her courage. The silence continued. Chloe and Beltram were looking straight at each other without looking away. The mood started to get tense. As the other officers started to get anxious, Beltram suddenly loosened up and said, "Very well. In that case, as the representative of everyone here, I shall ask for your guidance. After all, that's just how important Representative Alice's will is. If there's a chance that the situation is due to our ignorance, even if slim, there's still a need to completely eliminate such a possibility. As such, I ask for you to explain it in detail, for someone as clueless as me. I won't let you wiggle your way out of this one." Beltram said the last part, dead serious. As the others were waiting anxiously, Chloe smiled and replied, "Of course." Chloe then told the participants of the meeting her thoughts. As the meeting progressed, the participants had troubled and shocked expressions on their faces. It seems like half of them believed her while the other half did not. In other words, Chloe's explanation did make sense. It was something they could not laugh off. One of the officers then interjected. "Isn't this nothing more than your personal wish? You have made so many blunders. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to state that due to your desire, you're currently trying to find a way to make up for your mistakes. I don't deny that some of it are my subjective interpretation. After all, I do want to find enough leverage to raise my rank in this company. But that's the same for all of us. Either way, you are denying my explanation by stating it to be out of my personal interest. You have no other reason nor evidence to state that my opinion is incorrect, right? Well, but still. If I might add something else, I'm sure that everyone already knows that Representative Alice told us to take care of this matter until she arrives." Chloe then continued to explain her interpretation of Alice's order. The officers who heard her interpretation started to get agitated. After that, I managed to contact Olivia-sama. I'm sure that everyone has been well informed about this. And at that time, Olivia-sama said that there won't be a next time. From there, Chloe explained how she interpreted that warning. This time, it caused confusion between the officers. Thus, one of them questioned Chloe with a stern expression. "Did I understand your reasoning? But in the end, it's nothing more than your interpretation, no? You can't just say that it is the Representative Alice's will." Chloe looked pitifully and slightly mockingly at the officer. "Even if you say so, in the end, I am not Representative Alice. So, I can't really say that it's indeed her will. But if you need confirmation no matter what, you might as well ask the branch manager for help to contact Representative Alice. It is impossible to ask for an audience with Representative Alice with my position. But it might be possible if it's with the branch manager's authority." Everyone turned toward Beltram. After that, Chloe continued. "Well, even if I could, I still won't do it though. After all, I don't want Representative Alice to think that I'm incompetent. Asking her for such a simple thing." Hesitation and confusion caused the officers to lose words. They frowned with a stern expression without saying anything. Alice was going to come to Kagamayama City soon to deal with the matter regarding Olivia. Because of that, this meeting, which was originally meant to question Chloe's action, was now in an uproar. It had already lost sight of its original goal and leaned toward whether to believe Chloe's words or not. Whether it was to go against Alice's will or to obey it. This affected not only the fate of the Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Ward branch, but it might also affect the other branches as well. For the better or for the worse. Whether to proceed carefully or boldly. Either way, they would have to make a decision, one that they would never be able to take back. Beltram eventually made the decision. I will end this meeting here today. Let's resume this tomorrow. I will contact the rest of you later. With that closing remark, everyone seemed to calm down. They were delaying making the conclusive decision. It was true that they did not have all the necessary information to make such a crucial decision. It was obvious that everyone would do their best to gather as much information as they could after this. Therefore, delaying it was preferred for the rest of the officers. Beltram's gaze then shifted to Yudajima. Yudajima-san, was it? Yudajima flinched back from that gaze, one cast by someone of a high position from a large corporation. Why yes. I'm sorry that you didn't get to say anything during this meeting. Although you've managed to join in for a while. But if I may, I hope you will also join the next meeting. If it's about how you treat her, I'm thinking of leaving that to you for the time being. It's not like I'm doing this to compensate for your efforts. I will give you my contact number and contact line. If there's anything you want to report to me, you can do so straight through that line. You will not need to go through her. After Beltram said so, the other officers also proceeded to give their contact to Yudajima. It was their covert way of hinting Yudajima to send them information without going through Chloe. Nonetheless, it did not change the fact that it gave Yudajima a direct connection to Lion Steel's officers, which would strengthen his position as a city officer. Now then, please let me excuse myself. Beltram turned off the connection and disappeared from the meeting. The other officers also followed suit, leaving Chloe and Yudajima alone. Chloe smiled at Yudajima and said, once we leave, city management would take notice that the meeting has ended. At that time, I bet there will be men stationed outside the room waiting to get in. So, let's talk for a bit first. With this, I hope that you will believe me when I declared I would help you if you help me. Alright, I'll believe you for now. So then, what do you want? Well, there are a lot of things that I want. But first of all, I want to be able to contact Lottie's and my other servants. I actually tried to make tea by myself, but it just won't come out right. I'm just not used to it. Seeing her smile, as if it was a joke, Yudajima replied with a stern expression, very well. Thank you very much. Now then, do you need anything from me? Let's discuss about everything we need to keep confidential while we're still here. You have a point. Well, first thing first. Chloe and Yudajima continued their meeting inside that virtual space for some time after that. Outside the room, where Chloe was detained, those from the city public safety department were waiting for the meeting to end. They were preparing themselves. The moment they received the notice that it had ended, they would first send another warning. If Yudajima continues to not comply, they would arrest him. The door opened and Yudajima stepped out. He then lightly smiled at the surprised city public safety department and said to them, well, sorry to make you wait. The meeting took longer than I expected. One of the shocked men replied. Well, that is completely fine. Yudajima-sama, we hope you will cooperate and let us take you to Inabe-sama. We apologize, but we're allowed to arrest you if necessary. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I won't run away. I will come with you. Or if you prefer, you can arrest me, just to be safe. Yudajima smiled and offered both of his arms, but the guy just shook his head and said, and no, that won't be necessary if you obediently come with us. I see. Let's go then. Yudajima then went with them while showing no remorse. Although those from the public safety department were confused, they still followed through with their duty. After listening to the explanation about his monster designation from Kobayashi, Akira pouted and said, what do you mean? Infighting within city management has disallowed the decision to be revoked. Unlike Akira, who was even showing slight exasperation, Kobayashi laughed and replied. It's not like city management is ruled by a single person after all. There are times when a conflict of interest prevents them from taking quick action. Though, I bet it's a huge inconvenience for you. Kagomayama City itself had no wish to be hostile to him. Moreover, Inabe was something akin to his ally. However, from that point of view, it is not completely unthinkable that the anti-Inabe faction would retaliate. They would preserve the decision in order to sabotage Inabe. Furthermore, considering the power relationship between Kagomayama City and the Lion Steel Company, it was not easy for the Hunter Office to revoke an application it had already approved. At the very least, that was what Kobayashi had guessed. Somewhere away from him, where he had nothing to do with, there was trouble brewing. Trouble, which directly impedes him. However, Akira understood that he could not do anything about it. Thus, he could only sigh as he said. Either way, I can't return back to the city for the time being and things will get even more troublesome if I force my way in, right? Yep, exactly. I bet you're displeased about this, but let's just leave that matter for now. Now, we should get to the main topic. Let's start talking about how you can fight against the Lion Steel Company with the best firepower that you can get. Since it was an important subject for Akira, he changed gears and became solemn. However, seeing how Kobayashi was grinning like a Cheshire cat, he could not help but frown. Even if I say the best firepower, in the end, it depends on whether you would do this alone or in a team. Either way, it's important to increase your own firepower. That's why I recommend you hold back from attacking Lion Steel for the time being. Wait for the equipment from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Is that route still viable? I have become a bounty target, you know. Akira was already half certain that was out of the question. Thus, he did not expect to still receive his equipment. However, Kobayashi replied with such firmness that it completely eliminated his worries. Of course. There's no way Sakashita Heavy Industry would retract their reward. Not just because the hunter had received a monster designation in one particular place. Furthermore, that bounty designation only came from the Lion Steel Company's branch. If they did that, it would affect their reputation. In the worst-case scenario, some of the hunters who are contracted with Sakashita Heavy Industry might even cancel their contract. They might instead form a contract with the other 5 biggest companies. This would endanger Sakashita Heavy Industry's position as one of the big 5. I see. That's just how powerful the binding power of a contract is. Well, although, it wouldn't go that well had you picked a fight against the corporate government. Just because you got into a fight against a company because of a single relic, that won't make Sakashita waver. That's why there's nothing for you to worry about. Especially if it is related to Sakashita. But if I'm not mistaken, they still don't know when that powerful equipment will arrive, right? You don't need to worry about that as well. Although it's just my prediction, at most, it will take about a month. If you're really lucky, they'll be here in about a week. In the worst-case scenario, 3 months. Akira raised his eyebrows in shock. I'm pretty sure you said that it might even come next year though. Are you sure they can even arrive in a week? The reason for the delayed transport was because of the limited transport routes that Sakashita had decided on. Recently, they've been lifting up most of those limitations. Without those limitations, I can give you a good approximation as to when they would arrive. And as expected, even I don't have enough information about Sakashita Heavy Industries' transportation routes to be able to make a more precise prediction. So, my guess is between 1 week to 3 months. If they are already somewhere nearby, it'll only take about a week to transfer ownership to you. If they have to withdraw en route before trying another route, at most, it will take 3 months to get here. Akira lightly nodded to his explanation, so Kobayashi smiled and leaned forward. That's why just wait and don't do anything stupid. Chloe is inside Kagomayama at the moment. So, I recommend you force your way into the city once you have your frontline equipment. You just need to wait for a bit before receiving equipment far better than what you had before. So, until then, although it sounds awful, I hope you can just keep avoiding trouble for now. Kobayashi then leaned further. He was so close that Akira pulled himself away from him. Well, it's you that we're talking about here. I bet you don't like the idea of just running away, but deal with it for now. If you can hold back, you can vent your rage later. Using your new frontline equipment, you can blow open a hole into the inner wall, and get even the middle and the upper district involved in your quest for vengeance. At that point, you would be able to make those who look down on you regret their actions. That's why, for now, just wait patiently, okay? You understand, right? Oh, okay. Kobayashi, who kept leaning forward while whispering his devilish plan to Akira, made the latter feel weirded out by it. Therefore, Akira tried to change the subject. By the way, Kobayashi, you are a Kagomayama city officer, no? Is it really okay for someone in your position to suggest a bounty target use frontline weapon to blow the city's wall open? Kobayashi, who already had both of his hands on the table, supporting most of his weight while he leaned toward Akira, returned back to his seat and calmed down for a bit. Well, if you ask me whether it's okay or not, I bet it's not. It's something that a city officer definitely can't do. I bet the punishment would be more than just a written formal warning. Seeing Akira looking at him with confused eyes, Kobayashi then pointed at the Hunter Office mark on his vehicle. But right now, I am here as a Hunter Office's staff member. That's why it won't be trouble at all. Although Kobayashi was a Kagomayama city officer, at the same time, he was also a Hunter Office staff member. He was well accustomed to partitioning his two positions, as well as using them when necessary. Thanks to that, he was able to avoid having to face repercussions, which might have led to his bad reputation. I know you are a bounty target, but there are many types of people who become bounty targets. If it's just a 1 million bounty, the Hunter Office would not even bother to deal with it. But if it's for 50 billion orum, not to mention it also includes monster designation from a medium-sized corporation, the Hunter Office would have to at least do something to prevent damage from spreading. Things like trying to calm the situation and get both sides to peacefully find a solution to whatever the problem they have between them. At the moment, I'm actually using that as an excuse to meet up with you. That's why you're safe while you're in the middle of a conversation with me. Well, at least, those who want your bounty would not attack you in this situation. Even if there is someone nearby waiting to kill you, they can only observe from a distance right now. They will not dare snipe you. So, there's no need to worry about that. Akira was a bit surprised by Kobayashi's explanation. Is that so? Are you sure? It's 50 billion orum, you know. It has nothing to do with the amount. Trying to attack someone who is in the middle of negotiations with the Hunter Office is the same as picking a fight with the Hunter Office. This also means picking a fight with the corporate government too. Even if they manage to kill you, they won't be able to claim the bounty. To top it off, their hunter data will get expunged. Their account would be frozen and the whole Eastern District will recognize them as monsters. Akira lightly nodded again. Kobayashi then continued. Attacking someone in the middle of negotiating means antagonizing everyone included in that negotiation. The reason why Kobayashi told Akira to just think of Gautol and the others as escorts while they were surrounding him was because it signified Akira being in the middle of negotiations with Kagomayama City. To be more precise, they were recognized to be negotiating regarding Akira, who had been designated as a monster, to not approach Kagomayama City. Naturally, there was no guarantee that no one would attack them considering that the bounty was 50 billion orum. Furthermore, they could gain a connection with the Lion Steel Company. That was why Gautol and his men were vigilantly watching the surroundings. Kobayashi told Akira to think of Gautol and his men as his bodyguards since, in reality, they were indeed protecting him. The city defense squad's duty was to protect the city, not to hunt a bounty target. So, as long as Akira kept away from the city, even if he was a bounty target recognized as a monster, they would not attack him. Moreover, Kobayashi had already informed Gaudol, using his position as staff from the Hunter office. Akira was closely listening to Kobayashi's explanation, full of interest. However, he also started to worry about the time as he said. Now then, let's get back to the main subject. It's not like I can keep this up for long as well. I guess I'll convey the things that I need to convey to you here. Although you will be just running around until your new equipment arrives, if possible, don't go too far from Kagami City. We will hand over your equipment once they arrive in Kagami City. However, there will certainly be information leaks somewhere. That's why, if it's possible, I want to give them to you as soon as possible once they arrive. It would be easier and faster if you were nearby. It's also safer since it'll reduce the chance of you getting attacked on your way back to collect it. Even if you say so, I'm sure there will be more people coming after me if I roam around Kagami City. As long as I can't get into Kagami City, I would have to find another city to get my food and ammo. If you're staying somewhere close, I will help you with that as well. Ha! Are you sure you're okay doing that? Toward Akira, who was obviously surprised by his offer, Kobayashi's smile widened as he explained. Well, about that, I can put up an excuse. I can state having no other choice but to supply you with food and ammo. Otherwise, you would be cornered and have no other choice but to raid the city. So, I will be doing that per my duty as a city officer. After all, as a staff member from the Hunter office, it might be best for me to take a neutral stance. It was a good excuse for Kobayashi. Even if it meant making Akira stronger in exchange for buying more time for peaceful negotiations. Even if negotiations fail and Akira ends up attacking the city with his greater firepower, Kobayashi could simply claim that he did all he could. Though, in reality, Kobayashi was hoping that would happen. Akira understood that very well as he looked at Kobayashi's wide unsettling smile. Afterwards, Kobayashi told Akira all kinds of things until their time was up. He then returned back to his vehicle and lightly warned Akira, who was already back on his bike. The moment I turn on this vehicle, you will lose safety insurance from the Hunter office. Well, you are a bounty target with 50 billion orum on your head. There will no doubt be hunters who will come after you. They will do so with proper preparation first. So, I bet no one will attack you for the time being. But still, be careful out there. Sure. I'll be counting on you for the ammo. Yeah. Don't worry about that. You can count on me. Do tell me if something happens. I will contact you if something comes up. Make sure to answer calls coming from the secret line that I just told you about. Well then, until next time, Akira. Good luck. Kobayashi smiled as he said so and headed back to Kagami City. Meanwhile, Akira accelerated his bike in the opposite direction. It was his first day being a bounty target, one who could not return back to his home in Kagami City. Inside a personal room located in the inner wall of Kagami City, Reina seemed calm. Though, she hardly appeared to be friendly. In front of her was a large display with Beltram in it. That image of Beltram heaved a sigh. That's not how you address a branch head, you know. But Reina still offered her apology after she was told. My apology. I've been living outside the wall for so long that it seems like I've forgotten some of my manners without realizing it. For that, I am really sorry. Beltram's gaze shifted toward Kane and Shirori, who were standing behind her. Reina was at least showing a respectful attitude toward him, someone who held a higher position. However, Shirori was not even trying to hide her stern gaze and Kane was even displaying hostility in her smile. Those maids too. That's not how you address an officer from the same company, you know. Where is your loyalty toward the company you belong to? My master is Milady after all. Milady is already showing her loyalty to the company. Of course, that includes Milady's attitude toward you, you know. Beltram-sama is taking a neutral stance as the head manager of Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Ward Branch, regarding the infighting between the factions. Moreover, Beltram-sama is also taking a neutral stance regarding the attack on Milady, which might also be interpreted as abandoning Milady. As such, the barest of respect would be enough. After Beltram confirmed the maid's stance, his gaze returned back to Reina. There was a slight change in his expression. It was indicating how impressed he was with Reina. Not only was she able to hold on to Shiori's loyalty, but she could also tame a problematic maid like Kane. So, both Reina and Chloe changed this much outside the wall, huh? I once heard the reason why they drive out family members deemed incompetent outside the wall. It is because the conditions out there are much harsher than inside the wall. It was done in hopes of fostering their growth. I guess that's not all nonsense. Although they were driven outside the wall for different reasons, both Chloe and Reina were the source of the ongoing incident. Beltram could not help but feel impressed as well as cautious toward these two, who were both, from his point of view, still lacking. I'm glad to see that both you and Lady Chloe had grown so much outside the wall. Beltram then looked at Shiori. By the way, it seems like you are blaming me. Despite the fact that you have received an order directly from the representative. It does not change the fact that your actions have aided or even caused this incident to spread. I don't see your handling as something wise for a maid affiliated with the Lion Steel Company. Representative Alice's order was for those at the scene to handle the situation until she arrives. And the one who manages those people should be you, no? Shiori replied with obvious sarcasm. It was clear that she was indicating that the source of this incident, including Reina and Chloe's actions, was all due to the incompetent control the head of the Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Ward branch had over his people. Shiori understood that it was a rude remark toward Beltram, who was her superior. However, Beltram's decision to not punish Chloe, even after robbing that card from Reina, could be interpreted as approval of her actions. Therefore, Shiori could not possibly hide her anger. As Shiori prepared herself, expecting reproach from Beltram, he replied with something unexpected. Beltram made a troubled expression as he mumbled, "As I thought, that's what it means, huh?" Reina and the others frowned. They did not understand the meaning behind those words. However, the fact that Beltram did not reproach Shiori caused Reina to feel like something bad was going on. Thus, her expression turned stern as she asked. "Branch manager. I believe that you are busy as well, so can we please get on to the main subject?" You're right, let's get into the main subject. But before that, let me inform you of this. As the branch manager, I'm taking a neutral stance regarding the factions. With that in mind, there might be times when it seems like I'm siding with a certain faction. However, I will only do so for the sake of the company in mind. I am not doing so because I'm siding with any particular faction. That's why it's not like I'm abandoning your side or siding on Lady Chloe's side. I'm just dealing with matters with my position and ability in mind. Are you saying that the fact Chloe took Olivia-sama's card from me by force is all for the sake of the company? And you, as the branch manager, don't see any problem with it? This time it was not from Shiori but from Reina. After all, it was safer for her to speak up instead of a maid from the company. She did not want Shiori to worsen her standing. Furthermore, it was her covert way of hinting Shiori to keep her mouth shut. Shiori, who understood Reina's intentions, relaxed her stern expression. In turn, Kane, who noticed, smiled bitterly. Although Reina noticed the two's reaction behind her, she was being careful so as to not smile. Up until now, Reina had been leaving the negotiations to Shiori. However, from now on, she made her resolve to act as Shiori's master and waited for Beltram's reply. However, Beltram once again reacted with something that they did not expect. He knitted his eyebrows, which made him look like someone with a lot of power and responsibility. Someone fitting for his position as the branch manager. That is exactly the crucial part. We, officers from the 3rd Ward branch, are debating whether to see Lady Chloe's action as problematic or not. What do you mean? Actually, we originally saw Lady Chloe's action as problematic. We had a meeting just now to discuss how to deal with the aftermath. Although I can't really say what went on during the meeting, I will at least inform you of Lady Chloe's current situation. Chloe attacked Akira and failed. She then placed a 50 billion bounty on his head. Furthermore, she had Kagomiyama City designate Akira as a monster. And for the crime of endangering the city, she got detained. After hearing all of that, Reina could not hold back her surprise as to how the situation had greatly escalated in just one day. Lady Chloe's action had caused tremendous problems. As officers of the 3rd Ward branch, we can't ignore her actions. We only have 2 options, approve or reproach her action. However, we don't have enough information to decide at the moment. Because of that, I would hope you will share your side of the story with us, including the matter of Olivia Sama's card as well. This is an order from the branch manager of Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Ward branch. You will tell me everything in detail. When Beltram said so, he was exuding an extraordinary amount of pressure. This allowed Reina and the others to grasp just how important this matter was. Chapter 268, Carol's Decision. Akira rode his bike in the opposite direction of Kobayashi. After some time, he stopped behind a crumbled building inside. Well, it seems like no one is coming after me yet, right? Alpha smiled and nodded. Most hunters still don't know that you're a bounty target now. So, it should be fine for the time being. Let's use this chance to calmly think of a plan. Yeah, you're right. When a bounty for a monster was up, a notice would be sent out from the hunter office to all hunters in the area. This was how hunters would receive this information. However, this was not the case for bounty targets that were human. It was to grant an opportunity for the parties involved to talk it out. Perhaps, they might be able to take back the bounty designation. Although it did not take a lot of work to figure out when someone became a bounty target, it required someone to actively look for such information. As such, it took some time before it spread among the hunters. This period of time was a form of an extension for the involved parties to negotiate. In Akira's case, since he had also been recognized as a monster, all private security firms contracted with city management had already received a notice. It was only a matter of time before his bounty spread around, among the hunters who were acquainted with him. Moreover, Akira had no wish to peacefully resolve this matter. Since he could not return back to the city, his only choice was to spend his night in the middle of the wasteland. It was unclear how long he had to live out in the wasteland. He now had to be careful of both monsters and hunters. Akira was talking to Alpha about how to face this issue. Mid-conversation, he suddenly received a message from Carol through his hunter code. The content was another code to access a certain secret line. Akira and Alpha looked at each other. After briefly hesitating, he decided to access that secret line. Akira, it seems like you're all right. Thank goodness. Carol, what is it? Geez. Don't give me that when you just left your bodyguard job without any explanation, right? Carol sounded a bit angry. Akira frowned and apologetically said. Ah, right. Sorry about that. I was in a hurry due to certain business, you see. Well, I guess it can't be helped then. But it seems like you've calmed down now. At least enough to have the time to call me back, right? So, let's meet up and talk. Akira frowned. He paused for a bit before giving his reply. Well, actually, a lot of things happened afterwards. So, it's kind of hard to meet up right now, you see. Akira was trying to refuse while still being vague. However, Carol suddenly brought out the main point with a serious tone. If it's about Lion Steel putting 50 billion orum on your head and Kagomiyama City recognizing you as a monster, I already know. Akira was caught by surprise. He did not say anything. He did not even try to make an excuse. As he started putting his guard up toward her, Carol, who already guessed his response, quickly added. Just to let you know, I have no wish to fight you. If you don't believe me, then I guess meeting up will be impossible. And if you won't change your mind no matter what, then, there's no point in continuing this call. So, I'll hang up. After that, Carol went silent. The anxious heavy mood continued. After a minute of silence, Akira lightly sighed and said, "All right, let's meet up then." The mood immediately cleared up after that. Carol sounded extremely relieved as she replied, "Thank you." "Well then. How should we meet up?" "It's not a good idea to just meet up somewhere randomly in the wasteland, right? If you have a good idea, feel free to tell me. I will abide by your decision. But, if you don't have any good idea, I will try to think of something." "Let's see then, in that case." Akira and Alpha discussed through telepathy, how and where to meet up with Carol. "All right." Seeing that, Carol thought there should be no issues as she kept on driving. However, suddenly, a signal appeared nearby. Carol, who immediately noticed this signal, raised her guard. However, she suddenly heard Akira's voice through the close-range communication line. "It's me, Akira." Not only had Akira predicted Carol's route, but he had also cloaked himself with Alpha's support. He used the camouflaging function of his augmented suit and used a thin layer of force field armor around his bike to reduce his presence. With the help of Alpha's detection capability, he first confirmed that no one was tailing Carol before approaching her camping vehicle. "Just keep going and open the back door." "Okay." Carol turned the autopilot function on and went to the back of the vehicle. She then opened the back door, which was connected to the back room, used for storage. The moment it had sufficiently opened up, Akira released the accelerator and jumped in. The door immediately closed shut right away to prevent any information from leaking out. "Akira, welcome back. You can go and take a break. Or so I want to say, but first, let's do maintenance on your equipment. I'll help out." The camping vehicle was filled with Akira's reserve ammo and supplies. Originally, he was planning to be Carol's bodyguard for an indefinite amount of time. Thus, he had prepared a lot of supplies. "Thanks and sorry." Akira checked and refilled his equipment with her help. Reloading all magazines for his rifles. He reloaded the ammo in his bike, replacing energy packs for his rifles and augmented suit. He also recharged the bike's energy tank, replaced the blade, and refilled the liquid metal inside the bike's container tank. Once they were done, he took some more medicine and quenched his dry throat with a drink that Carol had brought in. He finally let out a huge sigh. With this, he had somewhat recovered after that battle back in Miyazono Ruin. "Akira, before we talk, do you want to take a bath first?" "Bath?" "Yep. A bath. I'm sure you're exhausted, right? I bet our conversation will take a while, so I'll feel bad to make you talk while you haven't freshened up." "I'm fine if it's only this much. Furthermore, it's not like you can return back to the city, right? In the worst-case scenario, this might be our last meeting." Akira suddenly turned silent, seeing that, Carol then casually added as if it was normal. Just to let you know, if you think that it should be fine as long as you don't get too close to the city, that would be a mistake, okay? Most cities normally contract private security firms to watch over the area around them. Since Kagomayama City has recognized you as a monster, I bet it will not be easy to approach Kagomayama City." That sentence hit Akira right where it was hurt. He could not help but frown. For Akira, who was already used to taking a bath at least once per day, it was extremely important for him. After a few seconds of hesitation, he finally made an extremely difficult decision. Thanks. But let's finish our discussion first. We don't know what might happen later, so let's first deal with my purpose for coming here." "Is that so? Well, in that case, let's talk over there." Carol went to the living room. Akira followed behind her, wondering if he had made the wrong decision. They both sat face to face in the living room. First, they exchanged information on what was going on. Carol showed information she had received from Viola to him, information that had no alterations. Since Viola was also interested in information pertaining to Akira, she gathered much about him in a short span of time. It included his battle against Chloe. The reason was due to a breakdown in negotiations regarding a certain relic between him and the Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Ward branch. It was not rare for the situation to unfold in such a manner. Especially when a certain hunter did not want to let go of a particular relic no matter what, while on the other hand, a large company was doing whatever it could to obtain said relic regardless of the cost. Therefore, when presented to third parties, who would normally be suspicious of any information alterations, they did not doubt the authenticity of this record. Thus, everyone outside of the parties involved believed this to be the case. After digesting how others viewed the situation, it was Akira's turn. He explained in chronological order what had happened between him and Chloe. He did so without hiding anything. After hearing the story, Chloe raised her eyebrows. So, it was all about lending that card? And that card is no longer even in your possession? At that point, no matter who had possession of that card, it should have been dealt with within the Lion Steel Company. An inner conflict which you have nothing to do with. You did that, even though you could make the Lion Steel Company deeply indebted to you if you just said that you would lend them the card? Yep. Pretty much. Akira said while looking a bit offended. Seeing how he reacted, Carol smiled and tried to lighten his mood. I'm sorry if I offended you. I don't mean to blame you. That part of you that is so unyielding, is also the reason why you're so adamant about contracts and agreements. To be honest, I like that part of you, you know? That's why I know I can trust you. Is that so? Akira was a bit weirded out, seeing how Carol was happily gazing at him. Although he did not regret his decision, he knew that common sense would dictate his actions as foolish. Something done solely out of his vain pride. But even so, he could tell that Carol was evaluating him highly. At least, for that quality of his, just like Kobayashi. Thanks to that, Akira felt a bit irritated. Now then, since we're done with sharing what we know, let's get on to the main topic. Well, it's actually quite simple, really. I want you to continue working as my bodyguard. Akira frowned. Although he understood what she had said, he could not understand why. He reevaluated what he had just heard to make sure that he had not mistakenly heard her. However, even after reconfirming, it still sounded as though Carol still wanted him to continue working as her bodyguard. Thus, he could not help but look at her in bewilderment. Wait for a sec, I'm a bounty target right now. A 50 billion bounty target. Many hunters will come after me. I know. If I'm around you in this state, you will definitely get involved too, you know? Yep. And I can't get into Kagomayama City since I am recognized as a monster. Meanwhile, the Lion Steel Company sees me as an enemy. I know that too. Listen, Akira. We both know already. Very well, in fact, from the information exchange that we did just now, right? I understand all the risks and still want you to be my bodyguard. Akira frowned and pulled his head back. The reason why could still not be figured out. Unable to answer that question, he eventually mumbled a short question. Why? He could not understand why someone would still ask him to be their bodyguard. Unlike Akira, who was obviously confused, Carol was completely calm. Well, I wonder what exactly you are asking. That question could consist of the reason I want you as my bodyguard. It could also be asking for the details of how I decided after considering all the risks involved. Since there are all kinds of reasons and more questions associated with them, there will be no end to it. So, I'll just state the overview. I understand all the benefits and the drawbacks. In the end, I still believe that having you as my bodyguard brings me more benefits than drawbacks. That's why I decided that I still want you to protect me. Carol said so with a serious expression as she leaned forward. So, what's your answer? Are you going to accept my bodyguard request? Akira knew his heart was beating hard. As he tried to calm his chaotic thoughts, he wanted to voice out a question. However, before he could ask, Carol stopped him and warned. Let me state this first. If you are going to reject my request because you're a bounty target, worried about getting me involved in your troubles, I will clearly state, once again, that I accept that risk. As I said before, I already know the risks when I request you to once again be my bodyguard. Now that his question had been answered before he could ask, Akira became silent. Thus, Carol continued. If you can't accept because it will bring you too much trouble, I will do my best to compensate. So, what's the problem? Do tell me if you still have any issues. This is how negotiations work, after all. Akira tried to think of the drawbacks if he accepted the job. Other than getting Carol involved in his problems, there were no other issues. Thinking about it, it was Carol who would be more likely to be negatively affected by this deal. It's true that I might slow you down if you have to protect me. But on the other hand, I can also help you, right? Since I brought pretty good equipment myself, I'm sure I won't cause you that much trouble. Or at least, it should be enough to compensate for the trouble that I might cause you. Carol smiled and started talking about the benefits that Akira could receive. Since he would be working together with her, naturally, he would have access to her camping vehicle. Even if he had to live out in the middle of the wasteland, he would still have access to a fluffy bed and a warm bath. He could also stock up a lot of ammo and food inside her vehicle. Even if he wandered the wasteland for months, his standard of living would be vastly different compared to if he was to live on top of his bike. In terms of safety, it was also much safer. After all, he could use the camping vehicle's powerful scanner. The vehicle's armor was also much tougher than his bike. In terms of fighting capability, it was no doubt better to have Carol's assistance rather than having to fight alone. There was nothing but benefits. The deal hardly had any drawbacks to him, which Carol explained. Even so, he could not simply bring himself to nod and agree. Instead, he started looking a bit troubled, with a tinge of suspicion. As expected, Carol could not keep smiling when faced with suspicion. To be honest, I believe that it's a good offer. That's why I had the confidence to ask you to meet up. Is there something that you don't like? Akira showed an expression indicating that he understood why she found his reaction to be dissatisfying. Nonetheless, he frowned and stated. Well, to be honest, I do think that it's an amazing offer. Then, what's the problem? Carol asked and stared at him, solemnly. There was a slight tinge of anxiety and desperation in her eyes. The reason why Akira could not simply agree was because that offer was just too good to be true. Instead of taking this great offer as a good opportunity, he could not help but to get suspicious, believing it to be some kind of trap. Akira did think of asking Alpha, but eventually decided not to. He told himself to at least decide this matter on his own. If it was indeed a trap, then that just meant he was a fool. Furthermore, he did accept a bodyguard request from Carol before. At that time, he also had his suspicions. Thus, this time, he once again decided to deal with this matter on his own. The less he relied on Alpha, the more time he needed to evaluate his options. As he thought in silence, Carol started to tense up. She was obviously getting desperate. After a little bit more silence, Akira, who noticed her expression, thought, maybe I'm just overthinking things. Carol. Why yes. Just answer this question for me. I'm someone who did what others deem unthinkable. I've tossed negotiations with a huge company like Lion Steel aside. To top it off, I got into a fight with them and ended up with a bounty on my head worth 50 billion orum. Are you sure you want someone like me to be your bodyguard? If I take this job and get involved in some kind of incident, I don't mind. So long as it's not because of me. I know you've considered the possibility before asking me. You've said it yourself. But there's a limit on how far you are willing to compromise, right? So, are you really sure? From others' point of view, those with common sense, Akira definitely had a few screws loose. Akira knew that and was aware of it to some extent. However, surface awareness did not mean that he could stop himself from thinking and acting in such a manner. That was why Akira could not help but get suspicious when someone asked a person like him to be their bodyguard. By thinking so, it meant that he did not trust Carol. However, it was a fact that he at least trusted her to be there in the first place. Minimally, he saw Carol as not an enemy and that she had no wish to cause harm to him. Akira knew that it was pointless to ask her to tell him all the details, why she wanted him to be her bodyguard. Carol had already told him that it was not something that would make them enemies. Nonetheless, Akira could not simply unconditionally trust her. On the flip side, that also meant that he could trust her conditionally. As if seeking to fulfill that condition, he curiously questioned her. Meanwhile, Carol was a bit taken back by Akira's suspicion. She continued to lightly smile and said, "Are you that worried about it? Don't worry. As I said before, I'm fine with it as long as it's not your fault. And from what I've heard from you, Lion Steel's bounty is not your fault." Carol casually stated, as if to indicate that she truly did not mind. However, in contrast to her casual attitude, Akira's reaction was by no means small. His eyes widened. This news has come as a huge surprise to him. Even Carol was surprised by his reaction. "Akira, what's wrong?" "Ah, no, it's nothing. So, about me getting into a fight with them, you think that it is not my fault?" Seeing how he questioned her rather timidly, Carol noticed that it seems like she had won some points from him. Thus, she stated her real thoughts. "Yeah. I mean, although the scale of the incident was by no means small, in the end, the main reason why that happened was because they tried to use force to get something from you. You simply fought back, right? That would mean you were not the one at fault." "They were, did I see? Well, if I am being honest, I do think that this is one of your character flaws. You have no hesitation in accepting a fight against a huge company like Lion Steel. But I guess it's way too late to be complaining about that at this point. Since it had something to do with your pride as well, it's not like anyone has a say in it, right?" After Carol said as much, she smiled rather confidently at him. "Moreover, as the one being protected, I think that part of you works well for me. After all, it means you will not simply abandon your job as my bodyguard even in the face of a tremendously strong opponent, right? After all, you rejected an offer from a company as large as Lion Steel, regardless of how good their offer was. So, I can expect you to properly protect me no matter what." Akira bitterly chuckled. I guess it really depends on what point of view you look at, huh?" "Yep, exactly." Carol smiled back. A moment later, her expression turned serious. "So then, what's your answer? If you're okay with it, I wish you will continue being my bodyguard." "All right. I'll do it." In contrast to Carol, who asked with a serious and desperate expression, as though it was her last chance, Akira replied with ease. Although she was happy to hear his answer, it also made her feel a bit troubled. "Thank you, that's a big help. But if you're going to accept it that casually, you could have just accepted it right from the start, right? Are you having fun teasing me or something? I don't really think highly of someone who would play with a girl's heart like that, you know?" As Carol asked, half-jokingly, she started moving her body as if to seduce him. Akira simply gave a soft smile and replied, "That's not it. Well, ever since I got recognized as a monster and got a bounty on my head, I may have become a little bit more paranoid than usual. Sorry about it. I will properly do my job. So, I hope you can take my commitment as an apology. Does that mean I can expect you to properly protect me? Though I look like this, I take my job seriously. So, well, you can at least expect me to do my job." "Oh. Would that include accepting payment on top of the bed?" "That would be a no." "That's just too bad." Akira and Carol smiled at each other after exchanging banter. However, with this, Akira once again became her bodyguard. Seeing that, Alpha smiled while staring at them, deeply. As the camping vehicle ran through the wasteland wrapped in the darkness of the night, Akira was recuperating his body, enjoying the bath. It had been a very long, exhausting day for him. So, he allowed his body to be lulled by the warm water, satisfying his desire for a bath. Alpha was sitting in the bathtub, naked, as usual. Her skin and hair were as graceful and lustrous as always. However, non-existent water droplets were running down her skin, hair, and bosom, before dropping into the warm water. This greatly boosted her sex appeal. As always, it was in clear view for him. Nonetheless, as always, he completely ignored it. Up until now, everything was as usual. However, Alpha's expression was a little bit off than her usual expression. She seemed a bit more worried than usual. Akira, it might be a little bit too late to ask this now. But are you sure you're fine with retaking this job? Akira shifted his gaze to her. He thought that she was wearing a rather unusual expression as he replied. It's fine, isn't it? Thanks to that, I can get to bathe like this, after all. Honestly speaking, I don't think your safety can be easily exchanged for a bathing time, you know? I don't think I'm exchanging anything for this time to bathe though, or did I? It's the risk of protecting her. This is while we are still uncertain what exactly she is so scared of. Well, I can understand that argument. But, it's the same situation as the first time I accepted this job. So, why would I worry about it now? Our situation back then is not the same as it is now. It is now clear that Carol is so frightened by something that she believes it's better to have someone in a conflict with the Lion Steel Company, who is recognized as a monster by Kagomiyama City and has a 50 billion orum bounty, to protect her. I know that she has her reasons, but now that it has come to this, it's impossible to ignore the potential risk. A danger she perceives as great than the danger you are involved in. Akira gave a slight nod. It showed that he agreed with her argument. However, that still did not change his decision. Well, I bet she has her reasons. But Carol still decided to do so knowing that she might get involved in my issues too. So, it's more like we're roping onto each other's problem, no? As for me, personally speaking, I completely expect that level of risk considering she brought up such a good offer to me. Akira released a small sigh caused by the nice warm bath. He touched the warm water with a pleasant smile. Moreover, had I not accepted this job, I would be spending the night in the middle of the wasteland right now, correct? And that won't be only for 1 or 2 days. In the worst-case scenario, I might have to be out there for 3 whole months. That would be no fun at all. I might have been able to do it back then when it was normal for me to sleep in a random back alleyway. But that's not possible for the current me. So, I'll at least do this much if I can avoid having to sleep in some random alley inside the wasteland. Akira smiled bitterly and shook his head. Alpha sighed with exasperation and asked. Good grief. You really have gotten used to this lifestyle, huh? If you accept Carol's request just because of this, what would you do if she betrays you? I bet it will be fine. And even if that happens, I will think of something when the time comes. After Akira casually proclaimed, he frowned and tilted his head. He just noticed that for some reason, Alpha was being abnormally cautious of Carol. While he took notice, Alpha smiled confidently and stated. Just leave it to me when that happens. Seeing her expression, Akira believed Alpha was only acting out of caution, which also emphasized how valuable her support was. Thus, he smiled wryly. Yeah, I'll be counting on you when the time comes. Akira then allowed his consciousness to melt into the warm water while he looked at her smile. On the other hand, Alpha reminded herself to be more careful of him while smiling at the boy who was lulled by the warm bath. The question of what he would do if Carol betrayed him was only a check. If it was the Akira of the past, Alpha was certain he would have firmly responded with, I'll just kill her when that happens. However, Akira's answer was different this time. He only said that it should be fine. This demonstrated his belief that such a possibility was small. Even if that happened, he would simply react casually. This showed how unlikely it was for him to quickly jump to murder to deal with the aftermath. everyone needed some form of recognition. Akira was not an exception. Therefore, Akira thought highly of Carol, who recognized and justified his actions during his quarrel with Chloe back in Miyazono Ruin, where he was not at fault. Alpha believed that was the reason why he treated her differently now. While Alpha concluded what had happened, she continued to ponder. It's a fact that I was the first one to affirm his actions. As the one who did it first, I believe the effect is bigger. Alpha told herself that she got lucky in affirming his actions. As she was looking at Akira, who was focused on enjoying the bath, she thought that it might be better to warn him not to sleep on the same bed with Carol. After all, it would be horrendous if an accident occurred. In front of the only person who could see her right now, Alpha continued to smile. She gave a suggestion just as usual. Though, her judgment regarding this individual had changed. Chapter 269, Negotiation Within the Wall. After she had completed the intercity transport escort request, Hikaru was staying out of trouble and led a rather peaceful life. Although she had the ambition and the arrogance of a gifted youth, after she had numerous near-death experiences working with a hunter by the name of Akira, she had calmed down considerably. She continued to do her administrative tasks without flaw. Overall, she was doing extremely well in her job. Even after that incident, she did not stop and kept working hard. Her reputation improved with time. It was to the point where no one questioned her future success. However, at most, she would only become a city officer after a few years. This was slow in terms of the progression goal she had in the past when she was still very ambitious. Even so, Hikaru was content with her current situation. After all, she was afraid that she would have to handle more people like Akira. Which was necessary if she wanted to climb the ladder even quicker than what she was currently doing. She could not do what was normal for Kobayashi. In the first place, it was not right to compare her to someone who preferred to deal with battle maniacs or other similar demented individuals. Convinced, Hikaru decided to build up her achievements slowly and securely. This was a much better path for someone like her, a peaceful life. In the midst of her job, Hikaru was summoned by Inabe. It stated that he had a job for her. If it was the past Hikaru, it would have been wonderful news. After all, it signified that a city officer with considerable standing had taken notice of her. However, now, instead of jumping in joy, she seemed rather anxious. Anxious as to what kind of job Inabe had for her. Hikaru carefully entered Inabe's office room. Looking at her enter, Inabe, who was on the sofa, immediately stopped his ongoing discussion with his men and signaled her to take a seat with his hand. Come in and take a seat. Hikaru slowly and anxiously sat on the sofa in front of him. Inabe then glanced at his men, indirectly telling them to leave. Therefore, his men gave a silent bow and left the room. Hikaru looked rather tense. Although Inabe told her with his gestures and words, he gave an order to his men with only a glance. That difference in treatment showed that currently, she had the highest priority and position here. Naturally, it was except for Inabe himself. She could feel that recognition, however, her instinctive talent was warning her not to feel happy just yet. Director Inabe. I heard that you have a job for me. So, what might it be? To be honest, I'm in the middle of handling a few tasks from the general affair, you see. I'm afraid taking more tasks right now would affect my other tasks, so. Hikaru was trying to be as polite as possible. She wanted to convey that without knowing what this task was, she had no wish to accept it. Inabe's expression did not change at all, he understood what Hikaru was hinting at but simply continued. It's not a problem. You can forget any other tasks you have at the moment. I will have others do them. Of course, I will take care of that using my men, so there's no need to worry. I see. Before we get on to the main topic, go ahead and read these documents. You have 30 minutes. Right away. Hikaru took the documents on top of the table. Normally, they would have been sent as digital files, but this time, Inabe made printed copies instead. Do you need me to explain why I printed these documents instead of forwarding them to you? And not at all. Is that so? In that case, let me ask you this, why do you think I went out of my way to print them? Inabe asked with a serious expression as he stared at her. His gaze was indicating that the consequence would be severe if Hikaru tried to come up with a non-honest answer. Although it was not an interrogation, it was something similar. Hikaru could feel cold sweat running down her face as she replied. Considering that the documents are printed, it would mean that they contained information outside of Kagomayama City's jurisdiction. I believe that this document contains something that I normally should not know of. I see. Any other guess? Printed documents don't leave digital records in the shared database. So, the accuracy of the content of the documents can't be checked through the city's system. The only record it will leave is the documents here, which I have received from Director Inabe. Alright, and then? Inabe's gaze seemed to bore into her. It was as if he was warning her that he knew she had other guesses and was trying to make her confess everything. Even if I share this information with the other officers, there are no guarantees that it has not been tampered with. Therefore, it can't be used for supplementary information during meetings. Moreover, there's a good chance that some parts of these documents have already been tampered with. It is a safeguard just in case these documents land into the hands of a hostile faction. Inabe nodded with a solemn expression. It should be fine if you already understand that much. I should at least compliment you. You are as talented as rumor has it. Now then, go ahead and read it. The lies written in these documents are easy to spot if you understand the contents. You can go ahead and ask them if you find anything questionable in it. After all, there are things that even I don't want to be on paper. Now that Hikaru had nowhere to run, she made her resolve and started reading it. The documents had information about Akira and Chloe. There were details of what was going on between the Lion Steel Company and Kagomayama City. Akira's 50 billion orum bounty and recognition as a monster by Kagomayama City. Chloe being detained for endangering the city. And finally, when the city manager wanted to call an official meeting, Yudajima was using his connection with the Lion Steel Company to delay it. Thus, they were not able to immediately deal with the situation. Hikaru took 10 minutes to skim through the documents. She then used the remaining 20 minutes to ask Inabe questions. With that, she was able to understand the current situation. After Inabe finished confirming everything, he nodded with satisfaction and complimented her. Very good. Now then, let's get on to the main subject. I have a special order for you. Hikaru prayed that it was not what she thought it was. However, Inabe gave her the order which she had expected based on what she had just read. I want you to negotiate with Akira. Give it your best to resolve this situation peacefully. Tell me if you need anything. Authority, money. Anything. I will give you as much as I can afford to give. Wait for a second. No, there will be no waiting. Inabe quickly crushed the moment Hikaru was just about to make a plea. He continued as if to completely decimate her prayers. In order to have an opportunity to negotiate with a highly on-guard bounty target, they would at least need an acquaintance to serve as the bridge. To increase the odds of success, it was better if it was from someone who was likely to give Akira a good deal. Furthermore, considering Akira's personality, it was also for the best if they brought someone who knew Akira well, so as to not accidentally worsen the situation. For Inabe, he only knew 3 such people who satisfied these conditions. Inabe himself, Kobayashi, and Hikaru. As the city manager, Inabe had to focus on revoking Akira's monster designation in the officer meeting. He had no time to directly negotiate with Akira since he had to invest all his time to counter the damage that Yudajima had done. As for Kobayashi, he was working as an officer from the Hunter office at the moment. Therefore, Inabe had no authority to order him around. Even if he could, given the horrendous reputation Kobayashi had, there was a good chance he would somehow find a way to twist the outcome to his liking. Therefore, Kobayashi was the last person to rely on if they wanted to solve this incident peacefully. By the process of elimination, Hikaru was his last choice. After Inabe explained this to Hikaru, her original argument was annihilated. She wanted to bring up there being someone higher, like Inabe or Kobayashi, who was more suitable to handle Akira. That is the reason why I picked you. Tell me if you have any objections. Hikaru tried her best to think of a reason. Any reason to counter Inabe's arguments and shift this duty to someone else. However, even with her talent, she could not come up with any good counterargument as she completely fell silent. Inabe then continued. I know that you don't want to do this. To give you more motivation, let me tell you that this is our last hope. We have no plan B, we? Hikaru inadvertently frowned. If Inabe had used you instead of we, she could still understand if the outcome of refusing was her getting fired. However, Inabe clearly used we, which meant that Inabe might also have to resign. Unfortunately, Hikaru did not even consider such a possibility. If Akira got a bit too irritated and ended up attacking the city defense squad would just eliminate him. Although it might still cause some damage to the city, Hikaru calculated that it would not cause that much damage. At least, not enough to shake Inabe's position as the one assigned to manage the area under Tsubaki. Therefore, Hikaru ended up bewildered when she heard him say, we. That's right, we will be in deep trouble. When a hunter caused damage to the city, repercussions would always go down to the source, which would lead to our unfortunate ending. Unfortunately, this would include those who have helped that hunter to grow to be that strong. In other words, we will have to take responsibility. I understand that, but I'm sure you've read Akira's track record in the documents. However, there's a mistake in those records. To be more precise, the prediction for his power growth in the future has been severely downplayed. I'm sure that you had a guess already. Think of his strength based on his performance during the intercity transport escort mission. The discrepancy is just that awful. What, exactly do you mean? Soon, he will obtain equipment from the front line. Equipment that those hunters of above rank 100 would normally use. Hikaru's face was filled with shock and fear. Inabe knitted his eyebrows. He's already that strong with equipment for rank 50 and above. I'm sure you can imagine just how powerful he will get once he lays his hands on that equipment. Wouldn't it be possible to prevent that? It would be extremely difficult. After all, that equipment is a reward for him from Sakashita Heavy Industry. If we try to sabotage the delivery, we would be picking a fight with Sakashita Heavy Industry. Moreover, the ones responsible for this are you and me. Hikaru was greatly taken aback. Not only had the scale of the trouble just grown exponentially well outside her expectation, but for some reason, a reason she could not understand one bit, she somehow found herself directly involved in this mess. Hikaru could not help but screech at Inabe. What do you mean? I can tell you, but since it has something to do with Sakashita Heavy Industry, it can't be recorded. So, I can only verbally inform you here. Furthermore, you need to be extremely careful with this information. Akira had always been trying to get equipment way above the limit of his hunter rank. He somehow managed to get Kobayashi and Inabe to agree to help him. This was in exchange for doing a request from them. By completing his intercity transport escort mission with Hikaru, half of that deal was completed. As such, Akira was currently only waiting for his new equipment to arrive. However, due to the transport route limitation imposed by Sakashita Heavy Industry, it got delayed for quite some time. However, Sakashita Heavy Industry has been lifting its transport route limitation bit by bit. Transport started to run again, and it was only a matter of time before Akira got his equipment. Originally, they only procured such powerful equipment for law-abiding hunters. If such a hunter had become hostile towards the city, the damage to Inabe's name would be minimal. It would not be enough to shake up his position. However, that would not be the case if the hunter had some kind of personality problem. The officers who helped him obtain such equipment would be held responsible. Especially Hikaru, who had forced her way to get Akira into that intercity transport escort mission. Since she was not even a city officer and just a staff member, she would be easily blown away by the after effects of this incident. It would not be strange for her to be kicked out of the city. Hikaru trembled. Inabe, who saw that, thought that it was a good sign. It was now clear that she understood the gravity of the situation. Let me say this again. This is our last chance. We have to solve this situation peacefully no matter what. I won't give you any specific orders. I hope you would make the best use of your talent, which even Kobayashi thinks highly of, to find a solution to this matter. I'll give you the code to contact me through a secret line. Feel free to call me if you need anything. That's all. Get on it this instant. Even after Inabe had ordered her, Hikaru simply sat there, without responding. Well, I'm sure that you are greatly shaken by this. You can stay here until you've calmed down. Inabe then stood up and returned back to his own office chair. He then called his men to come back in. His men, who walked in, looked at Hikaru with confused eyes. She was still sitting there. However, after they saw Inabe softly shake his head, indicating they should just ignore her, they returned to their respective duties and did as advised. Not too long after, Hikaru stood up. She was still in a daze, wobbling left and right as she dragged herself out of the room. Even after she closed the door, she simply stood there for a while. But eventually, she regained her calm. Finally, she felt livid toward the situation she was dragged into. However, she came to accept that rage and used it as fuel to light the flame of her spirit. She clenched her fist and looked up as she shouted. Did I get it already? I just need to do it. Right. If there was no route to retreat, then the only way left was forward. It was pathetic to push forward while looking down. It was much better to charge forward with a burning spirit. Hikaru told herself this as she confidently smiled, which also served to inspire herself. High risk. High return. A huge gamble. It is not like I can escape on my own now. Hikaru resolved herself to face what was in front of her. Ever since Akira had become a bounty target, he spent his days hiding around Kagamaima City. Thanks to Carol's camping vehicle, he had a place to sleep and enough ammo to fight a few battles. He also has enough food to last a few weeks. He was trying to keep a low profile until the situation changed. One day, he suddenly received a call from Kobayashi through the secret line. Kobayashi managed to get the giant insect that Akira had defeated the other day to be counted as a general-purpose monster hunting request. Of course, in reality, he worked together with Lotties to defeat that monster. However, since Chloe was the one who lured the monster this close to the city, she was denied the reward. Thus Akira was recorded to be the only one who defeated that monster. The reward was 50 million orum. Although it was a huge sum, Akira felt that it was not that much, considering the trouble that he had to go through to kill that thing. Kobayashi was somehow able to notice Akira's reaction and said, "Oh, is it too little?" As expected of someone with a 50 billion bounty on his head. That much is just way too small of a sum for you, isn't it? No. That's not it. It's just that there was a time when I defeated a tank tarantula bounty monster, right? That one was 8 billion orum. It's weird how I only got 50 million orum considering that wasp was much stronger than that tarantula. Well, that's given. The bounty of a monster is not decided by how strong it is. It is based on how much people want that monster dead. So, it is unlikely for them to pay a lot if that monster usually only roams way up in the sky. Which means it hardly causes any issues for those living on the ground, you know. Is that so? But still, it was really strong though. Toward Akira, who did not seem to be able to accept this, Kobayashi continued to explain. Just give it up. In the first place, no one around here would be able to pay you enough money to make it worth hunting that kind of monster, you know? Even if someone had enough money to make it worth the risk, there were worries as well. Hunters who had enough skill to defeat such a monster might lure them down just to be able to claim that sum. If they kept doing so, eventually, these monsters would start roaming near the ground. It would increase the difficulty level of the area by manyfold. The defense squad responsible for the safety of the area deliberately set a much lower rate to avoid such a situation. As such, when hunters wanted to get paid a commensurate amount for defeating a monster as powerful as that wasp, they had to go further to the east. Similarly, if they hunted the same monster, they would be paid more if they were further to the east. That was how hunters were encouraged to go to the east and eventually to the front line of the eastern district. When hunters defeated a powerful monster such as that wasp, normally, its carcass would also be appraised as a highly valuable relic. Since Akira was the one who defeated that wasp, he had ownership of its carcass. However, since he had left the carcass behind, other hunters who were unaware of what was going on, dismantled it and took it for themselves. After Kobayashi explained, Akira finally accepted the reason for the low reward. Kobayashi then continued. Look. Even if you have a 50 billion bounty on you, that doesn't mean you are that strong. Don't get me wrong. I do think that you're a strong hunter. But the issue is not my thoughts but others. It will greatly affect how many come after you. After all, there are many factors that affect others' perception of you besides your fighting ability. For example, restrictions or grudges that they have for you. How well you are hiding, which would make it difficult for them to find you. Since they're facing a human and not a monster, I'm sure many believe that they just need to find a small opening to catch you off guard. So, be careful. I know. Alright. Call me if something comes up. Later then. Kobayashi then ended the call. Carol looked at Akira, worriedly. You might not want to hear this from me, but, are you sure we can trust that guy? Maybe. Though, I can only say that since we have the same goal. That guy doesn't want me to die and would prefer I go down in a blaze of glory. So, he's doing everything he cannot because of money or power. It is all merely for his own interest. So, I guess, from that perspective, it's okay to trust that guy. I see. Well, if you say so. It's not like I'm in a place to say anything. Carol thought that it was so like him to think that way. Thus, she wryly smiled at him. But still, although you have a 50 billion orum bounty on you, you're pretty calm. Why is that the case? Well, to me, it's not like I can do anything about it at this point. Even if I'm going to get strung up because of it, it's not like that would help my situation at all. Right? Carol thought that this line of thinking was far from the norm. However, she did not pursue the matter any further. Meanwhile, Akira simply gave a light smile. Moreover, thanks to you, I don't need to spend my nights in the middle of the wasteland. With your camping vehicle, I even have a bed to sleep on. I also get to bathe. Also, the bath and the bed are even better than the ones back at home. I have a place to sleep and food to eat. There's no reason for me to be that worried, right? Hearing that, Carol smiled bewitchingly and asked. Is that so? Now that you have food to eat and a place to sleep, won't that leave only one thing? I don't mind helping you out with that, you know. Sorry. I still prefer food over women. We're in a dangerous situation and all alone with each other. There's nothing wrong with trying to change it up, you know. We're not exactly in a dangerous situation, and I don't have any plans to make it more dangerous than necessary. So, I guess this is the same as always, no? Geez, you're as cold as ever. Carol was only teasing him, knowing that he would say no right from the start. She could only smile wryly and appear exaggeratedly disappointed toward his rejection. For Akira, it was nothing more than his usual banter with Carol. The only one who was taking a deep precaution toward that exchange was Alpha. Along the border between the inner district and the middle district of Kagamayama City, Chloe, who was temporarily detained, was heading toward the area under Sakashita Heavy Industry. She was accompanied by Udajima, and had her servants, Lottie's and Pamela, following behind her. Udajima, who arranged for the upcoming meeting at Chloe's request, anxiously advised her. Make sure to not do anything to offend Sakashita Heavy Industry. Although you are heading there as the negotiator for the Lion Steel Company, if something were to happen, I, who arranged this meeting, will not be excluded from the fallout. Chloe smiled gracefully. Unfortunately, if we don't get anything out of the negotiation, it might be the end for the both of us. If doing nothing will lead to our demise, isn't it better to take this chance and try? That is not what I meant. Yudajima raised his voice. Chloe lightly shook her head and reminded him. Calm down. We're entering their area soon. Your position in Kugayama City will not help us here. So, make sure not to do anything rude. Yudajima frowned and closed his mouth shut. When they entered the area under Sakashita Heavy Industry, the first thing the guards did was ascertain their identities. Yudajima could only go this far as he only accompanied Chloe as a guide from Kugayama City. Meanwhile, Chloe's detainment basically got transferred from the city to Sakashita. Even Chloe started to feel anxious. The area in front of her was under the jurisdiction of Sakashita Heavy Industry. Her opponent this time was one of the 5 largest corporations. Even if she was from the Lion Steel Company, if she got killed here, that would be the end of it. Lion Steel would make no attempts to retaliate against Sakashita. That was just how powerful Sakashita was. Although she knew there was no reason for Sakashita to kill her, she still could not help but feel anxious. As she reminded herself not to do anything rude in place of Yudajima, a guide from Sakashita Heavy Industry appeared. Chloe-sama, I presume. Please allow me to be your guide. This way, please. Chloe and her servants went inside, following the guide. All the guards in the area were from Sakashita Heavy Industry. It gave a feeling of entering an archaeological site, which was in the midst of excavation. They were then led to a certain room. This is the room. The guide said so and politely bowed. Chloe and her servants then entered the room, leaving the guide in the hallway. Inside, the person who was going to negotiate with her was already waiting with his bodyguard. Chloe once again ascertained her resolve. She stepped in front of him, who was waiting for her while still sitting in his seat. She smiled politely, worthy of someone from the founder family of the Lion Steel Company. I am Chloe Leverant Lawrence, it is a pleasure to meet you. Name's Shugadome. I'm busy right now, so I hope you brought something worthy of my time. Of course. The negotiator and his bodyguard from Sakashita Heavy Industry were Shugadome and Hammers. Toward the two, who had political power and fighting capability that Chloe could not hope to match, she had to gather all the courage she could and face them. Else, she might have shrunk back. In the middle of the wasteland, Shiro, who was in his hideout, looked rather disgruntled as he mumbled. Good grief, waiting like this feels so awful. Shiro was told by Shugadome to make sure that his communication line was open around certain periods of time. However, because of that, Shiro could not use that time to do anything else. The feeling of wasting time was making him feel uneasy. The reason Chloe asked to have a meeting with Shugadome was to apologize for the recent incident near Mihazono Ruin. Although it was right in front of a hunter office, how serious it was seen as a problem was another matter. Chloe used this as an excuse. She wanted to offer an explanation and apology to Shugadome. She used Yudajima to convey this. And now, she was explaining the situation to Shugadome. First, she conveyed the value, necessity, and danger of Olivia's card. To wrap it up, she mentioned how she did not have any other options, which led to that incident. A certain hunter came into the ownership of the card by accident. Chloe, who thought that it was dangerous, went to the hunter and requested him to hand over ownership to her. Even with everything she had prepared, the hunter refused. In order to make sure that this dangerous relic would not cause any trouble, she had no other choice but to use force. That was how their negotiation had turned into a battle. Although the hunter understood that he was in front of a hunter office, it was obvious that he had no plans of holding back. In order to protect herself, Chloe had no other choice but to fight back. Chloe spoke apologetically, pleading innocence, highlighting the fact that she had no other choice. I'm sure I don't need to say what kind of problems a dangerous relic might bring to the Eastern District. As I understand, even Sakashita Heavy Industry is actively negotiating with various hunters for similar reasons. I am sure there are many occasions when negotiation fails and the company is forced to take the relic by force. Although the scale is not the same, I was forced into the same situation. I hope that Sakashita Heavy Industry understands. Very well. But if it's only for this, I see no reason to request a physical meeting with me. You could just send your apology through our respective companies. I don't see how this is worthy of both of our time. Shugadome was basically saying this was a waste of time. Chloe tensed up and continued. I feel responsible for this situation. I feel that it would be wrong of me not to directly convey my apology. Moreover, the Hunter Office is an organization under the corporate government. As such, it obeys the will of the 5 largest corporations. So, I thought that it was only to be expected for me to apologize directly to Sakashita Heavy Industry. Also, although I look like this, I'm still a part of the Lawrence family. So, I can't just lower my head toward anyone. If I lower my head, it will hurt the pride of our company. With that in mind, although I know it would be a small inconvenience for you, I asked for your time to have a direct face-to-face meeting. That was when Chloe pulled out the white card. And this will be the real reason. This is the card that I have mentioned. As a form of apology, I wish to give this card to you. Lottie's and Pamela, who were standing behind Chloe, seemed to have completely been blindsided. They never expected Chloe to give Olivia's card away. However, before they could plead their master to reconsider, they reminded themselves. They were in front of Shugadome. Therefore, they could not afford to embarrass their master. However, as expected, considering the worth of this card, I can't just give it away for free. The reason why I thought that this would be worth your time, is because of the negotiation to hand over this card. Chloe showed the white card to Shugadome. Although she was nervous, she somehow still managed to smile. The silence continued. Chloe was doing her best to maintain her smile. She waited for Shugadome's answer as cold sweat trailed down her back. Even Lottie's and Pamela could feel how tense she was. They looked worried even when they were trying to maintain their expression. Eventually, Shugadome replied without a change in his expression. I see. I understand how you see that as a good enough reason to take my time. Chloe's expression relaxed from relief. Thank you very much. In that case, please let me state what I expect in return for this card. No. That won't be necessary. Chloe frowned. Olivia's card was not something that she could simply give away without anything in return. She was certain Shugadome also understood that. Therefore, she spoke up. Though she knew that it was a little rude, that I'm sorry, although I did say that I will give away this card as an apology, as expected, I can't just give it away without anything in return. Considering the value of this card, I hope that my willingness to trade it is enough as an apology. I already understand that. Then, why? Chloe obviously seemed troubled. Therefore, Shugadome stated with his unchanging expression. Your willingness to trade that card is indeed enough as an apology. But there is no need to give it to me. You may leave with that card. Chloe, Pamela, and Lottie's could not hide their shock. With this card, they could negotiate with an old-world AI. Negotiate to a certain level. There was no way those from Sakashita Heavy Industry did not know of this. However, with that knowledge, Shugadome still unexpectedly refused the opportunity. After hearing his unexpected reply, Chloe tried to think of a reason why. She searched through her memories and experience. She then guessed that it was some kind of gambit. To get the card at a better price. With that assumption, she challenged Shugadome. Is that so? I'm sure you understand how much this card is worth. All that trouble from the battle in Mihazono Ruin, which included several powered suits from the city defense squad. It's just that valuable of a relic. Just think of what might happen if this card falls to the hand of the nationalist instead of an officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Chloe thought that Shugadome would not want that to happen. Thus, he would not refuse this chance to get the card. That was why she said as much. However, Shugadome then lightly replied. Still, with his unchanging expression and neutral tone of voice. Very well then. I shall have you die. Chloe froze in shock. Chapter 270, An Unexpected Request. Lottie's and Pamela immediately understood that Shugadome was not joking. He was serious when he said that Chloe needed to die. Thus, both quickly readied their stance to protect their master. But they were too late. The moment they felt the compulsion to protect, Hammers, who was just standing next to Shugadome a moment ago, already had his hand on their faces. Hammers was holding back. It was to warn them. He would kill them if they tried to make any suspicious moves. If he had any desire to kill, they would already be dead by now. Thus, Pamela and Lottie's knew better than to try anything in this situation. Chloe exasperatedly sighed. Not only was it to help her calm down, but it was also to fake bravado in front of Shugadome. Shugadome-sama, I don't think it's wise for an officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry to spill blood inside the inner wall. Those who were living inside the inner wall, even the worse out of the bunch, all had at least some level of decency. Something common sense to all of them was the matter of taking lives. It was an action only meant for outside the inner wall. Even if those within the inner wall had no worries when it came to monsters, killing each other would mean that there was no difference between inside and outside the inner wall. Thus, if such acts were committed inside, there was no meaning for them to live inside the inner wall. This common sense was one of the main pillars that maintained civil order within the inner wall. Chloe was implying that this was not something that an officer from the 5 biggest corporations should do. They serve as an example. Thus, she was trying to use that to stop Shugadome. However, Shugadome did not show any reaction to her words. I can understand why you would say that. Then, in that case. But personally speaking, as a part of Sakashita Heavy Industry, I also take pride in actively contributing to the safety of the Eastern District as a whole. I understand the danger of that card in your possession. Unfortunately, I'm not that irresponsible. I can't allow someone who would dare say something as preposterous as giving such a dangerous object to the nationalists to go. Even with my contract with city management. Even considering the fact that you're someone from the Lawrence house. It's not enough of a reason not to dispose of you. Even after he said that, Shugadome was still as expressionless as usual. It was as if disposing of her was just one of his common duties. He was only executing his duty. Nothing more. Chloe understood that much. After I dispose of you, I will report to Lion Steel. I had just cleaned up a nationalist supporter inside the Lion Steel Company. I have no plans to hide it. If you have any last words, you can go ahead and make your calls. I'm lenient enough to at least wait for you to finish delivering your will. Chloe's smile already vanished from her face. Behind her stern expression, she was desperately trying to find a way out. She understood that pleading for her life was useless. She had to make a good logical argument to change Shugadome's mind. She was using everything her brain could conjure up. It was to the point where she could feel the time slow down. However, she could not come up with anything decent. After a short pause, Shugadome then spoke. It was as if to tell Chloe that she had run out of time. I see. So, you have no last will to leave behind, huh? Now then. Chloe scowled in fear. Lottie's and Pamela also thought that this was their end, that I will allow you to retract your statement and correct this misunderstanding. If you do so, I will regard that statement as nothing but an atrocious bluff, which stemmed from your foolishness. That you were not trying to support the nationalists. Chloe did not expect things to end like this. She quickly recovered and took his offer. I only meant it as the worst-case scenario. It was a possibility, which only meant to emphasize the value of the card. I have no wish to let it fall into nationalists' hands. I take what I said back and apologize for making such a remark. Once again, silence filled the room. Chloe knitted her eyebrows, thinking her statement was not good enough. After that short silence, Shugadome spoke up without the slightest change in his tone. Very well. Chloe inadvertently sighed with relief. She was panting, caused by the lingering anxiety after that whole ordeal. Hammers also let Lottie's and Pamela go. They straightened their posture but seemed rather lethargic. Hammers then casually returned to Shugadome's side. Both you and I are as strong as common people. But at the same time, we both have the authority to command those with powerful fighting capabilities. It only takes one word for us to kill someone. That is exactly why we must be careful with what we say. Thank you for the advice. Chloe, who managed to calm her breathing, replied. Now then. I guess I should let you know this to avoid any misunderstanding. It seems like you actually believe that I don't understand the full worth of that card. But, let me tell you this. That is not true at all. I understand the value of that card extremely well. It's just that I don't see any need to get a second card by making a deal with Lion Steel. After he said so, Shugadome pulled out a white card. It was identical to the one that Chloe had. Chloe, Pamela, and Lottie's were shocked speechless. While still in a state of shock, there was a tint of doubt in Chloe's expression. It was slowly filled with confusion and bewilderment. Is that real? If it is, how did he get that card? Then, is it fake? But if it is, why would he prepare one? No. Even if it's real, there should be no drawback in having one more. So, why would he refuse my offer? I can understand you doubting the authenticity of this card. After all, it's not something that can be easily obtained. Oh, of course, I don't doubt its authenticity. I will show you proof then. But before that, there's someone that I want you to meet. Wait here for a bit. As Chloe was wondering who this person was that Shugadome wanted her to meet, Shugadome picked up his information terminal and made a call. A moment later, someone who she had met in the augmented reality room suddenly appeared. It was Shiro. Good grief. Calling me out of the blue after making me wait. I'm busy, you know. So, what is it now? Gek. The moment Shiro noticed Hammers, he could not hide his shock. Meanwhile, Hammers was smiling ominously at him. Shiro let out a dry chuckle as if he was trying to let the matter with Hammers slide. Shugadome then spoke to Shiro. Shiro. I bet you're already acquainted with her. I know that you caused her trouble a few days ago. So, go ahead and give her your apology. You seriously called me just for that? Ah, no, I am sorry. Shiro was obviously displeased with this. However, since Shugadome was staring sharply at him, he flusteredly apologized. Ah, please don't worry about it. Chloe was equally flustered as she accepted his apology. Both Shiro and Chloe looked at each other. It was obvious that both of them did not understand why Shugadome was making them do this. Afterwards, Shugadome put his card on the table and said, Let's get back to the main topic. I will show you proof that this card is not fake. Right at the next moment, Olivia appeared next to Shiro. Shugadome used the device on the table to access the card and contacted Olivia. Olivia of Lion Steel, at your service. Thank you for contacting us and choosing our service. Olivia bowed politely at Shugadome and glanced at Chloe. Chloe, who was given a final warning the previous time they had met, flinched back. She obeyed Olivia's warning and decided to not contact her again. However, she was not certain if this was considered a violation of Olivia's warning. There were no clues at all. But Shugadome then stated, She is my guest, please don't mind her. Olivia stared at Chloe's group for a few seconds before turning back to Shugadome. Chloe sighed in relief, believing they were saved. Shugadome smiled at Olivia, who was smiling back at him. He then passed the card over to Hammers. Nice to meet you. I am Shugadome. I'm hoping to discuss a certain job if I may. Olivia's gaze shifted to Hammers. Hammers nodded, which signaled her to proceed. However, Olivia's gaze then shifted to Shiro. Shiro shook his head as if to say that it was not him who called her this time. Only after she checked did her gaze return to Shugadome. She smiled politely at him. Of course. Thank you. That's great to hear. Let's get into the details then. Ah, but before that. Shugadome looked at Chloe. I'm sorry, but this is where you leave. Chloe's face stiffened for a split second. It was obvious that she did not appreciate being shooed away right after Shugadome called Shiro. She was finally about to get into the meaty details of her negotiation with Shugadome, but alas, it was not like she could refuse. Of course. Please do excuse us then. She politely bowed to Shugadome and left the room with Lottie's and Pamela in tow. The guide, who accompanied Chloe's group to Shugadome's room, once again guided them out of the territory under Sakashita Heavy Industry. While traveling, Chloe kept thinking back on what just happened in Shugadome's room. There must be some kind of motive behind calling Olivia in front of us. I just can't figure out what it is. Is it simply a means of informing Lion Steel? That Sakashita Heavy Industry already has the means to contact Olivia-sama. Is that really it? Is that really something that important? I feel like there is something more to it. Even after placing assumptions on top of assumptions, guesses on top of guesses, she still could not figure out an answer. It was obvious from her face that she was being tormented by it. There was even a tint of desperation as well. In the end, I could not give the card away to Sakashita Heavy Industry. It didn't go well at all. This will not help my situation at all. As she was deep in thought while walking, the guide suddenly said to her. Chloe-sama, this is as far as I can go. Ah, right. Thank you very much. The meeting place with Yudajima was still a bit further ahead. Although it was not that far and she could go by herself, normally, the guide would have accompanied her all the way. The fact that they were being left in the middle of the road was rather weird for her. However, since the guide was a staff member of Sakashita Heavy Industry, Chloe still had to make sure she did not say anything rude. Thus, she gave a smile and thanked the guide. But the guide then did not immediately leave and left a message to her. I have a message from Shugadome-sama. Chloe gave a nod. She was curious since they met just a moment ago. What might this message be? It's up to Chloe-sama. If Chloe-sama wishes to make this incident bigger, it would be best for Chloe-sama's sake that she does not rope Sakashita Heavy Industry into this. It is also not recommended to cause trouble in Kuzusuhara Ruin as well. We're sure that Chloe-sama will clean up after this incident comes to an end. However, in the case where it becomes too much to handle alone, please do contact us. That is all. Chloe, who picked up Shugadome's intention behind the message, was frozen from shock. Lottie's and Pamela flusteredly tried to call for her but she did not react. Chloe-sama. Do tell me if you have a message for Shugadome-sama. Please tell him. Thank you for your warning. Certainly. Well then, please allow me to excuse myself. The guide then bowed and left calmly. The shock was unbelievable. Watching the guide leave, being left with those she trusted, she suddenly felt a tinge of relief. This minor difference caused her to stumble back. Of course, Pamela and Lottie's quickly caught her before she collapsed. Milady, he knew. He knew everything. The reason why he called Olivia-sama in front of me is just to prove it. But that's just. The reason why Shugadome did not accept the card was because he did not want to get Sakashita Heavy Industry involved in her issues. The reason why he called Olivia in front of her was to confirm whether Olivia was still going to tolerate the trouble that Chloe was causing. The moment she noticed his intentions, her shock intensified, which slowly turned into fear. Afterwards, Chloe wobbled left and right as she walked to the meeting place, where Yudajima was going to regroup with her. Seeing her utterly exhausted, Yudajima worriedly asked. "You don't seem well, what happened?" "We just had a negotiation with an officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry. It's to be expected that I would be tired afterwards." "I see. In that case, you should head back to your room and rest. I can ask you what happened later." "Sorry, but I'll do just that." Afterwards, Chloe looked at Yudajima. Her eyebrows rose as if she had just come up with something. As expected, Yudajima noticed something was up. "What's wrong?" "No. Nothing. My apologies, but I will return to my detention room. If there are no emergencies, I want to take my time resting." Chloe then went ahead of Yudajima and returned back to her detention room. On her way to her room, Chloe's face turned sterner. "I should have been suspicious the moment a mere desperate city management staff member was able to arrange a meeting with an officer from Sakashita Heavy Industry. What a blunder." I thought the request would get rejected, but it unexpectedly got accepted without much resistance. I got blinded by happiness since it got through. And I thought too highly of myself and my connections. Even with the branch manager of Lion Steel Company Eastern District 3rd Ward Branch. I really still have a long way to go, huh? Initially, Chloe thought that negotiations with Shugadome ended up as a huge failure due to severe blunders on her part. But it was not like she had any other choice in that situation. This means that she had to find another way. She used this experience and sought another solution. Using what she had learnt, she noticed something. Shugadome was able to accurately see through my intentions. He still left me a message. It basically states that he's fine so long as I do not drag Sakashita Heavy Industry in this mess. This can even be interpreted as approval from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Olivia-sama also did not kill me back then. It could be interpreted as Olivia-sama still tolerating the current situation. This should be good enough proof to say that I'm just following Alice-sama's order. Considering that I was able to receive this confirmation, I think it is fine to say that it was not a complete failure. The branch manager should listen to me now. Withdrawing from the ongoing gambit and losing her bet only led to her demise. Therefore, the only choice available was to win. Chloe reminded herself. I have not lost yet. This is not the end. That's right. I'll win this. Whatever it takes. Chloe smiled. She removed the shackle that held her back and reinterpreted the current situation. What could be exchanged for more chips in her wager? After Chloe's group left Shugadome's room, Shiro confusedly looked at Shugadome and asked. So, did you call me here just to make me apologize to that girl? If so, can I leave now? I'm busy, you know. No. If you leave now, I will declare that you have run away from Sakashita. What is it then? Can we just get to it, already? Let's get on to the main subject then. Shugadome smiled at Olivia. Olivia-san, is it possible to ask you to be his bodyguard? Shiro was caught by surprise. Shugadome then explained with a serious gaze. Last time, you said you don't want to have someone guard you. But it should be fine if it's her, no? As a matter of fact, you even paid her to be your bodyguard before. So, I won't take no as an answer. Shiro obviously started to panic. Well, that is. Like, you know, I don't have the money to pay for her. Don't worry about that. I will pay for her. So then, Olivia-san, may I trouble you with such a request? If the escort target approves, I shall take care of it right away. That sounds reassuring. So there you have it, Shiro-kun. Give Olivia-san your approval. Shiro's face turned pale as he firmly shut his mouth. Just to let you know, regardless of the status of your task, if you don't return back in 1 month, I will assume that you plan to seek refuge in another company. We will dispatch men to arrest you. However, if you're accompanied by an escort at that point, I will let it slide. After Shugadome clearly stated the deadline, Shiro's face became even paler. If you have an escort with you, you don't have to do your regular reports anymore. You can just give me your full report after 1 month. I will also stop Hammers from looking for you. There should be no problem as long as Olivia-san is your bodyguard. I will even consider extending the deadline as well. You can go sightseeing to your heart's content before returning back to your main mission. At least for the remaining month. Hammer's face twitched. It was obvious that he did not find this to be pleasant. But seeing Shiro still tense, even after receiving such a good offer, he found it to be strange. Shiro did not say anything in return. After a short silence, Shugadome's gaze turned sharp. This is a warning. If you don't give me your answer, I will see it as betrayal towards Sakashita Heavy Industry. So, what is your answer? Shiro was cornered. However, he then made his resolve and slowly opened his mouth, squeezing out words from his throat. Shiro's pale face, distorted from his trembling, had the corner of his lips faintly go up. Refuse. Hammer's shocked expression showed just how unthinkable Shiro's answer was. Sugdome stared at him. Shiro was frozen as if he was awaiting his death sentence. His eyes still locked onto Shugadome. I see. That short sentence from Shugadome sent a shiver to Shiro's spine and made Hammers take a step back. Shugadome then lowered his shoulders. It was to expel the tense mood. He apologetically bowed to Olivia. Olivia-san, my deepest apologies. Since the escort target has refused, I know it is very rude of me being the one who asked for you. Please allow me to save this for another time. Certainly. Feel free to contact us next time. We, from Lion Steel, will wait for your next request. Olivia smiled and spoke. It was as if she did not mind this at all. She then gracefully bowed before vanishing. After Olivia vanished, the friendly smile also vanished from Shugadome's face. He spoke up. You can leave now, and don't forget your regular report. Shiro awkwardly bowed and ended the call. Hammers still looked confused. He was not sure if he should ask Shugadome what that was all about. After hesitating, he finally decided to at least try asking. However, before he could say anything, Shugadome suddenly ordered him. Let me change your mission. You are to still look for Shiro-kun, but before you move in to arrest him, when you find him, make sure to contact me first. If you can't reach me, be extra careful to not kill him by accident. That's all. You can now leave. Judging from Shugadome's mood, Hammers knew that it was not a good idea to ask him right now, therefore, Hammers simply gave a slight bow and left the room without saying anything. Shugadome, who was left alone in his room, stayed there for a while thinking of his future plan. After he closed the call, Shiro, who was in his hideout, began breathing roughly. His face was white as a sheet of paper. Ah crap. This is bad. This is really bad. He was pressed for time after Shugadome declared a clear deadline for him. However, there was also something else that made him panic. Don't tell me that he found out. Shiro intensely shook his head left and right. It was as if he was forcefully trying to shake away his worries. No. If he had known, he would have sent someone to arrest me right away. I'm sure that offer was nothing more than for the sake of my safety. His reaction was simply one towards a brat with too much pride. I'm sure he's simply thinking of some kind of punishment for me. One fit for a stupid brat who had just wasted the kindness of his superior. I'm sure he has not found out yet. Shiro knew that his guess was mixed with his own prayers. However, it was the only conclusion he could draw. Anything else would cause him to lose hope. Let's hurry up. I can't afford to do it the safe way anymore. In the worst-case scenario, he might end up having to fight against Sakashita Heavy Industry. However, he was not in a situation where he could afford to be careful with his choices. Thus, he made his resolve and decided to take the barely safe route. Shugadome, who was left alone in his room, finally made his decision. He even refused such a good offer. I think we can be certain that it is indeed that case. Or at least, the possibility should be enough as a reason to prepare ourselves. After he made his decision, he reviewed the situation again. He made sure that he still reached the same conclusion before giving a nod. Sightseeing. Sightseeing location. Ruins. Ruin exploration. Since it did not come up in the ruin data on the web, there was a good chance that it was an unexplored ruin. A ruin that could not be discovered through normal means. The reason why he refused to have anyone accompany him was to prevent information leaks. It must be something that Shiro did not want Sakashita Heavy Industry to know about no matter what. Even if it meant he had to refuse having such a reassuring bodyguard like Olivia-san escorting him. There must be something that caused Shiro to go that far. After Shugadome made his conclusion and finished re-examining it, he then called the main HQ of Sakashita Heavy Industry. Yes. Yes, that is correct. Just to be safe, I guess. This is just insurance. There's no need to prioritize it, but it would be great to have it ready as soon as possible. Indeed. Depending on how this develops, I might have to request reinforcements. No, it depends on how the situation develops. I hope we can have someone sent to do an investigation. If the result shows that what we are doing is nothing but unnecessary, then we can just divert the soldiers to Kuzusahara Ruin. After discussing the finer details with the HQ staff, Shugadome then stated with a dire tone. Yes, I formally request for anti-rebuild personnel. That is all from me. He then closed the call and heaved a huge sigh. I hope that it's nothing more than just a bad guess. His serious expression reflected the severity of the situation. It was something that he could not show to his men. As Akira was spending his days as a bounty target, he suddenly got a call. It was reaching him via an encrypted line using his hunter code. Akira was surprised when he checked the identity of the caller. Since Kobayashi warned him to not just toss aside any negotiation opportunities that came his way, he picked up the call. Well, he was also curious about receiving a call from such an unexpected caller. The call concluded with both participants deciding on somewhere to meet up. Akira was originally planning to go alone on his bike, but when he told Carol about that call, she wanted to tag along too. It might be a trap, so it would be safer for you to stay here though. Nope. As a bodyguard, you should not leave your escort target, you know? Moreover, I can help you if something bad happens. Seeing Carol smile as she casually spoke, it felt as if her proclamation was the natural thing to do. Akira gave a soft smile and replied. Is that so? Well, in that case, we'll be going as soon as we're done with the preparations. Akira seemed to be in a good mood as he and Carol made their preparation. At a certain place, in the middle of the wasteland, a man in a formal suit stepped off of a vehicle. He was waiting for Akira to arrive. Next to him was a girl in a maid uniform and a man in a butler suit. They stood, ready for anything. The man in the formal suit frowned and checked his wristwatch. He should be here soon though. It was unacceptable to be late. Considering that Akira was the one who proposed the meeting to be held in the middle of the dangerous wasteland. It would not be strange if either party left and abandoned the meeting. However, Akira was a bounty target. There was a good chance that he was fighting hunters, who were after him. It was also only natural for him to be suspicious if it was some kind of trap. Therefore, leaving now would be a rather rash decision. As the guy in a formal suit started pondering over how long he should wait past the meeting time, he noticed a bike heading in his direction. He sighed in relief, believing it to be Akira. However, he immediately noticed that the person on that bike was female and there was no one else on the bike. The bike stopped next to that guy and Carol stepped off. Are you the one asking for Akira? Yes, where is he? Are you here to lead the way to another meeting place? If that's indeed the case, it would be great if you had come a little sooner. It was not rare to actively change the meeting place in order to avoid ambushes. The guy in the suit knew that. However, considering the time required to travel to a new location, it made him feel disgruntled. But that was when Akira suddenly spoke up. "No. Here is fine." Akira suddenly appeared behind Carol. He was using his camouflaging defensive coat to hide his presence. Depending on the capability of the camouflaging device, a decent enough information-gathering device would be able to see through it. Naturally, the man's group were using powerful information-gathering devices to continuously watch their surroundings. Normally, they should have no problems detecting Akira. Even so, depending on the camouflaging device, it was still quite a difficult task to completely erase one's presence. Comparatively, it was much easier to fake the presence of others. Thanks to Alpha's support, Akira managed to hide his presence by blending it in with Carol. Because of that, the other party were caught with their pants down when Akira suddenly appeared. Especially the maid and the butler. Since they were acting as bodyguards, they were obviously more shocked. Compared to them, the guy in the formal suit was just minutely shocked. "I'm glad that you reached this place on time. As I have informed you in the previous call, I am the head of Lion Steel Eastern District 4th Ward Branch, Philip Cobet Lawrence. I'm looking forward to today's discussion. I'm Akira." Leaving aside the stark contrast in the length of their introductions, they immediately went on to the main topic. "Now then. Please allow me to explain our stance on the current situation. We of Lion Steel Eastern District 4th Ward have no wish to antagonize you. So, I hope you can keep this in mind as we continue this discussion." Akira frowned and retraced his head sideways. "I'm pretty sure Lion Steel is the one that placed a bounty on my head though. First of all, let me straighten up this misunderstanding. The one who placed that bounty on you is the 3rd Ward Branch, not us of the 4th Ward Branch. Your enemy is only Lion Steel Eastern District 3rd Ward Branch. Not the whole Lion Steel Company. This is a very important point. Lion Steel is formed of individual branches working together under the main HQ. However, each branch dealt with the area under them as if they were from different companies. Some of them worked peacefully with each other, while others got along like water and oil. There were even cases where they got embroiled in conflict over the territory borders between different branches. Of course, it was a whole different case if Akira was picking a fight with the Lion Steel Eastern District as a whole. As long as that was not the case, his fight was only limited to a regional conflict. In order not to unnecessarily cause more conflict, it was important to understand this point well. Akira seemed rather surprised. Nonetheless, he showed deep interest in the topic as he listened to their explanation. "If I may add, you might think that you're already in a hostile relationship with the 3rd branch, but that might not necessarily be the case, at least, not yet. It's a fact that they placed a bounty on you. But the one who did that was Chloe. She just used the name of the 3rd branch. So, the 3rd branch itself did not act under the direct order from the branch manager. This is just something that I've gathered. It also seems that even the 3rd branch sees Chloe's actions as problematic. They are considering her punishment." This time, Akira was completely flabbergasted. "Is that so?" "Yes. But, based on my investigation, it doesn't seem like punishment has been delivered yet. So, I bet they're still discussing punishing her or not." As Philip confirmed, Akira had lowered his initial wariness, which stemmed from the fact that they were from the Lion Steel Company. Philip noticed this and decided that it was a good time to move on to the next subject. "Now that I hope you fully understand our position, that we are not your enemies, I wish to move on to the main subject. Will that be okay with you?" "Sure, go ahead." It was not like Akira believed everything that Philip had said. However, it was not like he had reasons to completely distrust him either. Philip understood Akira's stance from his reaction and continued. "Very well then. There is one thing that I want to ask of you. Is it possible to request you to kill Chloe Levelant Lawrence? Of course, we will reward you for this job. Ever since Akira was told during the call through the vehicle's secret line that they wanted to meet up directly to discuss a highly important subject, he already had some guesses of what it might be. However, as expected, this request was something completely out of the left field. Chapter 271, Carol's Past. Akira was surprised when someone from Lion's Steel, which had placed the bounty on him, asked to have a meeting with him. Even so, the surprise he felt now was incomparable to that. Kill Chloe, that was the task Philip, a man from the Lion's Steel 4th branch, requested of him. Wait a second. Are you being serious? Are you seriously offering me this job? Indeed, we are. That is also if you are fine with accepting it. I want to know if you are someone who would accept such a request. After all, there are many hunters who refuse to commit assassinations. Though, with that being said, it is not rare to find them show no hesitation when it comes to hunting a bounty target. Personally speaking, I believe the only difference here is how the reward is handed out. The core of what they do is exactly the same. But what can I say? Different people have different principles. So, I have no plans to force my opinion on anyone. Anyway, what is your answer? Well, even if you say so. Let me be clear. It's not like we are formally offering you this job now. We are still assessing whether you are someone who would take such a job. If the answer is a yes, we will take your answer back to our company, and deliberate on it with the others. Only after that, might we send you a formal offer for this job. If things develop in that direction, we will still need to sit down and talk about the reward some other time. There is still a good chance we might not reach an agreement. This is where we are right now. If you plan to refuse because of the risk, we can discuss the conditions and the reward later to make it worthwhile for you. So, I believe the lack of reward is not a good enough reason to reject this offer at this point. Akira thought that Philip was not wrong, but he was still hesitating. The moment he realized why he was hesitating, Akira immediately firmly shook his head. Sorry, but I will have to refuse. May I ask why? You've tried several times to kill Chloe and I bet you're not done trying yet. So, that part should not change whether you take our offer or not. If you accept our offer, we can help craft a good reason for you murdering one of our people. It would be just a job. A request for a reward. Others will think that you simply got yourself roped into a conflict between Lion's Steel branches. Instead of you, alone, picking a fight against the whole Lion's Steel company. From that point of view, this is an excellent offer for you. You only stand to gain by accepting our offer. Yeah, I bet it is. But my answer is still the same. Why? Do you think this offer is too good to be true? That's why you're refusing. We are offering a reward for accepting this job, in consideration of the problems that will arise from you picking a fight with Chloe. It is nothing more than compensation from the demerit of having a 50 billion Orum bounty and monster designation from Kagamaima City. Considering all the troubles you have faced so far, we are willing to be generous with our reward and support. But even so, Akira once again shook his head. Philip lightly sighed. Well, although it is not a normal request, it is still assassination. I won't force you. But, if I may ask, can you at least tell me why you can't accept it? I'm sure it's not like you're hesitating to take her life after all that has happened, right? Well, yeah. It would be way too late to be hesitating at this point. It's just that. Yes? I want to kill her purely because of my own will. I don't want to get someone else's intention mixed into it. That is all. Akira said firmly, without any hesitation. For him, it was vital. Thus, it alone was enough of a reason. However, Philip did not seem to be satisfied with his answer. So, Akira added another reason. And also, if I accept your request, it means that I will no longer be able to make decisions on my own. In case the situation changes where I no longer want her dead, it would turn into a huge problem. That's why I won't accept your request. Oh. So you are saying even after all the battles that you have gone through, there's still a possibility of you changing your mind, huh? Is that even possible? Well, it's not that simple for me too, you know. I'm already used to having to encounter unexpected turns of events. That's why I can't say with certainty that it is impossible. Philip smiled. He seemed to be hiding something behind that smile. I see. Well, I will leave it as that for now. Just to let you know, I'm not lying. As the branch manager of the 4th Ward, there are a lot of things going on that I have to deal with too, you see. So don't mind the remark I left. Philip smiled lightly and evaded giving a straight answer. Now that the negotiation had concluded, Akira and Carol hopped back onto Akira's bike. Just before they left, Philip, who saw them off with a smile, said to them, "Although we were not able to reach an agreement, we were able to get acquainted with each other. I believe it is not completely in vain. Let me say this again before you leave. We have no wish to be hostile with you. So, if you ever wish, we can offer some of our services to you. Although, considering your relationship with the 3rd Ward branch, we can't charge you the usual price." Akira smiled bitterly. He was once again reminded of how Philip was a business-oriented person. "Sure, thanks for the offer. I'll contact you again if I want to ask you something." Akira only said as much before he left the area and vanished into the dark wasteland. After Akira left, the business smile on Philip's face vanished. It was replaced by a firm, resolute look of a branch manager. "What do you think of his fighting capability?" The butler next to Philip had a stern look on his face as he stated, "It is enough of a reason for us to be careful with him. However, I don't believe he is strong enough to defeat that wasp monster on his own as the report had stated." The maid, who was also standing next to Philip, had the same expression as she added, "I concur. But that stealthiness of his was impressive." Leaving aside his ability as a hunter, as Philip-sama's bodyguard, I am rather reluctant to let someone like him near Philip-sama. "I see. Then it was as I thought. It is worth all the trouble to at least let him know that we don't wish to get into a fight with him." When they returned back to the vehicle, another of Philip's men was curious about how the negotiation went. Thus, Philip sat on the back seat and gave him a quick rundown of what just happened. Now that Akira had become a bounty target, Lion Steel was worried if he had a deep grudge toward the company as a whole. That he would show no mercy and give no quarter toward anyone whom he had a deep grudge against. They were afraid that if Akira somehow escaped to the 4th Ward, he would launch an assault on one of their Lion Steel's facilities. Therefore, in order to avoid such a scenario from developing, it was important to let him know that they were not hostile towards him. The offer to kill Chloe was originally meant to support their neutral stance. It was to help get that point through to Akira. If Akira managed to kill Chloe, it would throw the 3rd Ward into disarray. They were already aware that the incident regarding Chloe had something to do with Representative Alice's plan to visit the 3rd Ward. If Chloe died, the 3rd Ward branch's recent rapid development might get put on hold, which in turn, would reduce the possibility of having the 4th Ward roped into danger. The man in a butler suit showed his concern after he heard everything. "But, branch manager, would it not be dangerous for us to be messing with the 3rd Ward right now? Considering that the representative is coming to visit the 3rd Ward. It's not a problem. If that was the case, Representative Alice would have sent a warning, telling us not to mess with the 3rd Ward. But since we never received such a warning, this means that Representative Alice is fine with us sabotaging the 3rd Ward. Well, though, I must state that I don't know if Representative Alice is approving or merely tolerating our actions." After that, Philip let out a huge sigh, but still, it seems that the reason why Representative Alice is coming to the 3rd Ward is being kept secret. The other branches seem to be confused as well. I bet this incident will only grow larger with time. The woman in a maid uniform, who was not knowledgeable about administrative work since she was Philip's bodyguard, interjected without much thought. Would it not be wise to confirm it with HQ? I did. But they did not deliver a clear answer. They did not even tell me that we have no need to know the reason why. The whole thing is still a mystery. If only Akira agreed to accept our offer, we could have used support and reward as an excuse to send some of our people to gather some information. But it didn't go well. Philip's confusion only grew larger as Alice's visit to the third ward was approaching. The reason why Akira and Carol went to meet up with Philip on a bike was to keep the camping vehicle safe in case a battle ensued. For Akira, who could not return back to the city, the camping vehicle was an important resting place. It was also an ammunition warehouse for him. Thus, they kept it away from Philip to keep it safe. But even so, it did not take the bike that much time to reach the camping vehicle. Though, they stuck close to the ground while they traveled, which was slower. Akira even allowed Carol to steer on their way back while he sat behind her. Carol, what do you think of what just happened there? Let's see. Well, I'm glad that your opponent is not as big as I had thought. They were able to confirm that the whole Lion Steel Company was not hostile to him. Even when Akira was trying to kill a member of the Lawrence family. Therefore, if he escaped from the territory under the Third Ward branch, the 50 billion Orum bounty would effectively lose its value. After all, killing a bounty target set by the Third Ward branch might be interpreted as picking a fight with the faction that opposes the Third Ward branch. After listening to Carol's explanation, Akira gave a firm nod while a trace of surprise on his face. I see. Now that you mention it, I also have that choice, huh? Carol smiled bitterly when she heard his tone of voice. Akira, you didn't even consider that when you went to meet them, huh? Although Akira was behind her, unable to lock eyes, he still looked away. It was as if he was avoiding giving a straight answer. But by pure coincidence, his eyes met Alpha's instead, who was smiling teasingly. Therefore, Akira quickly turned to the opposite direction. Also, this is only my personal impression, but I'm glad that I get to understand how you think. Did I do something? You refused their assassination request, remember? Even with no desire to kill, there are those who can indifferently become a robber or an assassin. But you're not like that. Rather, you're the kind that feels nothing when murdering them. No matter what the reason, once someone accepts an assassination request, they would turn into a cold-blood murderer. Since you can choose to be one anytime you want, the reason you have not is extremely important. Is that so? Yep, that's why I hope you would properly protect me and kill anyone who tries to harm me if something bad were to happen. Carol said so while smiling bewitchingly. Of course. Akira replied with a smile. But then, something else came to mind. Who are these people trying to get you? Carol replied rather awkwardly, Do I absolutely have to answer that question? I won't force you. But, well, since our fate is basically intertwined to some extent at the moment, I will let you know something. I'm actually scheduled to receive a rather powerful set of equipment. So, it would be great if those coming after you attack after I get my new equipment. I just thought I might be able to predict when they might attack if I know who they are. When will you get your equipment? In a week if I get lucky, or in 3 months in the worst-case scenario. That's a rather wide schedule. Yeah, it's complicated. Carol could not help but smile since it seemed like Akira really had no wish to force her to answer. It seems that he trusted her enough to inform her of his new equipment. Also, it would be bad if her enemies were to attack before he received his new equipment. I'm sorry. Just as I said before, I'm asking you to escort me just as insurance. It might actually be unnecessary. That's why I don't even know when we might get attacked nor who. After all, there's a good chance nothing bad is going to happen. I see. Well, if that's really the case, it would be great. This means that I can just take it easy. Since it was not really that important of a subject for Akira, he did not pursue it any further. As they eventually reached the camping vehicle, they stopped the bike near it. Normally, They would simply open the back door and put the bike in, but Akira stopped Carol from doing so. "Akira, what's wrong? Something's not right." After Akira stepped off the bike, he grabbed his rifle and slowly approached the camping vehicle. He moved forward while positioning himself to shield Carol. Naturally, Carol noticed this and became wary. She held a gun in hand as she trailed behind him. Akira then opened the back door and moved the bike in. Afterwards, he used the bike as a shield to peek into the camping vehicle. After a while, nothing happened. He confirmed that the back of the vehicle was safe and he carefully proceeded forward. The moment they stepped inside the living room, they saw a familiar face waiting for them. "Long time no see. Sorry for barging in like this." Shiro smiled and welcomed Akira and Carol. Shiro had no weapon in hand and he showed no animosity. Moreover, he was someone from Sakashita Heavy Industry. Thus, Akira and Carol lowered their weapons. However, they were still cautious of him. Carol was glaring at Shiro. "How did you get in?" "I just opened the door and came in." "Geez, stop glaring like that, will you? I'm sorry for barging in, but I'm sure you know it's better than just waiting outside and attracting attention, right?" Shiro acted extremely unceremoniously as if the security of the camping vehicle was non-existent to him. That was when Akira suddenly interjected. "You can at least contact us beforehand if you're going to visit, you know? Those guys wanting to talk to me at least did that much." "Sorry about that, I was worried that others will be able to trace my location if I contact you. I was even planning to leave a letter if I did not get to meet you today." Yanagisawa was able to find him once back in Mihazono ruin, that was why Shiro was being extremely careful. "Well, I apologize for coming without telling you first and breaking into your vehicle. As someone who is also in a precarious situation, I hope you can understand my actions. I'm here because there's something I want to discuss with you." Carol started to look anxious. "Discuss? What is it?" Shiro glanced at Akira and Carol while smiling confidently. It was as if gloating he had the upper hand. "Well, there's something I want to discuss as a fellow Old World connector." Akira inadvertently furrowed his eyebrows. The moment he noticed that he had reacted, he thought that his cover had been blown. This caused him to show an even more obvious reaction. However, someone else in the room reacted even more vigorously. "I'm not." Carol raised her voice. She was obviously shaken. Her pale face and her constant trembling from the fear caused her words to lose credibility. As a matter of fact, it was as if she was confessing that she was indeed an Old World connector. As Akira was trying to conceal his surprise behind Carol's reaction, Shiro was looking at them in confusion. However, Akira and Carol were not in a situation where they could notice it. "There's no need to be that surprised. Since I'm already here, I'm pretty sure you at least expected this, no?" Akira saw the completely calm Shiro on one hand and an extremely distraught and scared Carol on the other hand. He decided to push aside his worries for now and stood in between Carol and Shiro. He then once again pointed his rifle at Shiro. "Carol, is it okay to treat him as hostile?" Although he did not know what exactly was going on, it did not change the fact that his escort target was frightened. Therefore, even if faced with someone from Sakashita Heavy Industry, it was enough of a reason for Akira to point his rifle at Shiro. If Carol made any signal to show affirmation, Akira would not hesitate to pull the trigger. The moment Shiro realized this, his expression immediately turned solemn. Judging from her mental state, it seemed to be useless to try to say anything to Carol right now. So, he slowly withdrew from the place, thinking that it was an unfortunate failure. "Alright. It doesn't seem like we can have a proper chat here. So I will leave for now. Until next time." Shiro then slowly exited the living room without turning his back to Akira. He then proceeded to the door and finally left the camping vehicle. Akira was not sure if he should stop Shiro or not. However, Seeing the state Carol was in, he prioritized her safety first and allowed Shiro to leave. Alpha. It's all right. He really left. Akira heaved a big sigh and lowered his rifle. He then glanced at Carol, who was cowering in fear. Inside the camping vehicle's living room, Carol and Akira were sitting in silence. It has been a few minutes since Shiro left. The drink that Akira placed in front of Carol had gone lukewarm. Even so, she did not touch it, not even once. Akira was sitting on the opposite side of the table from her. He only sat there in silence without doing anything else. He only occasionally threw a glance to check on her, nothing more. He was simply sitting there without saying anything. Time passed, no one broke the suffocating silence, and it only continued indefinitely. Carol, distraught from the shock, slowly calmed down. It was as if the shock she felt was dissipating into the silence. When she had regained some of her senses, enough to say something, she mumbled a question to Akira, "That you won't ask, huh? I'm not going to force the issue, why? You were the one who said that you don't want to talk about it, right? I already knew that when I agreed to be your bodyguard. So, I won't ask. That was one of the conditions when I accepted this job, after all, that I see." Silence once again pervaded the room. Seeing Carol once again fall silent, Akira thought that he gave the wrong answer. Thus, he tried to make up for his mistake. "Well, it's not like I'm not interested. So, I do want to know if you are willing to tell me, that I see." Carol only said as much and once again fell silent. Akira could not help but think that he made another mistake again. After a short pause, she straightened up her hunching back and declared, "I'll tell you." She never wanted anyone to find out. But now that the cat was out of the bag, she wanted Akira to know. "I really meant it when I said that I'm not an old world connector. Or at least, that's what I believe. I was an old world connector, but that should no longer be the case now. Probably. Up until now, she had been keeping it a closing guarded secret. Believing her life would be endangered if it ever got out. However, a portion of her heart wished she could share it with someone. The desire to be free from her shackles pushed her to continue her story. A long time ago, when her name was not Carol yet. She was just one among the thousands of the common Eastern District hunters. One day, she got assaulted by a crippling headache while exploring Miyazono ruin. Right after, her vision was littered with images. Images which seemed to be from augmented reality. It was to the point where she could not even look at what was in front of her. She eventually fainted and lost consciousness. She woke a few days later and found herself right where she lost consciousness. She wondered how she had survived, unconscious for a few days in the middle of a dangerous ruin. Her first thought was to return while enduring the incessant headache. The moment she stepped outside the building, she was flabbergasted. Although it was in the middle of the night, her vision was filled with light. Buildings were adorned with signboards and roads were decorated with road markers. They were in all directions and even extended up to the sky. Names of each building and street were floating around. Images of the original buildings were overlapping with already crumbled, dilapidated remnants. There were even images of walls with warnings, stating that it was a restricted area. She could even see patrol routes for the security drones as well. All of these were floating in her vision. The moment Carol could see all this, her head was once again assaulted by crippling pain. Although it was excruciating, she managed to stay awake. But, she still thought that it was dangerous to stay there. Thus, she decided to head back home. However, the pain quickly became unbearable the moment she hurriedly returned back inside the building. It was only after she got inside a room, with few augmented reality images, that her headache slowly subsided, allowing her an opportunity to take a short break. Afterwards, Carol spent a few more days inside the buildings. She did try to find a way to go back home. She did so by looking for areas where the pain was relatively weaker. However, the moment she stepped outside, the pain quickly returned, which forced her to cut the attempt short. The pain was simply too much no matter which exit she tried. One day, while she explored the inside of the building, believing she had no means to leave, she suddenly found a room with a human-like image inside of it. The pain immediately flooded back, which knocked her unconscious again. While her mind was still muddled, she was asked something. She even managed to give a reply. However, due to the pain filling her senses, she hardly had any recollection of what took place. The next time she woke up, her headache had disappeared. Even when she stepped outside, she could no longer see floating images. Carol was relieved but also confused. Nonetheless, she managed to drag herself out of the ruin. Afterwards, she did some research to investigate what just happened to her. Eventually, she concluded that she had temporarily turned into an old-world connector. The things she saw back in the ruin were an augmented reality that old-world connectors could see. Since she could no longer see them, she thought that she was no longer an old-world connector. Just to be safe, she tried visiting ruins that were known to still have active augmented reality systems. It was to check if she could see anything. She used certain information-gathering devices and confirmed the presence of active augmented reality entities. She was glad that she could no longer see them with her naked eyes. She was afraid of going back to Mihazono ruin to make absolutely sure she was no longer an old-world connector. However, that was fine. She had heard numerous rumors involving people getting investigated and even kidnapped for being misunderstood as an old-world connector. But since she was no longer an old-world connector, she thought that everything would be fine. Nonetheless, she still felt worried that she might return back to being an old-world connector. One day, Carol accompanied a hunter party to go to Mihazono ruin, which she had avoided up until that point. The outcome surprised her. Although she was still able to see everything, she did not have any headaches. And unlike last time, rather than having her vision filled with signs, she was only able to see a portion of it. Carol was shocked, and the other hunters looked at her with worry. She came up with vague excuses and finished her job there just as planned. After that, Carol took more time to carefully investigate her situation. She found out that she only became a temporarily functioning old-world connector when she was around Mihazono ruin. Although it was limited to such a scenario, she was able to access information panels and gather all kinds of information. It was enough of a reason for those seeking old-world connectors to look for her. At the very least, if she got found out, she would be placed in the same situation as those rumors. Since she could not be accurately classified as an old-world connector, there was a good chance that she would go through even more terrible experiments. Carol was so scared that she decided to throw away her past in order to keep it a secret. In fear that even the slightest mistake might connect to her secret, she completely cut her past off from her. She changed her name, her face, and even enhanced her body to change her body figure. She threw away her past hunter record and registered as a new hunter, with a new name. Without any relation to her past, it was easy for her to blend in with the low lives. Since she registered her name from the hunter office in the slums, no one was suspicious of her. Living in secrecy was not cheap. She needed to prepare money in the case something was to happen. In order to earn more, she took on another job besides being a hunter, which was creating maps. There were cases where proficient map makers were suspected to be old-world connectors. However, that also meant those non-old-world connectors had special means to gather information. Thus, with her great skills as one of those highly capable map makers, she was able to further disguise herself. As a side job, she also started selling her body. As she started charging more and more for her services, she also started accepting information in place of money. When others got suspicious of her knowing things she could not have known unless she was an old-world connector, she could claim that she heard it from the other hunters. Eventually, she started to befriend Viola despite knowing of her bad reputation. After all, those associated with Viola knew of things others did not. Thus, she decided to associate with her. Afterwards, it turned out that they got along pretty well, and with them influencing one another, it was only a matter of time before Carol got recognized as a bad woman as well. Those days greatly changed her. She eventually started trying various means to keep her secret hidden. While at the same time, the fear of her secret leaking out one day caused side effects. Her inner desire to be released from her burden caused her to start seeking thrilling and risky things. She wanted someone suitable to be roped into her trouble. Thus, she started to entice people to risk their lives. Seeing them ruined made her feel as though they took her place. It made her feel safe, and she even took joy in it. The more one gets paranoid, the more it pushes them to self-destruct. In Carol's case, the wish to share her secrets slowly grew bigger. In the beginning, she only sold her body for a small price. She would then slowly make her customers addicted to her body, meanwhile, increasing the price exponentially. It would result in them one day no longer being able to pay with money. At that point, she would accept information instead. The distortions in her caused her to act in such a manner. She wished for someone she could confide in. That wish caused her to prefer men who would not share secrets even when seduced. Thus, she went around seducing men, seeking that particular type of person. However, due to her superb skill in seducing men, she was not able to find the right one. She only ended up repeating the cycle. Getting her hopes up, seducing the guy, making him spill out his secret, and getting herself disappointed in the end. Naturally, it also led to the ruin of the man, which also led to her infamy for ruining others' lives. Then one day, as she was going about her usual life, Carol met someone unique. A boy who showed completely no interest in her. It was Akira. No matter how hard she tried to seduce him, Akira always showed no reaction. Furthermore, Akira was extremely particular. He always stuck close to his principles no matter what. He also occasionally made insane decisions, which went against any semblance of common sense. He was a young boy who was strangely extremely dutiful to requests that he accepted. Carol started unconsciously getting interested in him. Hoping that if it was such a strange boy, then he might be the person she was hoping for. But before she was able to do anything to confirm her feelings, she received some info. It stated that a huge organization was looking for an old-world connector near Kagamayama City. Although she knew that they were not looking for her, she was worried that she would get investigated. It was then that Carol asked Akira to be her bodyguard. If it was him, she believed he would not abandon the job that he had taken, even if he faced those people. Indeed, her guess was on the nose. Even after Akira encountered those chasing Shiro back in Miyazono ruin, he did not show any signs of withdrawing from his duties as her bodyguard. Though, later, Akira did withdraw from the job once. However, it was to make sure she would not be roped into his problems. Basically, he did not wish to put his escort target in any form of danger. It was after a series of events that Carol managed to convince Akira to re-accept the bodyguard request again. Akira's unbending obsession to kill Chloe was a good thing from her point of view. If it was someone who would not back down even when faced against a huge company like Lion Steel, there was a good chance that they would also not back down when faced against Sakashita Heavy Industry. The 50 billion Orum bounty was another positive for Carol. In such a scenario, if her position leaked out, there was a high probability Akira would escape with her. The camping car was also prepared for the scenario they had to run around the Eastern District. Thus, it was beneficial for her. Carol did not trick Akira, she did not lie to him, but she certainly intended to use him. She confessed everything to him. But, as expected, she could not say anything about the things she was uncertain about herself. Such as her preference in men. However, she did confess everything. The reasons behind her request to have Akira as her bodyguard. There was no more trickery, no more secrets, nothing. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.